Looks like the kids are having fun. Mate, I wish I could get up steps that fast. That was a long time ago. Anyway, good to see you all here. We hope you're having a great time. We hope you have a great time today. Got some interesting racing coming up. Should get your attention, day 2. So we've had our drivers briefing. So from 10 o'clock, which is somewhere around now, through till 12, it'll be Group 2 cars only. The Group 1 cars will be out on their road challenge. So we'll run these cars through till 12 o'clock. And we will have a lunch break till 12:30. I'm just letting you know what's going to happen a little bit in advance. So from 12:30 through till 2:30, it'll be Group 1. And Group 2 will be out on their road challenge. And then 2:30 through till 4, the track will be open to everybody. Well, everybody that's entered. I don't want you getting confused about that. 3 p.m. to dial your own times are to be submitted for the QCL Group Dial Your Own Challenge. And that's important if you want to be part of that. It is 3 o'clock. You've got to get those times in. And you can do that over at the merchandise. They'll take those off you, I'm sure. 4:15, the latest time to hand in your fastest slip and show your road challenge proof for points on day 2. And then 4 through to 4:30, we're going to have a bit of a break. 4:15, the Dial Your Own Challenge briefing will be on. And it looks like we're underway. We've got some cars on track. Turn this on and see if I can see anything. Yep. Stephen Downey in beside Stephen Carkeith. So there you go, we've got 2 Stephens. Stephen Carkeith with a better reaction, but the other car's a little faster. 6:35 through the 8th at 117.88 mile an hour. 7:46 for young Steve at 97.88. So they're starting to rock and roll. They keep coming. I'll just keep pressing this button, see what happens. Okay. Stephen Savage in beside Daniel Ridge. Savage is in that little Dado. I think it's a little Dado. Wow. Oh, it's got plenty. Frightens him. Looks like it's a manual car too, because it just about shifts the diff right out of the thing. Let's see how he goes. He goes 817 over the 8th at just 27 mile per hour. Something went wrong there. An 867 at 78.74 for Daniel Ridge, your side, or over that side.
There's the man in his natural habitat.
Thanks for that. Natural habitat, eh?
Well,
it's as close as we're going to get. Yeah, I do. I've been doing it for a little while now, evidently. Andrew done it, and Adam Potts in the little Cortina 440, just like my mum had. She had one with 4 on the column. 4 on the column. That was a challenge to drive. Okay. 3.5 reaction for Dunnett. Sleepy 970 for Potts. 6.7 for Andrew Dunnett. No, he didn't do 309 kilometres an hour. I just won't cop that one. And an 802 at 94. He probably copped a piece of paper as he was going down the track for that mile per hour. Luckily, we only do it on ETs. Okay, Cliff Broadman and Mark Quinn, I think it is, in beside in the Tunner. See how we get out of there. 7.2 red lead this side, 5.8 for the Tunner. The action time, that is. 7.24 this side for the 8th, 7.53 for Mark Quinn. Now, I'll tell you what, they were getting along, 95 and 96 mile an hour respectively, so they weren't messing around. We keep rocking and rolling. So coming up next is Peter Gatwood and Jason Mears. Mears in the Commodore with the roof rack. The other one looks like a Volvo long roof.
Oh yeah.
It is.
Toyota V8.
It's got a Toyota V8 in it. I'm getting all the info coming through from the man that knows all about every Volvo in the country. So he knows about racing. And I'll tell you what, that's an improvement. 728 at 103 mile an hour is not messing around. A 663 at 108, but when you leave a second and a half in the reaction time, you're going to get your backside dusted well and truly. Okay, Michael Sears. Gee, that's a nice colour, isn't it, on the Commodore? Up against Brett McElveen. Brett's been coming to these events for as long as I can remember. Gets out there very nicely. Some of the reaction times aren't super sharp. It's something you've got to really work and hone on. 6:55 this side, 8:11 the other side. So it gives you, and we keep getting this 20 mile per hour in the left-hand lane, which then we know that's just not right. So David Tansel in the Kiwi. Sven Harvey, HG or HT. It's got too much tar white for a K. A 775 this side, and an 867 in the rocket lane at 82 miles. There's something wrong with the mile per hour on this side. It's just ridiculous. Nobody's that slow. Just can't happen. Jeff Kington in that beautiful green Tirana. Now they're holding everybody up. So we've got an issue down the bottom. I can't quite see over that hill. I'm just not big enough, not tall enough. So it's Daniel Careless in the Kiwi. They're going to roll him back too, I would think. Yeah, bring him out of there while he doesn't want to be sitting there fully staged. It's just not fair on anybody. So we've got to get that issue sorted at the top end. I'm not quite sure what's going on down there, but we saw the officials get out pretty quick. So let's hope nothing serious. So we've got Jeff Kington and Daniel Careless sitting here waiting to go. And as soon as we find out what's going down the bottom, well, we don't need to know what's going on. We just need to know we've got a clear track. So everybody rate themselves out of bed all right today? No hungover people out there? Well, there's a couple in the stands look a little second-hand, I've got to say. Well, from here they look second-hand. What do you reckon?
Look, we all look second-hand in the mornings. I don't know of anyone that's woken up looking like a male model from Mudgee, mate. No, everyone's just sort of look at... I look at myself in the mirror every morning. I wake up. I go into the bathroom and I have a bit of a look, and you know, it's like, you look just as
bad as you did yesterday.
Just as worn out as you did when you went to bed. I wish they invented a bathroom mirror that actually could record photos in your mirror.
Yeah,
so you can play yourself back. Just because that's a good way to actually
make a comparison. Yeah.
Well, it gets it off your phone anyway. Look, Jeff Kingston and Daniel Careless are out there. Welcome everyone to the live stream, and here in the beautiful sunny rays of Queensland on well, we're not quite a winter morning. We are close. The Winter National's not too far away here, a couple of weeks, and we're getting a bit of a taste of what that might feel like on a Saturday morning. And here we are, day 2 of the amazing Road Trip Drag Challenge, thanks to Absolute Lifting and Safety. And the live stream with Overtaking Lane. We welcome everyone watching right around the world.
Thank you so much for participating. You are participating. If you're watching, you're participating. Shane Farrell and Mark Malloy out there. Let's see how they go. Looks pretty cut and sharp. 691 this side for Farrell. 740 for Mark Malloy. This is qualifying, so don't get too excited about this, that one car's beating the other car. They're obviously competing in different brackets, so just enjoy what's going on in front of you. Don't go betting the house on these races. I'll put it that way.
No, well look, Peter Fenton's out there now and Sharon Horn. So
Sharon's
Peter in the Celica. Boosted six-banger on board. I'd love to know, is it a 1J or something else? 660, great run from Peter Fenton. Don't forget Sharon Horn and 1105 in the extra. Don't forget we've got the bucket out. The Fenton family, the Fenton
donation.
The Fenton family donation bucket, because unfortunately
they really need some money. They really do need some money. If you can help us out when that bucket, I'm just not sure where that bucket is. They did say somewhere at the driver's briefing. But I mean, have a look around. The bucket will be pretty obvious. It might even be over at merchandise, so I'm not 100% sure. But I'm sure if you ask around, people will be able to tell you. And every dollar we can put in there, it's so much better for that family. They're having a tough time. Wade Moran just took off against Wayne Sumner. So Moran's already there with a 751. And it doesn't matter. See, when you leave, it's still the time don't start till you leave. So 11:11, a quicker pass in the other lane. He just waited half an hour before he decided to go.
I'm a big fan of real cars owned by and driven by real people, and Shane Moran and Danielle Brady, just one of pairing of 130 odd pairings that we would see here for the drag challenge, where you just get to bring your own machinery.
And I'll tell you what, she left the tent on the tree, but I tell you what, that thing does much.
Oh, there we go, 698. They've gone sixes in the 8th.
Yeah.
They've gone sixes with that deal, and I'll have to, Kai, if you can, message us what the combo is in that thing again. I'm sure I remember what it is, but if someone can message me with the combo in that car, I've been selling it as a case, as a an old K-Series Toyota, which I think it's good. Might be Brendan Burnett, and yeah, he's gone. What is it with patina street cars that make them so good? Paul Travers in that Belmont.
He was fighting, but he couldn't bring him down. And I mean, the reaction, I'm not even going to talk reaction times, because being a drag racer, I'm used to seeing much quicker.
Well, there'll be time to talk about reaction times later when we get that dial your own shootout happening later on.
Well, that's when it
this
becomes
afternoon.
critical. That's when it becomes critical. And so we've got Amity Smith and Stephen Smith. And Stephen, you're not a smart man. You never kick your wife's butt like that in a race. You just don't do that, mate.
It's a lot of waiting around, though, if you want the X5 to get out there first. 11:23 for the X5 of Amity, and 7177 for the HQ of Stephen Smith.
Stephen, I'd be offering the ride to my missus, just to square that up. Just take it from some bloke that's sort of been half successful and been married for 45 years.
Well, mate, that's it, mate. Your expertise doesn't stop at the drag strip, Kerry. Shane Parchett and Chelsea Ware now. So, and we haven't added it up. I'm going to start adding up I'm going to do a lady list today.
Yes.
Because we have got more ladies competing in motorsport today.
It's absolutely incredible
than anything else.
And I love it, because they can drive. Have a look at this. Chelsea just put the number down, went 755, 796 for Shane Parchett, I should say. I'll get that right by the end of the day.
No, you'll be right. You'll be right. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start writing down their names when I see them, or just go off this list. I think we'll just let them all come to us naturally on the track. Tyler Davey, manually shifted, utility. Tony Anderson. Was it two hands?
It looked like he went like that.
To put it in the gear, yeah. 802 at 92. Now, remember the ex-Y Falcon yesterday, the ex-Cop car had trouble getting it in the gears too.
They can be a pain in the butt. The linkages on those top loaders towards the late model end, where they were linked, they were weird.
They need to be adjusted all the time. Yeah. Luke Kessel and Darcy Pollard out now. Pollard in the J28 class, so he's in that dial your own A class. Luke Kessel running in the C class. He's in 265 Street Radial Blowen.
Well, I'm glad to see he's put an extra colour on the car.
It did say on his colour description here that it was multiple.
Yes. I'm thinking the bonnet might have had a coat of paint.
I'm sure it all has, in lots. It just says colour, paint colour, lots of paint colour. And, street patina, I love it. I love it in every shape and form. We've got in nearly every part of it. We've got 7-second cars as well. Luke Kessel, 743. Darcy Pollard, 758. This is Queensland on a Saturday morning. Yeah. Saturday morning streetcar traffic in Queensland.
And we got plenty of them.
It's great to see, is it not? The hot rod is back.
Gee, that's black, isn't it, eh?
Matt Cutler, he's been in the dial your own class, as has Simon Clark. They can run what they want here, and they've got a nominated ET that they're hoping to hit
later on in the day.
hand that in. 726 and 848, but we've also got racers that want to put some war paint on tonight and write their dial in on the window, and we will go, well, normally it's the old-fashioned way. These days it's all, pre-administered. Here's Riley Biffin and Mark Biffin out there. So,
they're only got a G11, so you're one up on me.
I just used some of my short-term memory brain power to recall that one. 2 golfs, the father and son. Riley gets there now with an 827. Mark got everything set, ready to launch his down the track, and they ran 7s yesterday. 797.
They did.
for Mark. I think they got the thing sorted because there's, these modern cars, you get this sort of process you program the car to do to launch, control, all that sort of stuff. Guys, however, like Grant Dixon and Stephen Beach, they use 13B turbos. One's got a clutch pedal in it. That's the 808.
Wow.
And Grant Dixon, 13B. I hope it's still got a Jatco in it because it's a 3-speed auto. Perfect. Queensland Rotary street cars right now. Great demonstration. Of course, Jamboree, there's going to be a million of them.
Look at that. Wheels up. Let's go, both. Whoa.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's like you got your price of admission in one run, except that it was free to get in. Yeah. 6:27 at 105 mile an hour for Grant Dixon and a 6:77 for Stephen Beach rowing through the gearbox.
Yes. Stephen might want to have a bit of a look at that back right guard, I think.
I didn't really push my son to come up today, but I said, there's a couple of 13B turbos with manuals up there. You should really get up there to do your research.
Is he coming?
Oh, it'll sink in a couple of hours. He'll text me or watch the stream. Mark Pennyquick and John Zorzo.
Yeah, Pennyquick out and gone. And it sounds like a stick truck. Very nice, an 830 at 86.46 and an 883 at 91. Big mile per hour. Big mile per hour. Oh, let's get out of shape in the hatch. We'll make some smoke and we'll put a little bit of excitement into the whole deal as well. And I guess that's a C20. I can't. Might be a C10, might be a long wheelbase C10. What's he say it is? He doesn't
I think it is a C10, it is, yes.
It's a long wheelbase 10. Jason Stafford anyway, and Luke Redpath.
Whoa, where's he gone?
Hey, what's going on?
Where's he gone there?
Is he all right? More importantly, is he okay?
What happened there?
I don't know, but that could have been really... No, he's all right. He's getting out of the car. Has he lost steering or... Mate, he had no control over that thing. He wasn't sure what was going on. Now, he's opened the door, but he hasn't got out of the car yet. So, guys, just make sure we...
We're just going down to check him out. He is looking towards something on the front of the vehicle.
Yep.
And wondering what. But it's almost like it dragged a brake or something's driven it to go one side like that. It's sometimes a broken axle will normally send a car off one side, but that wasn't... There was no feedback from...
Didn't look like it was the rear end.
Yeah, there was no feedback from the back to tell us that was the case, but the thing kind of might have done something on the...
Well, they're looking under
sometimes they got a steering linkage there. They do. Steering linkage.
It's a box and it's a rod goes right across.
Right, okay.
Okay, so yeah, it's not a rack or anything. Well, it could have a rack in it, but that's not what they came with.
No, that's quite interesting. Just when you think you've seen it all, you see something else. And again, if it's mechanical and there's some sort of failure, it'll normally make itself quite obvious to you on a run because it ends up looking like this at 330 foot. Yep. Poor C10 out on the angle, and the thing's just gone off on a trajectory. We started to actually wonder what the driver was on about. Sometimes when you look at the car with no... It did come off. Oh, they put it back on? That's the joys of modern vehicles.
Well, that might just come off and they put it back on.
If that was a brand new car and it did that, it'd be going away on a tilt try. It's an old car from the 60s and 70s. You just put that piece back on and it'll work again.
Somebody's got a
Mate, if that's a Tesla, mate, you aren't just doing that. You're not doing anything with a modern car that way. You're not just going, well, hang on, that stopped steering. Hang on, clink. There we go. It's working again.
It's back again. Gee, mate, I hope you got a bolt to put over the top of that.
That is the roadside assistance I'm looking for.
Thanks. Yeah, mate, you guys are perfect. You're unbelievable.
Pop it back in. Pop it back in.
He's going pretty slow, so I'd say it's just sitting there.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit of work to do when he gets back.
I've really been looking for new things to find in the sport, and that was one of them. That was a slow motion calamity where no one got hurt.
Yeah, and we'll have them every day. Every day.
And it was funny, you and I probably at the same time then watched that and go, hang on, is he okay? Is he conscious in there?
That was the first thing that came. Did that thing shake that bad? It's knocked him out, yeah.
But that's a shame, but...
And we have had instances where cars have shook that hard that the driver has lost consciousness. So, I don't know, I've been watching it too long, but that's the first thing that goes through your head. Is the driver okay?
Is he okay?
What's gone wrong there?
He's okay.
He's okay?
Okay.
Thanks, guys. The car obviously is a little second hand.
car is a little bit, well, it'd be all right. I think it just tightens that thing up.
Yeah, well, as long
if
as
someone
it's
got a half-inch ring open ender and we're away again.
Yeah, probably be that. Maybe a 5.8.
I love old cars like that. I love old cars for that exact reason. Oh,
Scotty Cortina just does it for us every time.
He hasn't even, how did he know I needed to mention a couple of things? Because Mick said by midday or something, we need to fill out this big award sheet.
Yes.
So we've got to find people that, well, again, we've got to find best Chev, best Mopar, best Ford, time thief, so longest time to spool.
Have we got best hold?
Sounds tough. We can't hear sounds tough from in here.
No.
We might have to get the people on Overtaking Lane that can listen to our start line camera about that. Best Holden, best Dedicated. We don't know who the farthest travel is. Hard luck. Scariest ride. He might be in for the scariest ride. Yeah, 806 for Cortina, getting a handle on the long roof, and 783 from the EH for Tony Carkeet. Just real steel, ladies and gentlemen. That's what gets it for me. That's what gets it for me, because it's real people driving these things. Michael McGregor built this Belmont exactly this way for a purpose. He didn't want to stand out a little bit when he stuffs a Turbo LS inside it. Rowan Ward beside him, you can't hide in that sort of XY Falcon. That is a showstopper. 699 at 101, 672 at 106.
All in the tree in the 60 feet with those two. That was interesting. That's for you that are sort of technically minded in drag racing. What have we got? Matthew Gormley in the... and Reese Cox.
There
Reese
we go.
Is out and gone. Just waiting for a little bit of boost.
A couple of small cars, small streakers.
Look at that thing get all out of shape.
Yeah, was that the Corolla getting out of shape?
Yeah, over the other side, yeah.
Reese Cox, 982 in the Gemini, 745. 745 at the Gemini, 745 at 90.
It's almost like he gave it a big stab on the brakes once he got through.
Maybe he needs a 12mm spanner under that thing.
Yeah, that looked a little sketchy.
All right, Murray Johnston and Thomas Stevens. Oh, look at the big Luxo barges right here.
One of each.
Carrying important people somewhere in the 70s they were.
Yeah, these things were.
And 351 would have been in the fair lane, 308 in the state over. Who knows what Murray Johnston and Thomas Stevens have stuffed under the bonnets of them now.
About 830 for Stevens and an 878 for Murray Johnson.
And by the way, we do have a lot more classic shapes to show you, ladies and gentlemen.
This is two classics.
Simon Grigg and Grant Fleet. Now, Fleet, we don't know what's in this FC.
No,
FC, EK, FC.
Yeah, it's an FC. Oh, it's got plenty, and it sounds 6, but whatever he wanted to do, it's not doing it for him.
I've talked it out of a good run.
Yeah, you've talked it out.
789 though for the pickup, no slouch. But yeah, I don't know what is under the hood of that. We really should.
Sounds nasty.
We almost should make it mandatory when you come up the staging lanes.
You got to tell us what's going on.
Pop the bonnet and let Overtaking Lane film the engine bays. That's what I'd like to see.
Oh, a little bit of gas for Lee Hill.
Yeah, Lee Hill been around for ages with this Fairmont, and it just does. It's just such a. It's almost a sleeper. The thing that just we've got to look for the best sleeper as well, best burnout ideas, man. The wheels give it away, makes it look too nice. The connection's there, but when you put nice war wheels on it, it's hard to not say it's a toughie. This thing goes hard. 688 at 99 mile an hour, and Craig Nofke in the Ute, a 153 in the 60 for Lee Hill. You'd think that leaf spring doesn't work.
Oh, leaf springs work.
1970s suspension, 1960s. Not actually, the leaf spring's been around forever. So
they were all done by about 1926. They tried everything by then. So all these fancy suspensions that you see today, it's all been done. Nothing's new.
Yep, the Leafs are the way still. Darren Bowman and Wes Bowman. So a Bowman family outing on a Saturday morning. It's either Wes and the Mustang going, there you go, 7:35. Darren Bowman goes, well, I can't quite grab a 7 a day just yet. 8:09 will do me.
Yeah, he'll be asking for a big bottle next week.
So where do you put the big Plymouth Matador here? Did you do it as a Mopar?
No, they're not really Mopars.
They're not. They're an AMC.
They're an AMC.
So that's not, yeah. 663 for Mark Reek, and Megan Anderson driving that thing.
Yeah,
843.
Yeah, Megan's driving it.
I've known Megan since she was a kid, and she actually told me last night I was the first person to teach her how to say the F word, and to have someone tell you that. and I go, well, I said, I don't want to have that response. They don't put that on me. You're sure your father or mother has not uttered that thing before, and then I turn up at like 18 or 19 years old like I was, and said that to her, and she happened to be there and I heard, and she blamed me last night. Jeffrey Marshall, they brought that up after, 30 years nearly. 10 over.
Mate, she's got a mind like a steel trap.
Yeah, she does. Janine Marshall. Janine, hang on. So we've had Megan. I'm going to write Megan down, right? So there's Megan.
Yeah.
There's Janine. I've gone off topic here. The cars are too distracting.
Yeah.
And I'm doing a lady list right now.
Yeah, so we've got Reese Baker and Paul Thompson. Gee, that thing's nice. That little...
I love the sooty rodeo. I love that. I think everyone wants one now. Like, I want a diesel rodeo stick shift car. 856. It's the most fun you can have, for $1.78 a litre.
Yeah.
913 for Reese Baker. I don't think Teslas are near as much fun as any of these cars. And you notice we haven't seen a Tesla yet do a road trip. We need a Tesla in there. I should have got Dr. Bender to come and bring his.
Yep.
Andrew Pryor and Brett Thompson. Now here we go. The RX2. He slipped forward as well. What's he done? Has he hurt something?
He's put his hands to his head.
This is still smoking here, like Andrew Pryor's
he's just talking up.
Carried on with a skid. Now look, Andrew Pryor actually faced the tree, and according to CompuLink, got a reaction time, a 60 foot and a 330 foot time, and a 16:03. However, Brett Thompson seems to have been left with far, far less.
Yeah, he had his hands on his head, so
I don't know whether it was it.
When your hands go to your head, you know it's not good.
Is that breakage? Did we break something then? Is there a broken gearbox or something?
Certainly doesn't want to know. There's nothing coming out of the car, which is the most important thing, that we don't have to clean up.
I worked, one of my first auto parts jobs was working as a delivery driver down at Aussie Auto Trend at Alderley.
Is that right?
And I was about 1988. And one of our parts guys, Alan, had an RX2 exactly like that, an original RX2 12A. Yeah, original. And he would never sell it. He said he was never going to sell it, and it was just an immaculate version of it. And he was a rotor guy right from the beginning, this guy, Alan. And that reminds me, every time I see that car, I remember the car park at the back of the shops at Alderley. The shops are still there.
Yeah, that's never changed.
I used to deliver to people like Warren Patterson and Mick Applewood. And
name dropper.
Yeah.
Name dropper.
Oh, look, I've been around from the beginning in Brisbane here anyway, since when I grew up. So
I won't say where I started.
I know, well, we could, if we can do this in Sydney, you'll be right in there. All right, so hang on, we got Beth Mansfield French, so we've got another lady, and Terry Mansfield French. So again, this is just a normal Saturday morning trip around with the Mansfield Frenches. Here we go.
Oh, Terry's driving here. He's got a boss. I don't know if that's the smartest thing you can do on a Saturday morning, but anyway.
Yeah, 728 for the big Fairlane wagon, and 789 for Beth in the beautiful Capri.
Yeah, that was
appreciating assets, yes they are. In fact, every single vehicle you see today is appreciating in value as you see it. With every time slip, it's getting more expensive to buy. Yeah, old Smokey. Here's old Mitchell Hutchinson, old Smokey. Oh, and dancing with that 637 cutoff, I reckon. 661 there, off the throttle.
You can't do much better than that, can you?
No, that thing was on a mission. That's easily low sixes over the 8th, that thing. Remember, we're still looking to see if someone can run a 4-second ET this event.
I think we're going to get it.
Because there's a trophy there for it. Yeah. Michael Barradell now and Craig Mildred. Tough stuff everywhere. Everywhere you look. Oh, carries the wheel out. Yeah, 161 in the 60 and 224 in the 60 for the Utes. But that hatchback just so tough. That's in someone's garage there on a daily basis. Comes out, goes 7-1s at 95 mile an hour. Hatchback to runner. 898 for the tray back. Craig Mildred wouldn't have it any other way. Dave Webber now and Shane Oakhill. Well, Mopar. This is a Mopar.
Yep.
This is a Mopar. I'm just starting to write notes where we've got to write notes, Kerry. Want to fill the gaps here with all these awards we've got to give out tonight.
Yeah, Dave Webber has been drag racing. That car's not good enough for him. He drove it through the wheel spin and managed to get, he saw the wind light was on, so it must have been a red the other side, but an 809 for Shane. Is it
Shane,
Oak Hill.
yeah, Oak Hill.
Oak Hill.
And for
This is really hard to see
for a
at the moment.
49 pickup truck, that's pretty well stonking.
It's not slouchy.
Some great runs in this group, and we continue on. Wayne Bell and James Tyler. James is back here with the
Love the patina roof.
the patina roofed BF Falcon.
Yeah, that's cool.
BA, BF, BA.
Mate, I'm not going to argue with you.
Wayne Bell beside with the VF Clubby. Again, appreciating assets. Yes, even the Falcon. People are thinking, people, when the Falcon's going up, they're already going. So the word from me is buy. 774 for Wayne Bell and 890 there for James Tyler.
Yep.
The XR6 Turbo, when that came out, that's immediately a classic. Just like the VL Turbo.
They have a look at this long roof.
Brendan Thorpe, Sky Wallace. So I reckon Sky Wallace is in the
Nice
is in the HQ. Again, I'm just thinking it's just like a VIP's car from the 1970s.
Well, they were. Absolutely were.
Brendan Thorpe, more the family wagon, goes 780 at 87.
Yeah, 957 for a Luxo barge.
I love how we can just get into a time warp with these cars. You can picture yourself exactly somewhere in that year.
Well, it's I was brought up. I've got a few years on you, but yeah.
Here's Emma and Shara. So Shara is in the Gemini, and Emma is in the VP, I think it is.
Yep.
Even that's a classic shape now. I don't care what people say. Buy if you want to get into VP. The horse is already bolted. And the Gemini wagons, forget about it unless you're connected. They're hard to find. 911 at 85 for Shara Hoskin, 850 for Emma Johnson.
Doing so well.
I had the opportunity to buy, and I hope I still could if I could talk to the people again, get a Gemini panel van. I had a wagon, a TD wagon. I had a TD wagon. I could get I reckon, hopefully it's still around, the panel van. I reckon I missed out. I didn't have enough money back then to get, well there was another car I bought.
You're a millionaire.
There was another car I bought at the same time, but I didn't have enough to buy this van. But I think I want to buy it now.
Yeah, I think you got enough money now.
I mean, I'm not buying crypto. I'm buying auto.
Yes.
Ben Cox and Scooter March. Well, again, choose your poison. I have VH wagons. You're never going to look at them the same again after this weekend. There's not too many Scullies around. They're all got secrets. Scooter March, another one of these pickup trucks from the 50s.
I mean, he got beaten, but that thing was starting to march big time.
Nearly all four of those pickups, those big old pickups, are really close to each other ET-wise.
And they all go.
All in their low 8-second zone there.
On street tyres, so, watch out.
Mark Quinn running, both running manual gearboxes. All right, let's have a listen. Let's not say anything. Let's just listen. Just listen.
Steve Rockets.
There we go. So listening to their efforts, and they get 7-second time slips as a result. 771 for Mark and 786 for Steve.
Yep. And we can hear those shifts, so that's good. So Mitchell Fleet and Chris Kenny. Chris Kenny doing away. How pretty is that? And it all slowed down all of a
Just
sudden.
shut off again.
What's going on?
The MR2 1072 for Mitchell Fleet. Great little car that, and again, appreciating every day that thing is. Just because it's a thing you don't see much. As is XF, so I never thought I'd see the day that I'd say you better grab an XF. Better grab an XF before they get rare.
Grab two if you can afford it.
Yeah, Scott Higgins, Russell Beaver, VTs even. These guys are holding on to these classics and racing them. They are that little museum piece every time they come out. You remember the ones you had, who had them, whether you had a mate or a family member that had them.
Under 100 grand.
Oh, nothing. 853 for Russell Weaver and 1140 for Scott Higgins, and I'm meaning even that in the showroom sense. Actually, some gizmo kid out there might actually be able to tell me what is the cheapest V8 factory car you can get off the showroom. Yeah, what is the cheapest something with a V8 sold in Australian showrooms? What would be the cheapest and what is it? I'd love someone to see if they can get that for us.
Adam Potts in the little Cortina, just like my mum's, 440. And it is a 440 too. And then beside Rowan Lynn. But we're just doing qualifying, so we're not racing, so don't get too perturbed. An 8:30 this side and 8:32 your side, so They were pretty close in the end, but gee, there was a 5 mile an hour difference in the speeds.
All right, hang on to your hats here just for a sec, because when it comes to quick little Aussie Geminis, Paulie Fuller might just have...
He might have it all covered.
He might have a little wicked package. He went 530s with this car yesterday, built in his own shed.
And he's rocking it. Oh, that's a Lord!
It just gets out. 127 in the 60-footer, goes 521.
Yes.
521 for Paulie Fuller.
137.5 miles per hour.
He's in that open outlaw blowing class thanks to Heavy Maintenance Australia, and at 21.
He just sent a message.
He did send a message. I'm trying to find that here in my group.
Yeah, Cliff Broadman went 7.24, not to be forgotten, at 96.69 mile per hour.
All right, so AT, Paulie Fuller, the 21, will get him in front of Nathan Young.
So what do we got now?
In
Craig
behind
Stokes.
Baker.
Craig Stokes in that immaculate Mustang. And Carl, is it
Yeah.
Meadle?
Car Meagle.
Meagle.
And we already said this yesterday, very rare, very collectible, delectable car. 718 at 98 mile an hour, could nearly belch out a 6 in the 8th as well. Good on you, Carl. Perfect vehicle choice. And
oh, mate, I'd hate, he would have had to bring that thing in. That wouldn't have been.
I'm not jealous of these people. I'm proud of these people
I'm
for
glad they
owning
go
these
to the trouble
cars.
to bring them in. Yeah.
Brett
absolutely.
McElveen, David Tansel, proud for you. Your HQ love, boys. Just whichever way you want to bring your HQ, here they are. 2 great examples of it. And thank God the circuit guys didn't make them fully extinct.
Yeah, I mean, they're a great package. Stout cars. You don't see any of them running around with cracked floors or anything in them. They're a nice, strong car.
You know when we're close to that moment of apocalypse, when you don't get to see HQ hold them. You know that's, when...
I'll start to worry.
I'll start to worry then when I don't see him anymore.
Well, I'll probably be well and truly gone.
Who has stolen the world's HQ holders? Anthony Wilkins and Chris Pattinson out there now. Their versions of fun. Pattinson's bumping in with some, I think, turbo barrel power. I don't know. There is one out there that is always misrepresented. It could be the Intec. Works well. The national language of Australian motoring is bumping in with a built Barra or Falcon 6 or whatever.
Yep.
We love our six-baggers in Australia. 671 for Chris Pattinson and 881 for Anthony Wilkins. The Australian aftermarket was built on hot sixes, and we continue the trend today.
I'm trying to remember my HRU, a 12-port head, triple engine, 3/4 SU,
yeah,
steel
you're
brake,
talking.
Mallory twin point.
That stuff's dear to get by now to get it all together.
And I gave it away.
Well, Peter Savage is not going to give away this little Mazda 1000.
Mate, you just got to stay with it.
He just needs to give it hell in first, and that thing's going to give us the result that he wants. 838 at 84 and 969 for Daniel Ridge beside.
I reckon it's a bucket load faster than that. I really do.
I do think it needs another 20 pound in the flywheel. That's what it needs.
Yep, just
good
to
old
keep it all rocking
rotary
and
trick.
Well, we used to run, our Tirana used to run, I think, somewhere between 30 and 40 pound flywheel.
It does help those engines. Andrew Borg and Rob Fullerton now, they're classic versions. What are we out there? An XT and an XW, I think.
Yes.
God, they
XY.
just look good. XY. Just love that auto drag, centerline auto drag on any car. Just gives it that timeless muscle car stance. 736 and 702. Yeah, they're just cars we have here in Queensland having a crack. 702, 736. And let's roll some more out. Every single pairing. Let's just roll out what these people, these are their prides and joy. And they're using them. Well, Daniel Careless is using his carelessly, and Darryl Peat is free to do what he wants with the HT.
Yeah, nice pairing of cars. What have we got? A 670 this side and a 769 with a 9.
You'd be happy with that, Careless. It went a 69 on the last run, then a 7.0.
Yeah, you got to love that stuff. So Jason Mears in beside Tony Rogers in the Utes. The long roof, and it is long roof. It's got everything that a Commodore wagon should have, the Venetian blinds, the roof rack. It's just family grocery getter.
Not to be underestimated either. Let's have a listen to this.
Sleep. Yeah, moves out nicely. I think Tony Rogers goes 695 on the far side, the 683. There wasn't much in that. Actually, more mile per hour. This side, 106 over 101 mile per hour. So
they've got plenty of potential.
That's impressive in the 8th. You're doing over 100 mile an hour.
Steve Carkeet's been learning how to feed that horsepower on the front part of the track, because HQ can just blow the tyres off it.
Very easily.
7:14, getting back into that nearly 6-second area, and 7:85 beside there for Mark Malloy. The licence plates for Carkeet's HQ says enemies.
Enemies.
Yes, I love it, because it was towing his radial car a couple of weeks earlier. I thought enemies. Michael Sears now and Clinton Jenrich. Now there's another one of our pickups that stands out.
Yeah, nice early Effie.
Everywhere you go with that thing, people will be...
probably the most numerous car I've ever owned. If you haven't got one of them, you're a nobody.
788 might be the quickest one of our group of big trucks. 655 for Michael Sears. He went 655 with a 1 and then 655 with a 6 for the VH. So two ETs nearly identical run after run. Straight in the glove box, those two. Andrew Dunnett and Jonathan Borg.
Yeah,
Utes everywhere.
Yeah, Andrew, interesting. Tailgate up with no tonneau.
Yeah, he had it down yesterday.
Yeah, well, obviously has no effect.
Nearly baffled our start line then, didn't it? Hey, just while we mentioned that, just another announcement for everyone within the venue. One, we can't have kids driving anything with wheels on it, right? So no scooters, no golf buggies. You've got to actually be a licensed kid to be on a golf buggy even. 675 for Dunnett and 761 for Bull. So we just remember that safety tip we didn't get to yell out. No scooters, no electric scooters, no bikes.
No kids.
No skateboards, no roller skates, no fun, all right?
Yep, no fun.
Walk.
I know it's a new and enlightening experience.
Get mummy and daddy to put you on their shoulders. Ray Godwin's out there now in his Falcon, and H22, we still haven't got his name yet, but that's the, I think, HTU, 731 at 95 mile an hour.
No slouch.
So, yeah, we forgot to mention that. Kids, no bikes, no scooters, no skateboards. We can't have kids moving around on their own equipment. It's a...
And you can't have them moving around on Dad's equipment.
And everyone's got to keep their speed down in every vehicle. Oh, he's still wheel spinning. And wheel standing. Michael Smith.
That'd really be the most spectacular thing we've got here at the moment. 652 at 113 mile an hour. Absolutely no control over the front end. 635 this side at 100, I think it was 130 mile an hour. Forgive me if I got that right. No, it was 119 mile an hour. So there you go. I was giving him 20 mile an hour, he didn't earn. So Jason Cross in the Falcon. Looks like a next New South Wales police car. Kenny O'Brady. Doesn't know how to drive that thing. He's out of there.
There we go, another 6 to back it up. 693. This time she went 698, and now she's got another 693.
And the mile per hour is a little bit different, but who cares? It's just when you get out of them, once you get past, because there's timing for the speed after the ET light.
Guy gets on the live streamer and goes, I'm not going to buy an XF, but going to invest in a door handle company.
He's smart.
And then one guy said his dad was going to make ones out of stainless, but I've never seen the stainless ones out there. Like you're saying that. Jeff Kingston and Brad Hanson. Well, look at that. 651 for Kingston getting it all sorted. 786 for Brad Hanson.
It was good watching those two.
It's hard to watch the screen that's behind us, our live stream, but people on Overtaking Lane taking interest in it this morning, right around the world. Brian Heffler, Wade Moran.
Well, it might be Brian Heffler. Maybe they could spell it.
I said Brian. Maybe that's the little brain training trick there, is to put himself in his brain and see if you pick it up. Well, Brain went 701 at 747 there for Wade.
Yes.
I'm sure it's Brian.
I'm sure
It's just a good test, though. Like it wouldn't. You write everything down as Brain just to say, don't you mean Brian? I thought I was testing it.
We just put it in there.
Sven Harvey is back, and Shane Farrell. We don't have many Svens in drag racing in this country, but it's so good that we've got our own version. And Shane, well, we've got a few Shanes, but Shane Farrell going well into his HZ. 685 is the best for him so far. Sven goes 867.
Yep. So I'm hoping that's happy for Sven.
Sven Harvey, yeah. Sven.
an interesting name with a surname like Harvey.
Yeah, it is.
He may have had a name change a lot of.
I think it allows you to put any name on there,
Yeah,
actually.
you can do whatever you like.
Jamie Skews and Jason Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, HQ, HK Monaro, right stance, auto drags on it. God, that's got to be, I can't even guess what that thing's worth. Yeah, just so nice. Look at it go. 6.8, and you know, bona fide low 11, high 10-second street car over the quarter. 682 at 102 mile an hour. 767 at 94. Just in people's garages, guys. Just.
You pick anything up like that under 100 grand, you're laughing. Trust me.
It is such a treat to have them out. You know, it's one thing to go to a car cruise, see 1,000 cars all pulled up and go, do they all look nice? Geez, they're really well finished off. But you don't get to see them in anger. Well, you shouldn't. Technically, it's not a good look, is it?
No.
But you can come here and do it in anger. And how good does it look?
Looks great. So what do we got? Peter Fenton and Treen Bengay. Treen Bengay. What an interesting name.
Yeah, Treen.
That's almost as bad as mine.
I wouldn't say it's a bad name, nor is yours.
No, that's a nice name. I like that.
Yeah, Treen Bengay.
I'll see if we can do a swap.
What you'd be called Treen Digny?
Yeah, Treen Digny.
Or were you talking about Kerry Bengay?
I
don't know where you were on that.
Oh, I was all over the place. It is early.
I
need a coffee.
You need a coffee. Identity fraud is a pretty big offence, Kerry.
Oh, I know. Well, you know what I'm like. I'm from Parramatta. We're up for anything. Well, we're up for anything.
I think that's the attitude to have when you get to the twilight years of your life. You just go out and do more bad stuff. You know what I mean?
I'm not going to change.
Yeah. Peter Fenton is out now. Now, don't forget, of course, the Fenton family. We are going to need your help and support by helping to contribute to them.
Well, that was roll out of there nice and slow.
Peter's out there trying to just hit the red line, grab the trans brake, get some numbers. 650 with an 8 at 102. Because sometimes you just need a little bit of this in your life, and everything still feels like you can handle life. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
If you're allowed to do this, at least you feel like you've got a fair amount of freedom and control in your life. And there's good and bad days, but these are good days. Brad Beasley and Paul Travis now. I think we just caught that.
Yep.
Yep, that's the Weber barbecue on the back of the, that's Australia. And the wheel came up as well. The props to the Chevelle though.
He missed the gear. He's got it again now. Must be a manual car the way that. Oh, you can wrong shift an auto with some of those ratchet shifters. They don't always get it 100% right.
Could be 687 there for the wagon.
And 670.
This is Group 2. This is our Group 2. Group 1's out doing the hit to the Arratula pub and back. Tyler Davey and Mark Penny Hewick.
Well, that first and second was huge.
Yeah, 2 stick cars out there right now, and a 808 and an 838. I did actually have a look at our stick shift class there before. Where's my MB and MAs here? I did get an update through where we were on day 1 of the points, and I'll find that. Eventually, we've got too many good things coming. Look at this.
Shane Moran.
Blue and white classics. Anyone?
Have a look at this. And Chelsea.
God, that's
Chelsea where?
We've got Chelsea. We've got Chelsea there. I better get Chelsea's name down. I haven't got Chelsea down there
Chelsea.
Yet on the ladies' list.
Beautiful EH. Never came out that colour. The white roofs. As a company car.
740 for Chelsea, 729 for Shane Moran. They're not slouches at all.
No. I mean, gee, the boss is letting you drive around in a car with a 202 and a 3 on the tree. Wow. Not that I ever thrashed.
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all, Kerry.
I had to buy the tyres.
All right, so here's the ladies in their car. So, yeah, we've got Sharon in there as well.
And Amity Smith.
And Amity.
Yep, go for it, girls.
Girls. The ladies' list is huge.
Yep.
Sharon
went a little red.
Running a little bit there. She's in both in the dial your own categories. 11:07 and a 10:40.
Yep.
So that's good fun. The ladies' list, we're up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
they
10,
just
11.
keep coming.
1, 2, 3.
And we got a few.
We nearly got a dozen.
Okay, Daniel Dull and G11.
Mark Biffin.
It is Mark Biffin. You know who it is.
Mark Biffin.
Works a golf. Car.
It does. These things are.
Are they all-wheel drive?
I don't know whether they are actually.
And it works like an all-wheel drive car.
789 at 89. Well, especially if they got like a dual clutch gearbox and stuff. There's a launch control, and then the thing doesn't carry on because it's all managed, and it's still tough, you know. And you know, there's some crazy Euro records with that sort of platform.
Oh, have a look at this.
But that's Europe, mate. Let's look at Australia. When you can come out with a blue meanie and actually know when you say to people, you know, that's a blue meanie, and you go, no one else in the world would get why we call that a blue meanie, but that was kind of back in the old homologation days when Holden brought this out, Peter Brock brought this out.
Yeah, big wheels on the front, little ones on the back. They've got exactly the same pattern.
Yeah, well, the back ones were the originals, the fronts are the show ones you can get now.
Tony Anderson in beside and giving a good account of himself just quietly. 794 this side, the 788. So
that's a beige meanie.
Yeah.
Beige meanie.
Yeah. Mate, I'll have that all day.
Here's another bit of beige meanie, 13B turbo with an auto. Ooh,
doesn't get out of there.
Great little car, 323. One of the first rotaries I ever drove was a 12A and a 323.
Yeah, but gee, it gets out and goes. 674, 107 mile an hour. 786 this side, nearly 92 for Luke. So
I still think the hatchback might fetch more if you ever had to sell it.
I think you're right.
Mind you, I still reckon you'd find someone buy a 13B turbo. You know, 10 second 323.
Yeah, well, listen,
what about a Belmont with an LS in it?
It works very nicely. He's got that thing working nicely.
Oh, 665 goes even quicker. 158 in the 60 foot. A whole lot of fun there. 105.78, 903 for John Zorzo, running in that dial your own category.
Yeah, these guys are doing pretty good.
That's an excitement machine.
Yeah.
And still take 4 or 5 in the car, maybe 6. Plenty of luggage you could take with it.
So Darren Bowman and Stephen Smith.
Yeah, the HQ is back, and the Firebird. Firebird as well.
So a 724 for Smith and an 816 from Bowman. And somebody was turning tyres. I think it might have been the ZD.
Yeah, it sounded like, well, it certainly couldn't have been the Golf now that we can see the Golf roll in here.
Yeah, the Golf doesn't make that sort of noise. That's
Thomas Stevens was doing all of that.
Yeah. So it was Riley Biffin. Classic V8 over the other side. We're all business this side, and I'll give you a run for your money if you're not careful. It went faster, actually. At 8:30, it was all in the reaction. And a 783, but if you leave 0.8 of a second on the start line, you're not going to win too many races.
That was a good one. Scott Cortina and Tony Carkeet back.
Yeah, Tony's back. This thing's nice, isn't it?
Oh, again, put the war wheels on it, and it's no longer a sleeper, but it's got the war wheels on it. We're looking for the ultimate sleeper. They're really just starting to creep up on this deal. 792, 802 for Tony Carkeet. So close in performance there.
There was nothing between those two. Nothing at all.
We are just pulling. And remember a couple of weeks ago, I remember we had this streak of 4 or 5 weeks where there was a big event every weekend. We had the Holden Nationals down at Heathcote probably a month and a bit ago. I'm thinking, how many Holdens have we got? And then you saw how many we had, a lot of VLs and everything down there. We come to Queensland and we got all the classic Holdens.
Yes.
We could have our own Holden Nats up here. Brendan Burnett and Simon Clark. Mind you, Queensland's so diverse, we got everything. We do have a very healthy chunk of our own bumper Holdens up here.
730 at 94.45. The 791 at 88.24 miles per hour for Brendan Burnett's.
We might have to have a tough, just call it the tough list. Just start a tough list and break it in.
Did you see the way the truck pulled?
Yeah, he's gone into Bump City without having to need to.
He's gone way too far now, mate.
He took he missed the turn, actually.
Yeah, just come back a little bit and, you know, get the heart rate down under 100 and you'll be fine.
Yeah, this went 789. This is the quicker of the group. But I'd love for them all just to go down the lanes together and just run each other.
Chuck having a good little wall over there.
He had to have a walk. He had a walk.
Yeah, walked around on him a fair bit. He's got it right in the centre of the track now. It went 760, but didn't get there first. Shane got there first.
761.
Yeah.
That's an improvement.
It is.
I can just see that fastback, the red fastback, Can you see a rocker cover from here? I think that's a bloody big barra rocker cover under
you
that.
might
Can
be
you
right.
see that?
My eyes aren't
I can't
that good
quite
anymore.
see that.
No, not quite anything that good.
They're one of the largest rocker boxes you've ever seen on an
Okay,
engine.
we're pushing back, so we've
What's
got an
happened?
issue. I don't know, we've got an issue, so we're pushing them.
Oh,
now that one I think's broken, so
of
it's
drippage.
telling, oh mate, going on his own. So that's and Craig Noffke has got an issue, unfortunately. We hate seeing that.
A little bit of forward fluid came out of it.
887 at 81 mile an hour for Johnson, so I hope that's what he needs to see.
Bit of Ford juice. You just got to pick that up.
Yeah, we've got to suck something up.
Oh, I think it's all just gone by itself.
Hung on to all of it.
And you know, here's a replacement vehicle for us right now, and it's another wagon.
Yeah, that's Terry Mansfield French.
That's what the tough list would be. It'd be just the tough list, but you go in and it'd be wagons, vans, utes.
Yeah. Have a look at this Mustang, mate. Have a look at this thing.
Yeah. There's got a collection on at the moment. Car collections come out today. Actually, there's a couple of car collections.
There's nothing between those two. Bowman got there, went 7:32 over a 7:42, so we're talking a tenth of a second. Try and get that in your head.
That's crazy.
How do you measure that with your eyeball? You just can't do it.
And the thing about this is that they're in completely different garages, completely different combos, completely different weights, completely different power, completely different setup, and they're half a tenth away from each other.
Yeah, we know. Nearly heads up.
There's Janine.
Yeah, she's out there again. Yeah, well, it's the Marshalls.
It's the Marshall family outing, Saturday morning.
He's dead set the bravest bloke I've ever met. That's twice he's kicked the butt. Mate, not smart, not smart. 10:34 and a 10:09.
If they've got a car collection and they want to bring it out and run it, this is the perfect event for that.
Of course it is.
All right, here we go. Now, this was the Cranky Barra. This is Zach Curley and Graham Crowther beside.
Have a look at that GS. Wow, diamond. I reckon that's diamond white. I reckon that's diamond white. Oh, didn't that work? We're waiting for a little bit. We've got to,
It's a very safe launch on that car. Still relies on a bit of power down the end. 579 at 130 for Zach Curley.
789 over the other side, 87.04.
We might have a few of these quickies come down here. They're in two different classes, Paulie Fuller and Zach Curley. Curley's in that 275 Outlaw Blown class. No, he's in the 265, isn't he? He's in the C class.
Yeah, Matt Cutler and Stephen Beach.
Oh.
Don't let it frighten you, son. Just stay with it.
Oh, what a run, what a run.
Look at that.
694. Poetry in Motion it was.
Yeah.
Stephen Beach, Poetry in Motion, 865 for Matt Cutler, but he walked that thing out, perfect launch, carried the wheel, smooth gear change, and the thing goes sixes in the A.
So Mark Rick and Baker. So Ricky's out and long. Goes 649, 111.83. If you want to get real technical, 908 at 71 miles an hour for Reese Baker. Still they come. Still they come.
Well, half of them are still away, remember?
Yeah, whoever invented cow induction scoops has got to be a multi-millionaire. I don't think we've got a car here today that hasn't got one. Oh, we've got a couple, but you know what I'm saying? They're everywhere. I've even got one.
You don't?
Yeah, I do. I think I've got one on my rod. Hang on, I'll have a quick look. Bugger me, I do.
You do, there it is.
There it
yeah,
is.
there it is.
I had to think about it.
I was trying to think of all the lumps and bumps you've got on that thing. It's, oh yeah, there it is.
Craig Noffke and Frito Jason.
Yeah, well, he's,
We're waiting. Oh, mate, that wasn't it. 695 this side, 101. Starting to come on now. Gee, a 756 at 106. Took a long while for it to get up and go, though.
Yeah, I think it's got plenty just at the start of its development. But
yeah, I think they've got to work on getting that power in a little earlier.
It's the best class to probably be in for a thing like that, the dial your own. There's not a lot of pressure on you.
Now, both of us have had
well, she's got low sevens in the family dragster too. 826 at 86 mile an hour and 761 for Mark Stone beside. She's those kids, I mean, every kid's got a choice when they grow up to do what they want to
So
do.
did you write Megan down?
Yeah, Megan was the first one I wrote down there. But
Just wanna make sure.
she wanted to do it, and you know, Bridgie, she sort of didn't want to do too much of it, but Megan's right there. She was the one down there. Steve Reichert's going through the gears here. Let's see if it's another 7. It's 7:57. I don't know where the number's going to be at the end of today.
Yeah.
Stephen Reichert in the MB class, the manual class.
Mike Woodland went 8:75.
I'm just looking at MB, and yeah, because we take that, we cap it still down at a 50, so these guys do run quicker.
Andrew Pryor in beside Paul Thompson.
Yeah, here we go, the Sootmobile.
Yeah, this thing's it's Soot. Not bad on the gearbox, is it?
Pretty sure I've heard them say that it's a 4JJ in it, which for those people that love their Isuzu diesels, the 4JJ is that D-Max engine, and they can hot them up so much now.
That's 840s.
They're pretty much the diesel 4-cylinder LS, pretty much. They are, they've got bits available, they handle loose, they can be a beast, and they've gone low 7s, high 6s in dragsters and Utes in Thailand. 801 and 880. Over the 8th here today,
So
Sally. Sally, got to put Sally in there.
Put Sally down, mate.
Yeah,
With
Sally.
an 801, absolutely.
Yeah, forgot it. Sally's in there. The lady list has gone over a dozen now.
Yep. So Rowan Ward in beside Dave Webber. Well, Dave's been racing almost as long as I've been talking about it.
And, he's definitely raising our eyebrows for the Mopar fan. 724 for Webber. Even with wheel speed, 705 though for Rowan Ward.
Yeah, you should be happy with that.
That slips under the radar, that thing.
Yeah, it does. We weren't expecting that.
The XY. All right, hatchback is back.
So we've got
And Beth. And Beth. I've got Beth on the list here.
Yeah, Beth Mansfield, French in the Capri. And Michael...
Baradell.
It is Baradell, yeah. Just hard to read.
I'm sure I'm seeing double. I'm sure I've seen 2 red hatchbacks. Yeah, I think I've just seen, we've just probably seen it, 722 and 804. I'm not sure, I'm not looking at the same car there. I'm sure I've got another red hatchback that's gone down.
I know there was one of the drivers briefing Big Mate particularly mentioned about, you know, when you're racing, make sure your numbers on it.
Here we go. This is a little bit of what we wanted, Kerry. This is what we want. We want the similar lumps and bumps together, and we've got them here. Shane Oakhill and Scooter March. You guys should just race each other all day. There makes great photos.
Yeah.
Great photos.
Chevy gets forward. Can't do any better than this for you.
It's awesome. Scooter and Shane and a little bit of an old pickup truck. Hoedown. How good does that look? How good they hit the stripe. He's got it. Oh, yes. 782 and an 819. Well, remember the red one, the red oxide one went 7. So maybe you should go looking at his pit going, I'll call you out.
Yeah, man. That
Call
was
you
good
out.
racing. That was good.
Scott Higgins now on Adam Potts, and we've got 2 XFs this weekend. We'll see the other one in the next session. Adam Potts, can't get enough of him with the stick shift here.
Oh, mate, you've got to love
God
that.
bless everyone with a clutch pedal. You're going to need all the help you can get. Nice look.
Oh, no, something went wrong.
No,
the light came on inside and he just got out of it straight away. So I'm hoping that's not the oil pressure light.
No, I don't know what it is. Whether
it came on bright. Whatever
I thought
it was,
he would have pulled up. I thought he would have pulled up by now, just in case he thought he dropped something. But he's unless the thing did. I don't know. To me,
it's run out of power.
Well, for him to pull over to the side,
he thought he'd done something wrong.
Yeah, and when you're in it with a manual car too, you're always probably thinking when something does cut or do something on you, you think you've unloaded the drive line or whatever. But
depends what that light was. But it came on and just went boom, lit up the whole cabin.
And the problem with us inside the box here, but behind the glass and the headphones in our ears, is that we didn't have a first-hand noise right there on site as to that gave us any clues there. But
no, he's out underneath,
having a bit of a squiz.
Yeah, having a bit of a squiz.
I don't know whether he's got anything dropped there at all, but that's either something in the drive line or something's shut something off or hurt something.
Well, when you start looking under the car, you'd think something's broken.
Yeah, if you're looking under, you may have heard something there.
Tail shaft, and if you've got a tail shaft loop, it's going to
I'm sure we had an input shaft yesterday go on someone, and I don't know that. Honestly, like, he was bringing the revs up, and he was doing what, like any of the successful guys have been doing, is they get the perfect take up, launch. Sometimes it is a science to get in the rhythm of a nice clutch release. Some guys are sidesteppers, and the guys with enough horsepower have learned that you've got to go halfway between a full sidestep to a feed. And if you look at how big stick shift is in the States, they're running 6s at 220 odd mile an hour nearly. How do you get 2,000 plus horsepower through a clutch pedal? And like, all the good ones have adjustable slipper clutches in them. So you've got to have that element of you've got to get the engine, you've got to get it away, you've got to get the car away, you can't bog the engine down, you want to slip that thing and then be able to bang the rest of what you've got to,
if you watch it,
what you got to do.
They just tap the clutch pedal, they just tap it. The coordination to pull those shifts off is nothing short of amazing, especially that second to third.
So with street cars, it's pretty much the left leg. It's really much what you do with your left leg. You also
and your left arm.
And also what you've done with the rest of your body when you've put together something with enough horsepower to go, well, okay, now it's all about me, the right foot and my left leg,
well, when you think
and my left arm, and we're going to get a good run out of this.
Well, when you think about it, we've got it all on the left side. For arm usage.
Yes.
In America, we've got a left foot and a right arm.
Well, they've got to do, their brains are wired a bit different on that side of the world too, because they're used to watching the toilet spin the other way as well. So, they've got a lot of things to think about.
Yeah, you watch, just think about that.
The stick shift guys, I'm fascinated. I've got the T-shirt. Johnny Ricker got me the T-shirt when he was in America. There's a Camaro called the Grub Worm over there, Tick Performance.
Yep.
And they're at they got one half of the world stick shift record. They've got the ET, I think, at 671.
Okay. Well, that means he really does know how to shift.
So it's a genuine, proper stock, standard, well, not standard old, but original small block Chevy-based engine. Twin turbo. It is 2,000 odd horsepower.
And he's changing gears behind twins.
Tick Performance are actually a gearbox company, so they're actually their own workshop. So they build the big Tremex for the things, right? They face plate them, so it allows you to get them into gear faster. So Tick Performance. So what better way to promote a business than to be at the quickest in the world on it? But the Grannis Racing are the mile an hour record holders, and they have a 2JZ Supra.
Wow.
So we've got a full domestic import battle for worldwide stick shift on us. And I follow them with, and the best thing about a lot of the events they run at, there is a genuine stick shift class. And look, we've got it here today with a little bit with that to show that we are committed to people that want to do that. It is drag and drive and stick shift are two things that are coming forward and showing that people want to do it. And if you do get on YouTube and search under Tick Performance or Grub Worm and just watch a 2,000 horsepower sedan go down the track at night, especially on the gear changes, it's dump pipe and wastegate together. So the whole underneath of the car just explodes. You've got a flame out over the roof. You've got a flame out under it on the gear changes. He's banging it through the gears, and a good run, a good run, 670, 680s, good speed, 200, 210. And then you watch Grannis do it with the Supra, and they've got a billet Aussie 2J block in it, so they've got an Aussie. And there's a video Grannis have done about it, and they attribute the Australian company Bullet Engineering for their billet 2J in it. They're 200, I think they're 270 mile an hour. I think they run with that thing.
Mind blowing.
And you know what? It's only recently that they gave up the IRS in that car and put a diff in it. And Po Tung did that 10 years ago in Australia with his Supra. He got rid of the IRS and went to that 9-inch diff. But
remember Po.
They've worked it out. And you know what? Both those guys do it on a radial tyre as well. So stick shifts are a great phenomenon. But you've got to be prepared to fix stuff. You've got to be prepared to change boxes. And you can miss a shift. It's not like you can't miss a shift. So the sheer unpredictability, it's like radial racing, the sheer unpredictability of what you're going to see. When it works well, it's the best thing you've ever seen. But nearly every pass is an opportunity for a different result to happen. A little catastrophe can happen.
Absolutely.
Too much power is normally somewhere in the middle of the cause of why it's unpredictable.
I mean, we only raced an XU1 with a 4-speed in it, but I mean, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I remember watching Captain Nitrous here,
Yes.
that side plate Nitrous FJ old Gasso go 1150s rolling through like an Opel gearbox.
And man, he used to work that car so hard. I haven't seen him for a while. He was around. I used to see him fairly regularly.
Bob Hamilton.
Yeah, don't see Bob as regularly as I used to. I don't do that run anymore because evidently once you're retired, you don't have to go back over your work route.
No, you shouldn't have to. Well, you don't.
Go and see people. But he'd be around. And, mate, I'd love to see him back with that FJ. I couldn't care.
It'd be sitting there. And it's another museum piece. And
well, it was Mr. Terrific before
that's right, Mr. Terrific.
It's been a race car for as long as I can remember.
That's sort of what we're talking about. Real early days of Australian drag racing, and for those that can still remember those cars, the cars with names, they had names.
Every car had a name.
Yeah, Mr. Terrific, and then Captain Nitrous, and I remember seeing that thing out here, and you were looking at pretty much what the cutting edge was. Because
bars and loose springs.
And that was it. And the quickest ET showed you who was the best setup.
Yep.
That measuring device has not changed for as long as as long as the automobile's been raced down a drag strip. This is the thing they all still get judged on.
This is where you get judged. I mean, I used to race them in Monaro with loose springs and played around a little bit with shock absorbers, and then we got into the XU1 and I put all my stuff in this XU1.
That's how it normally works, and then it might have ended up in an altered at some stage after that.
The thing is, it's a whole different learning curve going from leaf springs and shock absorbers to coil overs and shock absorbers. Everything you've learnt with a leaf spring, you just pitch that, forget it.
Everything that you used to have to try and combat axle tramp, now you've got a different form of axle tramp.
You've got to go again, and start from scratch.
And that left leg, so I hope that poor little Cortina that's just had an issue there, I hope he's going to be okay with it, whatever it is. If it's an input shaft or something, it can normally mean good night nurse or a trip to...
Emma, have you got Emma Johnson?
Could be a trip to Ipswich Gearbox Repairs, one of our sponsors. Here's Emma, have we got Emma? I'm going to put now, Emma's there.
Emma's there, good,
Emma.
okay. And Rowan Lind, well, Rowan's... We don't have to put him on the list. It's a nice thing.
It is a both cars. The Simmons on the VP just looks great.
Yep.
830 and an 869.
Not messing around. Not messing around.
Yeah, that little break was not expected, I'm sure, by all of us.
Okay.
Sky Wallace, I've got Sky here on the list. There.
That's a nice state.
Oh, look, it is. It's kind of nearly my favourite.
It's
right?
dead set, straight out hire car. I need 3 of them for a wedding or something like that. And they probably in the day had those. Wayne Bell, beside.
How do you pick best hole? It's going to start writing some notes down. I think that FC that we saw before with the 6-cylinder might be it.
That's a chance.
784 for Wayne Bell, 964 there for Sky. You know what was impressive at Kenda this year is Tim Morton's got a blow and barra powered LH Tirana.
That'd be
with a Harriet blower on.
Wow.
It's a crazy beast of a thing.
Man, talk outside the square.
Yeah, and child seats in the back and everything.
I love it.
All right, Matthew Gormley now and Mark Quinn.
Yeah, gee, that's a long tray on the tonneau.
Yeah, is it stick shift? Stick shift.
Well, he jumped and he still stayed in. He's got to be the luckiest man. He actually jumped and stayed in the tree.
And Mark Quinn,
put him off.
Yeah, Mark Quinn bangs through the gears, 789, but yeah, Gormley, 1003. He's gone as best to 745.
Yeah, I think he threw himself completely under the bus then. He's probably smashing the steering wheel. You idiot. I don't mean that you are, but that's probably what you're saying.
Yeah, well, hoping it's not what you were saying. Ben Cox and Hugh Weir.
I'll be that hard on myself. Get your knife. Garbage we used to race with. 781 for Ben Cox, and I can hardly read that. Is that Hugh?
Yeah. I reckon it's Hugh. It says high.
Yeah, high.
He could be high. I hope he's not.
No, well, you're not allowed in here if you're high.
Mitchell Fleet and Daniel Ridge.
Don't get upset about it. There's plenty of time.
I'm getting a buzz every pass, Kerry.
Yes, so we're on a natural high.
I'm getting, that's it, mate, pure adrenaline, this
Well,
stuff. It
we
really
wouldn't be
is.
still doing. I mean, I started this in 1975, so I'm still doing it. So there's something going
It's
for it.
adrenaline.
Yep, 10:41. I missed it, but anyway.
Check the Caroli out.
Yeah, isn't it pretty?
How
Oh, actually,
cute's
they're
that?
both pretty.
Scott Clipbourne, did not see Scott yesterday, but here he is. I think.
Yeah,
13B, I think it's 32.
And that one we missed a shift.
Yeah,
I think.
Chris Kenny, well, yeah, I think he's just, the thing's not giving him all the love.
704 at 107 this side, 863 at 59. Just shows you that's disappointing.
That's about 6 13B turbos. I think they're nearly all manuals as well. So Oliver, if you're watching the stream,
Can you work
come up and pick the brains of these
You
guys.
know, the guys that really sort out rotaries with autos?
Who?
Kiwis.
Oh yeah, well Kiwis are good at everything.
Oh,
just about.
mate. Go over there. And they're all rigged for there. 680 at 104 for Chris Patterson. David Tansell goes 798 at 86.94.
All right, the Gem. She's got the taste for it now.
Blue on blue.
Yeah, she had Paulie there helping with it yesterday, but now Shara's all having a crack herself. Craig Stokes, both. So MB17 for Shara, so she's the manual gearbox. Craig Stokes in the H class being True Street Radial aspirated.
Just roll it in, love. You got it right.
Yeah, she's got it now. She's got it now.
Yeah, got that pretty right.
Yeah, and she's getting better at it. And, 8:59. She shaved over half a second off what she was first doing. Now that she's got that, she's in the groove. 780 for Stokes. That thing's been 770, 780. It's in a happy spot. Yeah, here's another one with the clutch pedal in it. Nearly every pass has got a little bit of packaged excitement. Peter Savage and Cliff Broadman. Cliff with that VK just stands out. Oh,
There's three.
there we go. And look, only a little bit of rust fell out that
Yeah, only a
time.
little bit. 899 at 82.
Oh, just a wisp of it. I didn't see nothing hit the ground. I just saw a bit of wisp, on the chain, something sort of,
just floated.
something peeled off again.
Yeah, just floated.
Just a little bit of something peeled off.
Okay.
Wayne Sumner and Tony Rogers back. This group, they're starting to get a few laps up. They know the other group's coming back shortly.
And they're getting in as many as they can.
This wagon just could be the sleeper.
So
It's just, it doesn't have war wheels. It's got smoothies on it. I like that.
That's almost streety.
I think so.
It works well.
Yeah.
He waited. I mean, like I keep saying,
Jesus.
668. Get out of here. 105, 753 at 100 mile an hour, and he looks slow. Gee.
And considering a lot of our classes are sort of clamping down on this like 650 cutoff, that's pretty good.
That's getting there, isn't it? Daniel Careless in beside Darren Pete.
Careless and Pete. Now this one, can he go 670 something? Oh, 666 into 0, the best for Daniel today.
Yeah, that's a devil's number.
Yeah, and 761's a little bit better for Daryl Pete as well.
Yeah, you'd live with 666 forever, wouldn't you?
It'd be the dial in every time, round one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you'd never let go of that.
Oh, here's this 55, Anthony Wilkins.
It's just beautiful.
Oh, it is.
Just beautiful.
It is.
Everybody knows I'm a mopo man, but man, you look at this thing, you say, how cool is that?
We could put a few Chevys in that best Chevy, but we're gonna definitely.
Mate, that'd have
And
to
he's
be a
carrying
start.
he's carrying it off with the rally wheels on it too.
Yes,
I
the
haven't
big
seen
diameter
too.
rally.
Are they a bigger diameter
Oh,
rally?
yeah, they're bigger diameter rally wheel. I don't think so.
Oh,
No, he's waiting.
no. We've
He's
got a
waiting.
new contender here. We've got a new contender.
A little bit of rotisserie.
He's come in at AT24.
As soon as you see Silky written
That's
on the
Michael
car.
Silk. He's in that
It is
outlaw.
Michael.
You just got to watch yourself here, mate, because there's going to be a couple of small four-banger cars that might take the title here this weekend.
Well, as soon as Silky turns up, everybody else says, I think I'll pack up. Hardly one. Look at that. Carry. Just hasn't put it down yet. Yeah, just got it down there.
5.56. He goes 1.46 in the 60. The left-hand front wheel, ladies and gentlemen, for those people watching on the stream, did not really rotate at all for nearly 300 foot of the run. Michael Silk, 5.56.
Goes straight into second spot.
Yeah, couldn't probably get off work yesterday, Silky, but here he is. Jonathan Ball.
In the Utes. Gee, they're all right. 7.31 and a 7.17. There wasn't much between those two. Nearly identical mile per hour.
All right, hold on to your hats again here. Here goes Mr. Paulie Fuller. He's on a tear. He went 5.21 on his first run today.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to have a race car, let's make it as ugly as we can. Put everybody off. I think that can't possibly be far. Gee, we rolled a long way with the XY. He got away with it. He won't want to move far.
Oh, just spun him a little bit, but he's still going to go okay here. 5.36.
Yeah, it's
020 light off the button. 020 light off the button. 5.36 or 1.36, and he just had a little bit of wheel spin. I think he's able to control it. And, geez, if we were doing battle side by side in combat, he was pedaling that thing as if he had to win a race.
Yep.
That's awesome.
I mean, if you're going to practice how you race.
It's an exciting little car.
Justin Ritchie and Brendan Thorpe. Brendan Thorpe in the long roof.
Yeah, he got a 780 out of this long roof.
That's tough fun.
Justin Ritchie with a manual gearbox in the Ute. He's in the dial your own class. 7.76 is better again for Brendan.
Yep.
10.58 for the Ute after a big bog.
Yep, got it out of there in the end. So we'll just let the tree do it all. Gee, that's a nice looking Ford over the other side.
I thought you were going to say, geez, that's a nice looking VT. I thought that's not like you, Kerry.
No, straight across, mate.
Give
Sorry.
the VT the rap.
Sorry, Russ.
I know it is. He's half all the way to the bank. Ray Godwin, 7.79, especially Russell Weaver, 7.56. He'll be loving that.
Catch it. Well, there it is. It's all in the tree. You leave a second in the tree, you're never going to win. If you're racing, but I think the guys are just running for numbers.
Now I know he's in the second group, and he'll be coming up eventually, Jerry, with the wheel standing Tirana. But this is the blue version of that. Michael Smith, mind you, Michael Smith, Sears is at the pointy end of his class. Always, but it still keeps picking the wheel up, even though he's pedaling it. Yeah, 6.86. How's that? 6.52 for Michael Sears. You can nearly, I think that class. F5, 235 Street Radio aspirated, they got that like the 650 pointy end, and he's right near that at a 52.
Right.
He was leading it yesterday right on the 50.
So Jason Cross and Shane Farrell.
Sun visors to the front.
Oh, yes.
Just notice we're starting to rack the side-by-side sun visors up as well.
One with the tow bar. Oh, mate. That's
yeah, he did everything right there, including dangle the left-hand front, and that looks great. So photogenic.
683.
Yeah, don't forget your drag photos for road trip drag challenge entrance.
Yeah.
That you get a great discount from Drag Challenge. You've got to use that. Code.
A little code, yes.
I think you got to use Road Trip 23. I think's your code. And drag photos will do what you want.
Okay,
and so it's more for the family and friends to buy it for the entrant to say, wouldn't you love a photo of that thing with the wheels up?
Yeah, Steve Carkey and Jason
Just can't keep this thing blue, Steve Carkey. It's got too much on the hip.
I don't know how you soften it.
Real towy.
778 at 97.48 mile an hour for Carkey, and an 840 at 96.71 for Jason.
Okay,
he's your favourite car.
Yeah, well, let's just put it up there, eh?
That's just Grand Fleet.
Yeah, let's just put it up there.
Brent Fleet, and H22. That's pretty fun.
Doing everything right on that one.
Good dusting off the start, that's for sure.
767.
Hey.
Could be an L67, and that, you know what I mean? It's got that sort of blow and grunt launch sort of attitude to it. I could be completely wrong, but
721 this side, and couldn't tell you couldn't hear a sound out of it. So Chelsea Ware in the EH, Probably one of the prettiest ones we've got here too. In beside is Amity Smith. So the ladies are having a bash at each other.
I've got Amity on the list here, yeah.
You got Amity, you got Chelsea?
Yeah, I do.
No, Chelsea's out. Leave me alone. Took off, goes 770 at 94.41 mile per hour. Oh, sorry, 11 mile per hour. And a 10-1 at 68.45.
Jeez, isn't this just the best event to put someone in a car and get so many laps on that car
mate,
with that person?
I can't believe how many laps they're getting.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it is...
It's really worth going down and entering. It really is.
Well, it is. And this is, I think, the magic formula Mick's got here, is it's that accessible. You got a car that you want to come and do the trip.
I think you can do laps. So,
Yeah, and
it's not
you know...
fast, but...
And we've got, more, we've got the ladies coming in having a go, and you think after 3 days of doing this, it's like, well, you're nearly a veteran.
Yeah.
You might have done
Well,
30 or 40 runs in 3 days. Like, it's not hard to get done.
They sat down and, who's that big funny car driver in America? Been around forever.
John Force.
John Force. Somebody sat down and worked out how much seat time
Yeah.
he's had in the car,
he's got
and he
more
didn't
than
have a
one.
week. He didn't have a week
Yeah.
of seat time
Yeah.
in the car.
That's a lot of 3-second runs. Yeah, copy.
Can you just let people know that it should only be Group 2 and the lanes only Group 2, no Group 1, penalties apply.
Okay,
Copy.
listen up. If you're a Group 1 car and you're in the lanes, you're going to get penalised. So no Group 1 cars in the lanes. It's all Group 2 at the moment, people. So I know you want to sneak in and get a bash, but if you're a Group 1 car, it's time to sort of just drive through. If you're in the staging lanes, you should not be there. Oh, mate, that was flash.
Well spotted.
Oh, mate, what a stomach.
Well spotted.
That was incredible.
Well spotted.
Don't hide.
No.
Do it again.
No, well spotted. Nothing wrong with your sight, mate. You don't need to go to Specsavers. So yeah, Mick's just got it there, and Mick's got good eyesight too. He's noticed that maybe a couple of the cruise group or the road trip group this morning are trying to go down the drag strip right now. We cannot have any of the road trip people in the lanes yet. This is solely for the people that haven't gone yet on the road trips. If you've done the road trip and you're in the lanes, you're in the wrong spot. Penalties apply. He said that.
Yeah, that was
Penalties
the word.
apply.
Penalties apply. So you can read into that whatever you like. It
Well,
just sounds painful.
Well, it doesn't get past him.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Mate, talk about dodgy roof rack. It was everywhere but straight.
You notice you're going to get a little bit of rattle through the roof rack. It's a good chassis strengthener, I think. Michael McGregor.
Keep the roof on the car.
No one ever thinks about supporting the car from the top. That's as good as a 950 cage, I reckon.
Golfy's going to
launch engage, Mark Biffin.
Waiting.
655. It's even quicker for the wagon.
Mate, there's got to be a way you can get boost quicker. There's just got to be a way. Mate, I was going to get asleep. I mean, once you get going, I love it. Oh, how do you guys feel about waiting 3 hours for a run? You wouldn't want to be sitting behind you, would you, with the car right?
Well, look, I don't think I should give it to him because he was maybe not trying to spoil, but there's something called time thief. That was a 20 second reaction time, so I'm just going to put it down there just to say that we don't miss anything.
Lee Hill and Carl Keigel. Is it? No, it's
Michael.
not. Michael.
Yeah.
Nice car.
Very tight.
Two-door forward, man. That is. And it works nicely too.
I'd love to know whether she's got a big block forward in it. I think it could have.
720s at 98 mile an hour. You'd think maybe 693. No, good Cleveland will do that. I mean, you can get them over 400.
Well, that's it. The small block forwards can be really, really tough these days.
And they can be quite large.
Something about me tells me I wish it was a full 27 in it. Yeah, wouldn't that be fantastic?
Would you just,
all right, now we're just going for a little bit of a...
I mean, I got a static, but I got a 460 in my mobile home.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, if you want to know about torque monsters, 6.5 tonne, it twists it like a pretzel.
So we're not putting the big turbo on
no,
it?
We don't.
No,
mate,
we're not.
It just curls the whole thing up. Like
we're not going to.
You can feel the cupboards going, oh, don't do that again.
They were big, good old truck engine, the 460.
Yeah,
and
torque monsters.
They're a seldom remembered, much forgotten big block out of the lot of them. Everyone's big block Chev this and
Mate,
You
I'm
know,
a Chrysler man. Yeah,
yeah.
everybody knows I'm a Chrysler. I've owned them all. I've had Fords, I've had Chevs, I've had them all. But I sort of, somewhere along the line, I settled on Chryslers. Probably because they were the underdog. And I'm
Yeah,
always
and
the
they were
underdog.
also something a little bit different
And
as
they were
well.
different.
They
Yep.
offered an alternative.
Yep. But, mate, there's some of the stuff that's around. I mean, I cannot believe the talk this thing's got. I mean,
And remember, it's got a Holly sniper on it too.
It's got a
so
sniper on it,
so it's probably a little crisper than say
It's pretty sharp.
what it used to be when it used to have the big 4-barrel on it.
It's quite sharp.
It's
good.
it's probably with the sniper on it really even a little bit more peppy.
It's nice. It's not bad fun to drive.
And,
I mean, if you
and pretty
call,
good fuel economy.
Yeah, 6.5 tonne if you can call that fun. But yeah, I mean, it drives like a car. You just sit up there and roll along with the traffic. It's no problem.
I do think the perfect drag challenge vehicle will be something like that. That could run tens, and then all you do is you pull over and you can
stay for the night.
camp in it.
Yeah, stay for the
I
night.
think it's the ultimate.
Yeah, well,
The ultimate drag challenge vehicle.
I think I'll need 2 of those engines. And Tori Anderson over the other side.
There's some secret that Jeff Kington's got there. That 6-banger action, 647.
Leave me alone. 110 mile an hour. Mate, that's a nice package.
Yeah, he's in that C class, C7, Jeff Kington. So
I
that's
think he
the
just sent them all a message.
265 street radial blowout. I'm just trying to find that one.
6th fastest car here today. So, you know, we're not messing around.
Well, he's actually 3rd at the moment, 3rd on points.
Yeah, but
and
I'm
again,
just
it's
going through it.
yeah. So as far as he's 3rd in the C class, Dave Hamilton, Timmy Cross, and Jeff Kingston. So that's no times quicker than a 650. You got to hand in as close to a 650 as possible.
Sharon Horn and Daniel Dull.
Yeah, Dully, he's out there.
Yeah, he's out in front by a long way. He goes 986 at 70.35 mile an hour. 13.31 at 47. Very leisurely for Sharon.
Yeah, Dave.
Have you got Sharon down?
Sharon? Yeah. I've got Sharon
You
down.
got Sharon down?
Yeah, I've got
Okay.
her down there.
Yeah, good. I'm just
No,
making
it's
sure
very
you're on
good.
top
No,
of it.
you're very good. You're very good. And Treen, I've got Treen as well.
Yeah, you got Train.
Yeah, I got Treen there.
Okay. And, well, we won't worry about Stephen.
Nah, Stephen's happy at the moment. 630's out of this thing.
Yeah.
635 with the 2, 635 with a 5. What's he do now to make the trifecta?
It's barely under control. He's just got the front down enough to steer it. So 623, 118 miles.
You can see why the dial your own class is also super popular, because again it allows you to go fast without this 6. We've got a lot of the categories that they're competing with are back on that 650 cut. So this allows you to go really fast if you want. Look at this, big and small.
Went too fast.
Grant Dixon, 146 to the 60. Picks the left-hand Simmons up, 639. He went 627 on the last run, that time 639 at 97, so off the throttle a little bit. It went 105 on the previous run. That's a perfect combo. If I had to pick one.
Half a light too soon, but we did get a time and a mile per hour for it. Thomas Stevens and Brendan Burnett. Gee, this screen is really hard to see what's going on. It's just that much sun coming in over the top, I guess. And big upwards well. 788 from beat up, 909 this side.
That's as quick as the Golf GTRs that we've seen go down, the Beetle.
Yeah, it's quick.
I'd love to see the Beetle take on the Golf in one run, side by side 780s.
We might get an opportunity to see that.
But let's get a bit more wagon on wagon action
Yeah,
happening,
here we
Kerry.
go. Paul Trevis and
Mark Arnold.
Mark Arnold. Well, we all know Mark.
Well, I wonder. I haven't seen him. You know, we've got a couple that we haven't seen.
And he's button right off.
I can't help but think that this is some of our 2 groups in the lanes, because I haven't seen him. Remember, there's a whole lot of people we've already seen in the last hour and a bit.
Pulled right off.
Mark's got an issue.
Big issue if he's decided that he needs to be that far off the track.
No, well, I don't know where that all went wrong for him.
About
It was still on a mission for a fair bit there. It was definitely getting past 330 foot with some intention, but then it's come right off there.
He's not sure what's going on. He's walked around both sides of the car. I suppose the next step is we'll lift them on it and see what's going on there. And they're all having a look underneath, which makes you think tail shaft.
Could be. I don't know.
I mean, they've all got to carry a loop, so you're not going to see your tail shaft come out the back and spit stuff all over the track. You'll see the odd ball bearing, and if they snap a uni, you will see a bit of shrapnel on the track, but it's pretty easy to pick up. Don't pick it up straight away because it'll be as hot as. But doesn't look to be the issue.
Yeah, all right. So I don't know whether are we looking for the Hilux to tow it off? Are we looking for a tilt tray to get it off? We're just got to see what the diagnosis is as to how we can solve the distressed vehicle issue we have.
I think he's back in the car.
He might be back in it. Don't forget, folks, if you are just getting out of the sun for the moment, go down and get to the Road Trip Drag Challenge merch tent and grab the latest designs. I see a few people around wearing them. They come in the variety of different colours, which I like. It's a great idea, that artwork with a variety of different colours. You might be a green or a pink person. You might not always just be the red person or a blue person. You got them all there.
Not sure what colour I am. Mate, he's back out again, and our track crew are back over there with him. So here comes the towie.
So grab that merch, especially caps for those people not wearing any sort of protective...
Sun protection, this is deadly today.
Protective headgear.
Make sure the kids are all covered up, and I hope you've got some sunscreen lotion on the kids, because this is sneaky stuff. Days like this, they really do turn you into a pretzel.
Yeah.
A very burnt one.
Yeah, we don't want that. And too many years out in the sun will eventually get you. So as much as it feels good, it is doing damage. And
come up here and I'll show you the scars.
Oh, thanks for that, Kerry. That's
well, you can see them from.
It's horrible. Take them away. Jeez, mate.
Yeah, the one's on my back. Yeah.
Oh, it's. No, I've actually seen them too. Actually, that's only because we were roommates when we go around. It's like
got one or two.
And then my wife goes for all the next week. She goes, "Geez, you're putting sunscreen on a lot." Oh, yeah, it was just something I saw last week. Just drown me in sunscreen now. No,
I come from an era where sunscreen was sissy stuff. Jeez, I wish I was a sissy.
And you know what? I go past some work sites, and you'll see the young blokes out there that have got pretty good rig on them. They rate themselves, so they love getting the old shirt off. And you see these blokes walking around, and you wonder, well, how many of you have you been wearing the protection? You just don't know how these guys are going to go.
No. I mean, we used to do it. Most building sites I worked on, it was stubbies and boots.
You know, they all look fit and good looking. Yes, they might put SPF 50 on, but they're sucking on their vape. They're drinking their third can of Monster for the day. It's like, where are you guys going to end up in a few years' time? Don't do that stuff, mate.
Well, fortunately, we used to have to wait till we stopped work before we get into the good stuff.
Yeah, well, these days it's 10 o'clock somewhere.
Yes,
every time.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so here we go. What have we got down there to rescue the stricken wagon?
We've got somebody down there now. I'm thinking they must be pretty close to being able. The tailgate's just come down.
Yeah, we don't know what that diagnosis may be, but
it's moving, so we've got a rope on it.
So we just got a discussion on a few of our awards.
We've got a few.
So Spirit of the Event's a plaque, thanks to Absolute Lifting and Safety. Okay. So there will be a story out of that, I'm sure, that they can help us with, because we've been asked to provide all of these award nominees.
If you've got a story, come and tell us.
And remember, we've got to see the second group when they are allowed to run. Remember, that second group that went on the tour this morning, you should not be in the lanes. We have not asked for you to intermingle or blend with
the guys that are out there from
the morning session. I do understand it's been detected that some of that first tour group are trying to get into the lanes and have a go. The answer is you've got to wait your turn until we give...
You're just stealing time. You're stealing time from somebody that hasn't got enough.
Let's give it back to the people that have still got the track to themselves until they have to go on the tour this afternoon.
Absolutely.
But we're looking for a best Chev thanks to Absolute Lifting and Safety. I've got an idea.
Yeah, okay. Good.
Best Mopar, Absolute Lifting and Safety. Got an idea. Now remember, I want to see the second group though.
Yeah, we've got to see everything.
This is only after the first group have I seen some.
We've got to see everything.
Best Ford, Absolute Lifting and Safety. I've seen plenty here.
Yeah, that's going to be hard. That is going to be hard.
Well, if I see what I'm expecting to see this afternoon in the second group, I've actually already written something in there.
Yeah, okay.
Cleveland Dyno is giving us Time Thief, so the longest time to spool. Now, look, I've just put Mark Biffin down for the moment because it was a 20-second reaction time. Getting the Golf ready to do whatever it did, it ran a 7.
Yeah.
Sounds tough. Now, that's hard for us at Sackhouse Customs, thanks to Sackhouse Customs, to get up with the Sounds Tough. And then there's Weld Done Fabrication. That's tough.
Yes.
Oh, we could probably come up with something there.
Yeah, we'll probably work that one out.
Most unique engineering, thanks to Pro Dyno. God.
Well, how do you get your head
Can we
around
narrow that down to 100?
Yeah, maybe.
All right.
Here we go again. Pretty.
Big truck back, Jason Stafford.
And Luke.
He had the scary ride, remember?
Yeah.
I got him down to scariest ride. No steering. That's pretty scary.
Yeah, and Luke Redpath. Is that somebody wanting you?
Yeah, but you can't have me that way. Redpath decided there in the hatchback. That is the tough drop tank beast. Why ring me at 13 minutes to 12 on a Saturday
8:44 and a 7:45.
about a plumbing issue?
Mate, well, that's triple time and a half, isn't it?
He knows that he knows. These people know I have a boss. You know that. Just because I got the phone number doesn't mean they can just ring me for free.
24 hours a day.
Janine Marshall, I've got Janine's name down here.
Yeah, and John Zorza.
Janine in the ladies list.
Amongst the ladies.
So both running in the dial your own category, 9:29 and a 10:59.
Yep, nice runs. So we got just running through it all again. Gotta love this little golf. Gee, it's a good looking little thing.
It is the blue one. That is Riley Biffin, Paul Nielsen in the J. So Riley's in the G class, being True Street radial blowing. So having a crack in there.
You're not wrong. So what, we have a hill driver or something?
I think it's got to. It goes 60 foot 191 and runs over the 660. Yep, 785. Not bad. No slouch.
Nothing slow about that.
And 1318 for Paul Nielsen beside. Chasing a dial your own of undisclosed numeracy.
Yes, and I can't remember ever seeing a HR that green.
No, it's pretty green. Not a factory delivered colour. That'd have been two way out for the 60s.
Oh, mate,
wouldn't
couldn't
it?
handle it. Ah, man, that'd have been just over the top so
I mean,
far.
a lot of people were thinking in that colour, but no one was. No, that's a good one. Mark Stone's already gone 761 and goes 768 in the HR.
Yep.
870 for Murray Johnston. He's running in the dial your own category. So whether that number's got some significance or not for him. Yeah,
only he knows that. Mate, this has got to be one of the prettiest HKs I think I've ever seen.
it is.
Man, I mean,
Just
it's
unassuming,
a white car.
just
It's a white car.
just
If you-
unassuming,
yeah,
isn't
you
it?
took those wheels off it and put a set of stockos on it, irrespective of what width they were. Mate, what a sleeper.
Andrew Dunnan back with the utility. Just gets up and wide. Gets up and out. 151 at the 60. I think it's got that it's got the late model Mopar Hemi in it.
Yeah, I think Andrew has, yes, 675, 100 mile an hour. We'll give him 728 this side, 94 mile per hour.
It went nearly two identical ETs this morning, separated by about 300ths.
Yeah, that's driver. He knows he's got a good car, and he's got to get his consistency right.
Danny Martin and Shane Parchert now. We're getting towards that stage when we might be looking at the second. We've got a lunch break in 10 minutes apparently, Kerry. How about that? So Group 2 only, you've got about, well, we haven't closed the lanes yet. No, we haven't sort of asked whether we can do that or not. We might have to close those lanes shortly to finish the first group, because we've still got plenty in the lane. So we're technically 10 minutes away from lunchtime and a break, and that was to let the Group 2 people finish before we let the Group 1 people in after the break.
Yeah, Zach Curling and Stephen Beach. Oh, that's really about right. Wow.
7 in the 60 foot.
That is impressive.
692 and 677, 694.
How about a 586? Where'd that come from?
Well, look, that's been good for Zach Curley. It hasn't upset the start line at all. That's got a very safe front half in it, and he's powering it out the back with 570s, 580s.
Mile an hour. Oh, but you give him 130 mile an hour. Okay, Jeffrey Marshall in the F truck. In beside Sally Sally's in there. Sally's in there.
Jeffrey Marshall, he's plenty of runs in the big F truck.
Yep. Well, how about that? 799 for Sally. 1049 for the F truck.
Improving every time.
Geez, there's some nice stuff here today.
Yeah, well, that's it. So have a look at our Brock.
Yeah,
Well, they're not
believe
so
me.
much. You couldn't even attribute Peter Brock to the design of the wheels. Now, GM had them on the Corvette before they came on the VK.
Yeah, they went straight on.
So on the back are the standard probably 15s. 15s would be massive in the 80s, and then we've got 17s, 18s or 20s on the front. Shane Cameron looks so good, that car. 775, 792 for Shane O'Kill beside in that pickup truck. Yeah, that's another 7-second battler that could take on the red one.
Most factory cars back in the day were 13s and 14-inch wheels, 15s.
Mitchell Hutchinson walks the Combi off the lines, tries to slow it down and go out the back a bit faster. 667 at 113. But
Engine smoke and then a lot of tyre smoke.
that worked well, walking it out. Barradell beside with the earlier 712. All right, the hot rod's back.
Yeah,
Matt Cutler.
yeah, it's a nice looking thing, eh?
Yeah, even the
Mine's not that pretty.
Oh, well, you're not trying to make yours pretty, Kerry. Yours is trying to make yours deadly. And you've achieved that.
Some of that's true. Another 20 grand on the engine. Yeah, straight.
Oh, look at that, 861 and an 883. I reckon you'd be in that sort of zone, Nelly, with yours, Kerry.
It runs 12s. It'll run at 12.
Well, it'll go good over the 660 as well. All right, here we go. The Chevelle is back. He hasn't had a real good one yet, Brad Beasley. It's now time to see what the Chevelle can do. Paul
Nice
Thompson,
car.
gear, jam and diesel, Rodeo. Never thought they were that short in the wheelbase in Australia. I've never seen two.
Traction. Got everything going for it. That'd be right.
He's just sinking the tyres on that Chevelle. But no problems for Paul Thompson. He'll just get on with it. 833 at 85. Fun.
Yep.
Brad Beasley, not as much fun, even though wheel spin can be fun. 843, not good for ET.
No. And you'd hate everybody to have a photo of that car beating you.
Ah, well, it's going to happen.
Yeah, Beth Mansfield French is back in her Capri. And Les...
Yeah, Lee Warnes.
Lee Warnes. It's Lee Warnes, yes.
yes,
please. Go back and replay that.
Yes, please.
Do that again.
157 on the back tyre. 157, 60 foot, 668 for Lee
That
Warnes.
was good. That was a good pass.
That's the sort of superannuation performance I like.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
You know when they say I've got a high-performing super? That's the sort of super I'm
Yes.
thinking of.
Yeah, mine wasn't that high performing, I can tell you.
Oh, that's exciting. Dave Webber and Daniel Ridge, the big...
Yeah, well, Dave will always front up. Doesn't mind having a race. Works that car just about well, he got out of there. That's what you call a gate job. Goes 694 at 93.41 over an 871 at 84.07 miles per hour.
That's one of the better ones there for Dave Webber. He didn't have as much wheel spin. All right, here's the rusty Combi wagon back now. Can't help but think that Brad Hanson might have been part of the other group because he didn't turn up for the first 2 hours, but who knows? We've now got Dallas Kells
Everybody's having a ride on that thing.
in the AMC. Everyone's having a crack.
Yeah, 778 this side at 90.05, 948 at 74.77. So that looks like it's a renter racer, doesn't it?
It does. It's a good car to be a renter racer.
Yeah, not bad at all.
I'm starting to think, and not being under the bonnet of everything here, but Hugh Weir, there is something going on in that that HQ I need to hear. I'm going to listen to Brad Hill as well here in the, again, another Falcon that
pretty
might have just
obviously.
turned up. Yeah.
Just wish you'd fix that back wing.
No, look, I know it's bothering you, Kerry.
Irritates the crap out of me.
Let's have a listen to this Ute for a sec here. Let's
He
just have
probably
a
thinks
listen.
it's right. What am I to say? Jeez, Gary.
There is something six-bangerish in that utility. 709 for the
Goes okay.
Falcon. 811 for Hugh.
Nothing wrong with the way it goes.
811 for Hugh. Oh, they continue to roll on. We've still
Okay,
got...
Brad Hill.
Well, we are nearly at that lunch break. Look, the lanes are nearly sort of empty anyway, so we are getting nearly
We're
out
gonna
of
be about-
cars just before lunch
We're
here.
going to be right on time, I suspect.
Yeah.
With a little bit of luck. So we've got Rowan Ward and Tony Rogers. Rowan Ward is getting out there right now. Did a nice job. Going to run a 718, nothing wrong with that, 100 mile an hour. 722 at 101. If they had equal reaction times, that would have been some race.
Both guys, that runs right in the middle of a good and a bad one for them as well. So
Yep.
right in the middle. So here we go. Carkeet back. Tony Carkeet. Just enough meat under the EH.
Yeah, just enough. It's a nice car.
And Scott Higgins getting another run for XF. Oh, yes. Okay, there we are.
7.89 for Tony Carkeet and 11.30 for Scott.
Okay, there we go. We've got an announcement. So anyone that needs a hoist, we've got a hoist to you here. Hoist available from now until 2 p.m. for anyone that needs to use it. Our donation to the Fenton Family Fund is all is the payment. So I know we might have a couple of people that would love to use a hoist. Where is the hoist going to be located? So just out the back of the corporate box. So if anyone needs a hoist, we've got a hoist here until 2 p.m. Thanks to Hoist to You. And a donation to the Fenton Family Fund bucket there is all that's required. So instead of slaving underneath it, go and use the hoist, put some money in the bucket, and Hoist to You, Car Hoist Hire, has donated the use of that hoist until 2 p.m. for any donation to the Fenton Fund.
Okay, Ricky just went 6.45. And I missed who was in beside him, but I was concentrating on what was being said. David Tansel in beside Shara Hoskin. Is Shara a girl? Is Shara a girl?
What's that one, mate? Shara. I'm going to say it is, yes.
Okay. If we embarrass you, sorry. But Shara
Yeah,
does.
Shara Hoskin. Yeah. I'd say Shara Hoskin. Could be, yeah, she's... The lanes are shut. The lanes are shut. No more to the lanes, please. No more to the lanes, please. We are nearly at that. Well, we're 2 minutes to 12. So,
yep.
On schedule. We're on schedule to have our smoko, Kerry.
Get through these.
I can't wait to have a bit of smoko. I can't believe time's flowing so fast again.
8.91 over an 8.43. There you go. So Shara Hoskins with that 8.91. She'd be pretty happy with that, I would think.
Yes, David Tansel, plenty of runs there, including a 7.74 for him. So don't forget, if someone needs a hoist, it's in behind the corporate boxes. And until 2 p.m. today, you can use that hoist, thanks to Hoist to You.
Emma Johnson, we've got Emma written down?
Yes, and a donation to the Fenton Family Funds all is the payment for use of the hoist. So
Ben Cox in beside.
Yep, that's it. And don't forget, that's a great opportunity during the lunch break to go and grab that Rotary Drag Challenge merch from the tent. They've got it all down there ready to go.
Make a donation.
Hats, beanies, shirts, you name it. I think we've even got some cold stuff left. The cold snap last night got a few sold.
Yep, 8.66. And sorry, I've lost that screen. So we've got to get the messages out. That's all, Mark.
Yep.
How do you say that? Penny
I'm saying penny queuing. Yeah, so Russell,
he's out and gone.
He's had plenty of runs at the VT. 7.06 to finish off this morning. 8.27 for Mark with the manual. 8.27 at 85. So the lanes are closed. The lanes are closed. We're going to run out once there. We've got that lunch break. Great opportunity to go and get that Road Trip Drag Challenge merchandise in between meals. Daniel Careless, one more run for him. What will it be? A 6.66 or quicker? Clinton Jenrich, will it be a 7 seconds? Something that is. Well, he's got a bit of a pop on the gear change there.
Daniel Careless is out and gone. Goes 6.81, 94 mile an hour. 8.25 at 88.25 for Clinton. Gee, that's blue, isn't it?
It's very blue. That's Stokesy, I think.
That's pretty.
Last run for him this morning. And Daryl Pete beside would be, you would say, virtually the same.
Yep.
A whole bunch of time to look at the glove box.
Yep.
And they're going to go out and do the trip to the Arachula pub and back.
And make a decision what time they're going to put in there. 7.62 over a 7.69. That'd have been fairly tight in the top. Reactions were a little bit apart.
All right, Mark Biffin and Terry Mansfield French back.
Yes.
Whole bunch of ETs all over the place for Terry. Everything from, the low sevens.
Yeah, he's got sevens up as high as a 9.
That's a bit better, Mark. Mark's trying to throw off the 20-second reaction time stick that we've already attached to him. 7.25. There we go, Terry. Nothing better than finishing off. And a 7.85 for the Gulf.
Yep.
So Mark also left on time, not 20-second reaction time that time. It sounded like it was ready then anyway.
Yeah. Reese Baker in the Kiwi. I think it's a Kiwi.
Yep.
And Jason Martin forward.
They could have been any year, those if they had the commercial nose. Remember the commercial nose
Yes,
they had
yeah,
on them?
yeah,
It was
yeah.
kind of HQ, but they were just a sheet metal nose.
Yeah.
777 and a 901. So the manually shifted Jason Martin, not a bad ET.
Go a little bit of satin.
Yes, and again, Glenn Johnson, first time I've seen it today, which has
Yeah.
garnered our attention.
Yeah,
It's like a
satin.
burnt orange. I don't
Yeah.
mind the burnt orange.
Burnt orange with a sort of satin finish on I'm thinking across the top. It's hard to say on the side because it's in the shade. I suspect satin all over. You guys would have a better idea. And Mitchell Fleet in that very tiny car.
I think they're the AW 101 MR2. So it was the very first MR2 for them with the 4AG engine in them. 708 for Glenn Johnson
Yeah, you're not mucking around.
and 1048 for Mitchell.
That is just as impressive.
The lanes are closed.
Whoa, watch out for me.
Okay, hang on a sec.
Here we
Righto. Yeah.
Somebody's taking a silly pill.
Well, he did go for a nice...
Come on. Yeah, right.
I don't know whether it was the best burnout, but it was the best sideways
Yeah,
burnout, didn't it?
we'll cop that for whatever. Somebody tell him there's a trophy or something.
I think he knows. He listens. Everyone's listening. So that
Mitchell McGregor in beside with all that roof rack.
yes.
That's got to be the roof. We need to have a trophy for the best roof
we
rack.
don't have a roof, mate. I'd love to know what our fastest terminal speed is for a roof rack. It might be Ricardo Pontonio for Victoria with that VK.
Whoa, man.
Have a look at that wagon go.
Yeah, it flies.
666 to go with his 665, his 672 and his 655 time slips. Kessel goes 23 and improves from his 43 early on today, plus a big skid.
Yeah, we love the big skids.
The lanes are closed, people. The lanes are closed. I'm seeing sneaky people coming in, maybe.
Maybe.
Or they were just out of my vision, but I knew how empty the lanes were, and
They seem to fill.
just a little bit of self-population still. The lanes are closed.
Jamie Skews and Ray Godwin.
Real steel. Check this out.
Have a look at these two.
Real steel.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter whether you like a Holden or a Ford. We've got them both for you.
That'll.
It just shows you how big of an owner.
I either want the red hatchback or I want that red Monaro. Those are my two nicest picks of the day.
Yeah, man, that's 668 this side, 781 your side. Wow, they're starting to move. 102 mile now. That's getting honest.
All right, here we go. Another crack here for the little. See if another little piece falls off here. Mark Savage and H22. The HT we don't have the
We don't know who it
details
is,
of, but
we'll watch it all day. It's pretty as.
come on, more revs, more revs.
Got it out better that time. Just moved the tyres and it's come on.
It's like it hits a brick wall, like
Yeah.
literally hits a little brick wall.
Yeah, it's like I'm going to nose over on you and I don't care what you do.
He needs that big slip out like the 808's been doing. 13.00 for Savage there. Probably not the
He won't
way
be
he
happy.
thought he was going to
No, I don't
run
think
into a
so.
brick wall at 40 feet out.
Yeah, and a 709 for H22.
Which is not bad at all. So the lanes, only a few more pairings
Yeah,
left.
got Treen Bengay and Grant Dixon.
The lanes are closed. The lanes are closed. The next time the lanes open, we will
see
be
anything-
asking. We'll be asking for Group 1.
If we see anything other than that white F truck come out after him, we know you got there too late.
We know you're an illegal.
You're illegal. So Treen and Grant coming forward.
Yeah, love this thing at Grant Dixon.
Yeah, it's a
love
lovely
it.
little car. Lovely little car. Works. Oh, mate, you got to like pretty. When was the last time you saw a Kiwi type?
It just looks a little badass, that thing does.
No.
Oh, she just went too
Wait,
deep.
hang on.
No, I don't know what happened there.
Might have been double red,
I'd
but
say,
we got a green.
well, I say, yeah, well, we did, but Treen did sort of roll, and maybe Grant sort of
Yeah, I'm not
rolled
sure.
as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes it's just a great mystery.
Yeah, it's what you call Condex.
All right, the lanes are closed, people. The lanes are closed. I just saw the burnt orange HQ sneak in there.
Mate, come on, fair's fair.
You knew when the cutoff was,
And there's
it is
another one
now.
just tried to sneak in.
Yep, and we know that we're trying to keep on a schedule here. Mick's big about the schedule.
Yeah, well, Mick, you need somebody at the end of those lanes, I think, mate.
No, well, I think
We've
you went down
got
to
two. We've got two that we've seen.
Yeah, well, that's it. No, we just can't have that happen. So
Oh, there's three.
There.
There's three of them.
They've been hiding near the F truck, so you can hide a bit behind an F truck by the look of it.
Yeah, it looks like you can hide at least 3 cars. So Treen and Grant.
Now we're just going down to check to make sure that everything's cleared out the end.
Yep.
And what we've got left is what we've got left. The lanes are definitely closed.
Yeah,
no one should be in those lanes other than the ones that were already lined up.
Somebody's down there now turning them around.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Saw one turn around there.
You don't get nothing goes past the
Well, the buggy's there now.
Yep.
So you can't come in past the buggy.
Nothing goes past the
Hello,
road trip people.
We're reloading.
Oh, a little bit of control alt delete here.
Yeah.
All right.
All reloading for us.
A bit of control alt delete just to finish off our session.
Well, taking advantage of the little gap we've got, because we've got an issue down the bottom end of the track. So nothing's going on just yet. So why not time to re-bump us?
All right, people asking where Dangerous Dave and the Barrador are. Well, he'll be in the other group, I think. We haven't seen him out today.
No.
He's the first group went, and they're now back, and they're ready to go after the lunch break. And this group's finishing off. So
okay, it looks like these two are going forward.
there we go.
And
Justin,
we've got it too.
Justin Ritchie and Janine Marshall.
Yeah, you got Janine? I think you have got Janine.
Yeah, Janine's on our ladies list.
Yep.
I know we've got a few more ladies going to be in the second group too. So not a whole bunch,
Yeah, cool fact. Love it. It's great.
great opportunity to go get that road trip drag challenge merchandise. A great variety of sizes and colours.
Yeah,
So,
$9.95 over 10.15. So there you go.
here's this Holden again. Oh
And this
boy.
black FC. Is it
God,
black? No, it's not black.
It's like a
really.
brown,
Yeah, it's
deep
a hard colour
brown.
to
Grant Fleet.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like an L67. It's something maybe, I don't know.
I don't know what it is, guys. All right, those 779, leave me alone.
779 and a 797 for Simon Gregg to finish off their morning's effort. And here's the Tirana again.
It's back.
He's trying to just get the thing to hook up. Michael Smith, no matter
Yeah.
what happens, it just seems to want to spin him.
Spin them and
But
carry.
pick the wheel up at the same time.
Yep. Does everything that it shouldn't do. Or you I won't say should. It doesn't. You don't want it to. That's better. That's better.
You have to really walk that out about two shots of the throttle. Still 668 to a 765.
Yeah. So he's. Mate, I think he's got to be happy with that. I mean, that car's marching pretty nicely. Thank you very much.
All right, Silky's back for his last run of the morning. There we go. How about that? Hey, what's this?
What's this?
Oh, there we go.
Have a look at it.
Oh my God, Love Paddy. Is that Love? Is it? Oh, Love Paddy.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Silky wheel stand, Silky.
Look at it fly.
Dangles that thing all in low gear, 550 on the nose, and looking for a gear change there, Silky. It didn't happen. Wow, 142 to the 60 foot. Danny Martin, 146 in his 60 foot. What have they done there?
Oh, well, there's one for you and one
Oh,
for me.
the special donuts. Thank you, boys.
Guys.
Oh, well, thank you.
We'll get to eat them in a
Hey,
second.
just because we said we were going to lunch didn't mean that we didn't think people were going to shout us lunch.
No, that's great. Thank you.
I'll have that after lunch. I just don't want to eat it first. I don't do things back to front. I've got to have the sweet stuff last. And the can of Monster, by the way,
Yeah,
Kerry.
yeah.
That stuff will kill you.
Yeah, well, you're not getting it.
I'll give you the lemon squash. Paul Travis and Tony Carkeet.
It's some money.
And who even has the effort to bring a Nico pen to write the notes on the bags? And it makes you wonder if he's done it for one, he's probably writing little notes on bags for everyone today to show the love, to spread the love, hey? Thanks,
I like the
guys.
shirt.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. And these guys are just only young fellas too. You know,
No, this young fellow works on my car. When it
well,
goes in for service.
they've got good taste. Oh, there you go. So you know.
Oh, yeah, I know.
All right, there we go. Thank you, guys. Look at that. Hey, that's the stuff puts a smile on your diet. Yeah. And you got in a cold monster.
Yeah, well, that works too.
You've got to plan. You got to plan that. Got to plan that nitrous kit when you're ready, Kerry.
Yeah, we won't wait.
We're on a longer day today.
Yeah,
We've got a few presentations to do tonight, and stuck actually on a few of them just to try and find them out.
Yeah,
but
Dave Webber's back out there again. He does some laps, doesn't he?
I'm sure. Look, we're pushing into lunchtime here. Jeffrey Marshall and Dave Webber.
Can't be many left. Is that the last two?
No, there's about 2 left, 3 left.
As he always does. This car just laps like you wouldn't believe. 694 at 99, 0.03, 988 at 68. So, gee, somebody got on the brakes, or we just rolled off. No, it's moving better now than when it went through the eights.
Yeah, we definitely do have 2 red hatchbacks out here. Michael Barradell and Shane Parcher now. Yeah, one of them's got a different set of wheels on it. Barradell's slightly different drop tank. 690 into the 6s for Michael Barradell. 829 there for Shane Parcher. Yeah. And as we nearly come to the end of our first session, don't forget, go and get the merchandise from the Road Trip Drag Challenge tent.
There's some great stuff over there, guys.
Make sure you get yourself a cap. For those people out there that aren't wearing any headgear, we like to pick on you and say, go down and get a cap, please. Please just
get a cap.
Look after.
A bit of suntan lotion wouldn't hurt either. I know it doesn't feel like it, but it'll rip you up today.
Suntan lotion. Yeah, I used to suntan lotion is an old term these days. It's
I'm old-fashioned.
Yeah, I'd say sunscreen now.
Sunscreen.
Suntan lotion that's the stuff you put on to cook.
Yeah. Put it on. It was oil.
Yeah, basically. Go get some oil on you.
Get some oil on.
696 at 100 mile an hour, ladies and gentlemen. That is our first session of the day done. It's time for a bit of smoko, a little bit of a break.
Yep.
And look, according to our schedule, we would want to be back on track around 12:30 for Group 2.
Wow.
Sorry, Group 1. Sorry. Group 1. Group 2 will be on their road trip. So it is the Group 1s that have been on the trip this morning. They are ready to go after lunch at about 12:30 or so. So
we're running a little bit behind, so
but not much. So time is now to just go and have a bit of a break. I'm going to do the same thing, and we'll be back to you in the next 20 or so minutes as we go and take a rest and a break, and you should do too. Thanks for being a part of day 2 of the Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge. We're having a ball out here. And don't forget, how much did you pay to get in? That's right. How about you pass that on to a few of your friends and family and get them out here to Savo for a bit of a look as well.
Yeah, it was a big price. Big price.
Absolute Lifting and Safety have been providing lifting and safety products and services to Australian businesses effectively for over 12 years. With a key focus on quality, meticulous attention to detail and innovation, our company provides a comprehensive range of products and services covering all essential and complex lifting and safety solutions. Absolute Lifting and Safety provides services and products to clients in many industries, including civil construction, utilities, piling and dredging, engineering, transport.
When it comes to lifting and safety, don't leave anything to chance. Talk to us at Absolute Lifting and Safety. I guarantee we'll look after you.
For Simon Ioane.
102, half track 419. Check this one out. 49, 210.
bus run was a fun little addition to this year's Addictive Events Road Trip Drag Challenge. I thought I'd throw in some of the clips here of that. On the first day, a charter bus went down and we got told that the time was somewhere in between 13 and 17 seconds. And then you had to run a time and get as close to what you thought the bus run would be. And then on the Saturday night, at the end, they drew out the time. So here's some of the bus runs. Let's check them out. On the Saturday afternoon, we have the Aussie Chlorinators Dial Your Own Challenge. And up for grabs at that, if you're the winner, you take home $4,000 this year.
Find your dancing partner. Sit.
Are you
60. Get down a bit.
Maybe a Ute. In the middle row, halfway now.
So you've copped the win, mate. How'd you go?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. 061 on the tree, which I was pretty happy about. I was happy that it was green, to be honest. But yeah, it was all clutch. So like any clutch slippage you could hear, that was not me. I was like, I'm like, oh, this is bad. So tomorrow when we turn the gas onto it, probably going to get ugly. But hey, who cares?
More importantly, did you run the time you wanted?
I was very, very close. So I did get off it going over the finish line because I was in front of him. And it went a 38 rather than a 31. So, but it did lose 3 miles an hour. And would have run a 31, 32. Just doing civic things. It's cool as. I love it.
Tyler, how do we go?
We've got a win line. The bloke next to me came up to me. We had a chat afterwards. He blew the tyres off the line. He said before it, that's probably what's going to happen. So.
Pretty stoked?
Yes, yeah, we'll go again. We'll see if we can get any closer to the dial in. We were pretty far off of it, 9.2 on an 8.5, so...
Sounds good, mate.
Yep.
Good luck. Steve, what's going on, mate?
Oh, mate, I got to buy back in.
Oh, no, what happened?
Mate, I red lit, first round, red light.
Ooh, the nerves got to you, mate.
Mate, they did. I jumped a bit early, up against Greg Barrett there, and in the silver Statesman. So, yeah, look, even if I didn't, he still would have got me anyway. So I ran a good time, 7.77 on a 7.75 dial in.
Not too bad, pretty close.
Except for my red light.
Yeah.
And he ran a 7.401 on a 7.40 dial in.
Pretty competitive.
Brilliant. So we'll see you up $20, buy back in, and we'll see how we go for this next round.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks, mate.
How's it going, Phil?
Yeah, good,
what's
thanks,
your
mate.
What's your take on the DYO challenge, mate?
Oh, mate, it's pretty exciting so far. We've had some pretty close racing. Goran's run in the Cortina just a minute ago was out of control. But yeah, so far, first round, real good. Lots of great action, lots of close racing. Looking forward to round 2.
Mate, have you done it again? You still in?
No, yeah, I've got to use my peg.
You got to use your peg.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you
mate.
in? You're out.
No, I'd bloody red lit again. So you put the mocker on me early. So did he just get you on that run? How'd you go?
On the lights.
Yeah.
I lost it on the lights, but yeah, that's okay.
All right, you get another
It is
go.
what it is. Yeah, they'll spend me $20. I'm in. So this will be up the hill next.
All right. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
I got a bit nervous out there against you, mate. I don't know. I wasn't sure how long I had to sit there and wait for that light. Not long enough, obviously.
It was good because I looked up and seen the light on my win. And I was, fuck, I'm driving out the back door now.
Mate, you were prepared to go for a beer. You did say to me beforehand that you were just going to go for it and go for a beer, but I red lit and made you stay in.
Yeah, freak. I'll drive it out the back door again this time and see if I can get one.
Have fun. If I saw that win light come up for you?
Yep.
Yeah? That's all you got? How's, you can not only do it in Daisy, you can do it in Priscilla as well.
I try.
And you haven't used a peg yet?
Yes.
Oh, you did? First round?
First
Okay.
round, yeah,
First
for
round.
redemption.
All right.
Yep.
See how you go.
Yep.
Have fun.
Yep. I will do.
Terry, how are you going there, mate?
Good, mate.
Yeah?
Mate, feeling adequate.
Well, the kids have all left you. They're like, quick, run away. Mate, you still in?
Yeah.
Still got a peg?
Yeah.
Oh, you still
2 out of 2, mate.
2 out of 2.
2 in a row.
Bloody hell. South Sydney couldn't do it in the final, though. But we'll let you. Maybe you'll be there this time.
That's enough of that.
And the fan belt stayed on this time.
Yeah, I went and checked it.
Mate, doing well. Well, good luck.
Yeah, we'll be right.
Keep going.
Times are about right, so it's on the money, so we've got a chance.
All right. Go for it. There's a good cash up. First, second, third. Bit of money. Be your shout at the free bar tonight.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Nick, mate, you're still in?
I am.
Yeah.
Absolutely am.
Yeah. Still got a peg?
Still got a peg.
Still in. Still got a peg. All
So
right.
we're doing well.
So what's the secret here?
Luck.
Luck?
Dial your own drag race. He's 90% luck, 10% skill. Let me say 90% luck, 9% skill, 1% car.
1% Honda?
1% or nah, it's 98% Honda. For me, it's 98% Honda.
Yeah.
We'll get in the Jake and Friends. We'll get the end Friends section. This is the uncut version when he's. You get off Gary, all right?
If you can see behind us here, but that's...
there's ladies present. You careful.
Good luck.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah.
How we doing?
Good, Scott. Good. What's going? You still in, mate?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we were in.
Yeah.
I think give me
first
20
round,
up.
First round, 20 up.
Yep. Second round, I found a buy. Didn't have any friends.
Oh, you did get the buy.
Yeah, I got a buy. Yeah.
That's right.
So yeah, we broke out, but I broke out. Yep.
So don't do that in the third round, otherwise we're at the beer tent too.
Oh, can we not go to the beer tent now anyway?
We can. We'll let you. Just
Later.
don't. Yeah.
Okay. We just won't tell anybody. No, we're not drinking and driving, but yeah.
Definitely not.
No.
But yeah, keep
Mate,
watching
great
the next
event,
round.
Hey, great event. It's
fun,
it's
isn't it?
Fun. It's just laid back, cruisy, and yeah, it tests your car when you got to go to the highway. You run out of fuel, but mind you,
Is that
we
what
got
happened to
10K, yeah, we 10Ks past where we broke down last year, and then we run out of fuel, and then yeah. We had a vibration going up there today, so but yeah, we're still in. We're still doing laps and just.
You'll make the weekend.
I hope so. If not, I'll be very drunk.
We better let you get a number.
See ya.
Tomo's buying back in. Don't know why. Looks like Tomo's buying back in with 100. He gets a special buy-in. Tomo, you're pretty keen there, mate. We've got the live stream up here watching you as well, mate. We've got to get plenty of this.
This is like the walk of shame. This is.
Yeah.
What number?
A12.
Please say your name.
Bob Overtaking.
Both on the green. And the hot rod's breaking, but is he broke to it? We've got Tomo on a 666 in the right. Both on a green. Terry, who's done it. Third round win for Terry on a 727. A 7-0. WB Ute in the left lane. We've got a 7-0 dial in. And we've got the Ford sedan in the right on a 1132. So he's got to sit and wait. Green light and green light. The Ute to go, lights are going to go, and he's green. He cut a good light. 690. Can he get there? He's chasing. And he got it. He got the chase. Righto, Sangy. Jason Sang. We saw this guy win cash nights just the other week. So we'll see how he goes here. Right lane for Sangy on a 633 dial in, running NA in the Tirana. He's got the NOS off. He knows how to run these things and get a bit more accuracy. 718 for the Commodore in the left lane, pretty quick. So we'll see how he goes. Stage, Sangy moving in now, taking his time. He's done a lot of these. He'll cut a good light. And he's good. Got a bit of wheel spin though, but I think he's got it. He's heading down. He's backing off, and he got it. Win for the right. Playing a bit of games on the line here. Scotty Cortina's taking his time to get in. He knows he's got a long wait.
It's a bit of a playoff here. Scotty won't want to wait too long. He forgot he's got to put fuel in the car anyway. Just like his road course yesterday. Ran out of
Here we
fuel.
go. Now Nick's going to do it.
I don't think Scotty's going to get him here. Too much pressure.
Nick's gone.
He's not going to get there. No way.
He's got to chase him. He's got to chase him. And Scotty Cortina goes through. Scotty Cortina goes through.
You're doing pretty good out there, bro.
Mate, I'm loving it.
Truck's going pretty well.
Yep. Doing everything it should.
Having a good time.
Just racing myself. Always a good time.
And you reckon you're going to make it to the final?
I plan to. Just stay in front. Still got a peg.
Good luck, brother.
Thank you.
Right, man, you were fourth. I'm a loser.
We've got you on the live stream up here as well, mate.
Nice.
They were just looking and wondering how we went in that Honda. What happened?
Man, you can see she wasn't good, man. That's the furthest off the Honda's gone today.
You've been cutting 1030s pretty much all day.
All day, man. So
driver
it's
error.
spun the tyre a little on the hit. I was getting a little bit keen to run Scotty, so
bit of games happening in the on the stage lane too there, wasn't
There was a lot of head games going on before that run. He got me on the tree too, so I'm happy to lose. It's cool, but
you get another go.
Yeah, get another crack. It's about beauty about a buyback.
Tomo goes through for the win. Don't forget to share the stream out. Don't forget to hit like, hit subscribe if you like seeing this racing action. There's more racing action tomorrow as well. Got two green lights. Playing some games. First stage, second, both staged. Red light to the Commodore. Both got a good line. And Beth gets a win.
How many pegs we got left, Mick?
Two pegs out of 6 cars, 2 pegs. Guy in the XY and the guy in the rod right behind us.
The next pairing, they're playing the green rod and Mr. Barry Moore in the fourth car, no pegs there whatsoever.
Three guys left. We've got the XY still has a peg left, so the peg being one lifeline left. The black rod that's coming back now still got a peg left, and the Borgies Ute, so no peg for them. So it's a do or die for the Borgies Ute. We'll see what happens in the second of the final round, really.
Both these guys still have their peg, I've just heard.
You're a peg, and you've got 20 bucks to buy back in. So basically, this is just a run to take a peg off.
There goes his peg. So the XY does a red light in the left-hand lane, but he comes back because he's still got a peg. But the Willies, the Willies has still got a peg. He'll keep that. The XY will lose that peg, get another go. But yeah, looking good for that Willies.
Here is one buy ball and one numbered ball. Obviously, you know which one you want.
Yep, love a crush. Good luck, dude.
Righto, who's got the buy?
Not me.
Oh, he needs to cool it down anyway. You two are up.
Big cloud of smoke on the line. Double stage for both. Good run. Left-hand line.
You sure you want to buy back in?
Me and this peg, I'll have a go.
So we're going to buy back in? All right, so same rules apply that we just had. So
Yes.
obviously he just had the buy, so we know he's racing.
Yes.
So out of you two guys, you're drawing again. We have a buy ball and a numbered ball. Whoever pulls the numbered ball will race up against. Whoever pulls the buy ball will get the automatic run into the final round. Good luck, guys.
Sure.
Pick a ball.
Sure.
What have we got? He's got the buy. Oh, the black rod. All right. All right.
Red light for Dean.
So the final two, the XY up against the rod. Our two drivers here, no pegs left, obviously fighting for $4,000. I'm just actually back on the live stream, having a bit of a watch, and we've got a little bit of pre bit of old footage from previous road trip drag challenges. It looks like it must have been a Saturday night thing because plenty of people on the hill in the spectator area. So which is what we're anticipating for this evening. Because
Yeah,
we've got
party
dial
time.
your own shootouts and all sorts of stuff happening on tonight and shootouts. You did talk about the shootout at the drivers' briefing in regards to that. That you know, there's a bit of a buy-in pool there, but you know, you
It's worth
end
winning.
up someone ends up with
With a lot of money.
a nice bunch of it. You know,
Yeah,
so
and I think there's a runner-up as well. I think they're paying a runner-up.
I think that's right. There was a little bit of remnants in the bucket, which actually was a decent amount even for the runner-up. So, I can't wait to see how that all pans out this afternoon. Now, look, we've got a little bit of time this afternoon. Okay, so Mick's got the bucket there now. So, for our and again, it's I suppose hard for our racers that are in there to
Are ready to go.
to probably pull money out for the bucket, but it is for the Fenton Family Fund. And look, Chris Carlsberg and Paul Mary have decided to do a bit of a match race here. And if you want to put something in there for the race, they're starting to whack it all in there now. Look at everyone coming in to put the money in the bucket. That's so good to see.
Thank you.
Great little match race here organised between Chris Carlsberg and Paul Mary. And it looks like they're both ready to do it. So
There's about 100th in their elapsed time, so they're pretty quick.
They rattled the bucket there, and they're going to keep doing it for everyone at the end of the staging lanes, and it's good for the Fenton Family Fund. And this is a good way to start off this session. So two of our quicker guys in that open outlaw blowing class yesterday are coming out for a match race now. Chris Carlsberg and Paul Mary. These guys were within a couple of hundredths of each other.
Yeah, there's not much between these two, and it'll be worth a watch. So there we've got them all up now. Paul Mary, we've got them on our screen, so that means everybody's on board. We know what's going on. Chris Carlsberg, well, Chris has been around for a long time. He's off the downs. I'm not sure he's in Warwick. He lives up there around there somewhere, but that's where I first met him. Chris was racing in Warwick back in the day. Paul Mary, well, he's been around a while too. And we're not name dropping. Mate, I've got a memory like a sieve these days. So if I can remember you, you've achieved a fair bit. Some things do stick out. Have a look at the Kingswood. Give me a break. Mate, how do you get one that pretty? And then said, I'm going to turn into a race car. And of course, Chris, this little green car of his, he just races the wheels off it. Doesn't look like a race car. I mean, the wheels, yep, nice set of wheels, but other than that, mate, unless you come up against it, you really wouldn't know. I mean, the old raised the bonnet at the back, we've all been doing that for 30 years, so.
All right, here we
nothing
go.
new in that.
Nice little match race going to be happening here. We're going to go to a bit of Bump City here too. Chris Carlsberg, Paul Mary, twin turbo, small blocks both sides. Nice little match race to start our afternoon session here.
A little bit of gamesmanship going on, both in the pre-stage, bump. Here we go. He's got it. Now there's the greens.
Both times, 130, 136. They hit the stripe. Here comes Mary.
Boys, flying.
5:16 to a 5:24. The margin of victory, 40 thousandths at the stripe.
Yeah,
40 thousandths at the stripe.
141 mile an hour, 136 mile an hour in the eighth. Add 30 for that for the quarter. Those two cars absolutely flying.
Oh, fantastic.
That was a good race.
Fantastic match race there between the two.
Thanks, Paul, and thanks, Chris.
Five-
Can't get you back, unfortunately.
5:16 and a 5:24.
The racing now, mate. I've got Bill Martin and Brendan Sherry. They're coming out to race. Sherry in the Monaro. I think Martin's might be a four-door late model Monaro. I'm not sure.
No,
He's had it for a while.
Martlin's is this, like a
It's an
VRVS, yeah.
It's an SS, and they've got dead set Monaro over the other side, GTS.
Yeah, she's everything you'd want in a car. Everything.
Absolutely.
Blown and injected. I've been nearly every car I ever used to do as a kid had a blower and injector sticking out the bonnet.
And that one worked particularly well.
Oh, great work for him. 6:53 at 108 mile an hour. He's in that C class, the 265 street radial blown, brought to us by Ipswich Gearbox Parts.
Well, mate, they've just got a nice starter there. 757 this side. I love this EKU. Gee, man. I had an EK Pano way back in the day. It was probably when panos hadn't even been invented for a street car. I had one
So if it's not the FC we've had in the morning, it's this EK in the afternoon. Dean Wilson, 6:58. And again, I think it's another bit of six-bagger a foot in that thing that's making it go so quick. 8:22 beside there for Matthew Bulk. Here's our second XF too.
Yeah, they're coming out of the woodwork.
Sam Jones with the gear banging action. And Gary Green beside him. Now, Gaz went a few rounds last night in our 650 shootout.
Yes, he did.
Him and Jugger, I think, raced each other. Yep. Jugger will be in this group. And Gary Green, 6:59 to an 8:05.
That's right.
Yeah, because we've got Billy Cumner here now, the panel van. You see all the ones that we go, oh, I didn't remember seeing them today, but here they are in the second group.
They've been out on the road.
And Shane Locke as well. He went a couple of rounds last night in the 650 shootout as well. I forgot who stopped him.
Chevy Love.
I forgot who stopped him. I had all my notes here.
You have to be good. And of course, panos. Not the greatest race cars. They're
almost the perfect drag and drive car, really.
Yeah, really are. I mean, I've had one or two. 650 this side, 678 for the pano of Bill Cumner. And 101 mile an hour, and of course Shane Locke was over 104 mile an hour.
650 with the 9. Again, you've got to submit a time slip as close to 650 as possible in some of these classes, and that was a good one. All right, Shane Baker now. Now we see Carlsberg go 20-something. Bakes, even though completely different combo to the Carlsberg, they both pretty much...
They know what to do.
They both seem to do the same thing at the same time. They're just really in sync.
I don't know what's coming out the front of that car. That was trouble. You could tell it was trouble right from the get-go. Like, I think that car was just about boiling on the start line. I might be wrong, but I saw a lot of smoke coming out. Jesse Ferguson goes 6:27 at 111 mile an hour. And a 10:26 for Shane Baker, and I think he's got a little bit of work to do.
It just missed the mark there, didn't it?
There was a lot of stuff coming out of that shouldn't be coming out of it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and he's got it all to
do.
All to do.
But
he'll be back. I'm sure he'll hot lap it back, take a bit of spice out of it, and he should be right. Luke Redman, I think we are like a one...
Little Mordor.
Like a 1JZ on board this, I think. I don't think we're 2J on it, but...
Well, with a parachute, we know it's quick.
It's a JZ, and beside him, Tanya Thompson, Turbo LS.
And Tanya's sitting back there a little bit.
Tanya's put on 100 kilos since we last saw her,
yes.
and you can't
pick
you can't tell when you see it.
You can't tell her at all. She looks so good.
That 100 kilos is in the boot. She's brought some of her weights home, put in the back of the VH for a bit of traction. Now Tomo's just taken her over to a fresh piece. Now remember, this morning we saw them all go down the middle, but there is going to be maybe something out here on the fringes of the track prep.
We've seen it happen before. You go to the fringe and all of a sudden you start getting some bite. And you get bite all the way because it's as green as. Nothing's touched it.
Both cars in this open outlaw blown class thanks to Heavy Maintenance Australia, a bit of Bump City. Oh, we like that.
Yeah, can you wait it? Carries that wheel. Oh man, that's on a mission this time.
Yeah.
Oh, she's flying. How about a 5:25 at 136 mile an hour just to get your attention? 5:34 for Luke Redmond at 131.
Wow, that was an impressive run from the Corona as well.
Won me.
Yeah, so what have we got there?
And I'm not easily pleased.
Dangerous Dave Hamilton and Dennis Whiting now. So, yeah, Whiting out there having a go.
You don't realise how big
Dave's blowing the tyres off the Barrador on the hip, so he's going to have to come back with another plan. 7:38 for Dennis Whiting, not too bad to start the afternoon session.
Goes out 81 in the end. So, I mean, 102 mile an hour, so he got something together.
Here's the tutor that we've got a few hot rods mixed in this afternoon here. Kerry, Dean Heidke and Ross Benjamin, the HR.
Nice HR.
Yeah, that car hit a cut or something and just decelerated before it went again.
Yeah.
7:12 at 98, 8:10 beside for Dean Heidke in the hot rod.
Yep.
Here's the big dog. Now, he's not... Widgery's done a few dry hops here. Now, he wants this thing to hook up. It did nothing but spin yesterday. Let's just see how he goes. Toby Howard beside in the Tirana for his first hit of the day.
Well, back in the day, the Superstock was these cars. When you can get your hands on one.
Hey, long lost cousin in there. That's actually your hat.
I thought it was
He's
my
nicked
hat.
your hat. He's nicked your hat.
Nicked my hat. But, I mean, if he's got enough money, he can own it.
He can have it if he wants. Yeah.
No, he can't have it.
No,
He
I
can
say
own
when he can pay enough money. It comes with a hot rod, by the way, Mark.
Yeah,
if you
the
want
hot rod's going to be the expensive part.
It'll come with the hot rod.
The hot rod's the expensive part.
Kevy Morton back after the all-Kev battle last night. The Kev versus Kev in the semi-final. Joel Wicks beside now. Joel Wicks, the Barra-powered hardtop.
Gee, that's a fashion.
Can we get these guys to the all-Ford day, the two black hardtops? Have you seen the black hardtops? Oh, absolutely.
How cool is this thing?
Look at this, black Holden, black Ford. This is just amazing matchups here. Real cars, real steel, road trip.
Oh, he bounced. He got away with it. How did he do that? Kevin Morton, how did he get away with that? Cuts a 1.5 light, goes 656, 107. 6.39 miles. Joel Wicks, you're out there and going 570 with a 5 at 123.19 miles per hour.
Yeah.
We're starting to rock and roll.
That's tough. That is tough.
Very
that
tough.
hard top. Absolutely.
That's the quickest he's been. It's just added it to the list.
All right, the next pairing up, Rick Barnes and David McLeod. McLeod with the clutch pedal on board.
Ooh, did a big wheel hop. Still doing it on the chain.
We've got that many boosted 6-pots around here. It's hard to keep up. 658 for Rick, 865 for David McLeod. And the Group 1 group, they've got plenty of variety as well. Here's a guy that was leading yesterday, Aris Cantolian. He was leading his class right on the 650 mark, I mean to the third decimal, I think. Here he is having another crack at it. That's what you've got to hand in, one as close to that as you can. Greg Barrett, he's in the E class, being 235 street rated. Harrison 275 out, blow it. Here we go, 38 and a 660 flat, 638.9 and a 660 flat. So these guys are trying to play that game, which is to submit an ET as close to the 50 as they can in these classes.
Yeah, I mean, how good can you be?
That may not be enough, though. This is the thing. We look at that thinking that could be enough, but we know that it ends up very, very tight by the end of it.
Who knows? Shane Jessen in the Falcon, the XP, I think. I didn't see. Till I see the tail lights, I'm a bit buggered. And Anita. Oh, mate, you're going to have to say that one.
Yeah, Anita Asornama.
Asornama. Out of there. Out, a little bit of speed, a little bit of power going on there. Geez, he had a good look at the centre line. Goes 681 at 102. 952.87 mile an hour in beside for Anita.
That's plenty stout indeed, isn't it? These classic shapes here. Classic shape, he's a classic shape. Junga Bunga, he's a classic shape.
Yeah, Junga always turns up in the end.
Matty Loy won the 650 last night against Timmy Cross in that 650 shootout. And that was a big one. Michael Shannon beside, he's got something beastly going on under the hood of the VS long roof. Junga just assumes the position.
He's going to go in as shallow as he can.
And he's off at Junga. 47 with a 1. He needs as clean as he can above a 50, I think, in the class as well. He's in the E21 class, the 235 street radial blown class.
So and it's 7:44 for Shannon in beside. So Pete Johnson in our green machine, the Valiant hardtop. Pat Shaw inside. Oh, what happened there? It just fell over.
He's trying to bang gears there too, I think, Pat Shaw.
Maybe he needs to buy a big shifter. It's going all right now, 890 at 83 mile an hour, but gee, fell over in the middle, 913 at 78 this side.
A little bit of street residue in the pipes, I'd say, from the cruise.
Could be.
From the head out to the pub and back. Nathan Young now and Mark Green.
Nathan Young, yes, that's a beautiful hardtop.
Yeah, this is the other black hardtop. Oh my god.
Look at this thing.
You almost got to split it between him and Joel Wicks, these two.
Go for your life. You can make that decision. And have a look at the black roof on the HG of Mark Green. That he had some bite, he took off. Came off the top.
The hardtop is
rocking and rolling. Wow, he's really into it. 5:45, 142.51 mile an hour. That was getting up there. 670 in the other lane.
Yeah, that is tough. You know what? It's so such a blessing to see two of the toughest hardtop street falcons in Queensland turning up here together.
I keep it in the 35.
Andrew Rankin, I think it's 3 hours out or something, packing on board for this thing. 6:45 at 108, and Matt Francis at 6:51. That's a reminder, manual classes must lock in their dial-ins for Sunday by 4:15. So the stick shift people, so the manual classes must lock in their dial-ins for Sunday by 4:15 today.
Mate, that'd be a bit of a brain cluster. That would be working out what the weather's going to be like tomorrow and where you're going to be. That is a challenge.
This is exciting. Chris Adams is starting to get the some of the small engine boys are all at the pointy end. We've got Silky. We've had Hoffman. Watch out for Chris now.
Yeah, nearly froze old mate's hand off.
Mick Choice beside. Oh yes! We'll pay that one. Can he come back and do that again? 5:58 with a wheel stand, Chris Adams. 6:01 for Mick Choice. Our wheelies, I've already got a wheelie.
That wasn't a wheelie, mate. That was the wheel stand of the week.
I've already got a wheelie on my patented HHH rule, height, hang and haul.
Yeah, well that was it. That had it all.
That had more height than the other one. It didn't have as much hang and it had almost as much haul. So it's a dead level at the moment between 2 Dats and 1200.
How unusual.
Glenn Parsons and Jason LeGrand, they're all coming off the Glenn Parsons in B class, being 275 outlaw aspirated. Jason LeGrand in the A class, 275 outlaw blown. 636 and a 693.
Somebody buttoned off, didn't they?
Yes.
We won't go the mile per hour.
Not just yet. All right, Daniel Campbell and Roger Nelson. Roger with the Utes in the VF Ute. And what about Daniel Campbell, the old XE S-Pack?
Yes.
Could be a main roads car, but they used to have weight and tear on the side.
On both sides, yeah. So they should wait for the nice, thank you very much. Waited 8 seconds, nearly 9 seconds before he decided to leave.
5.97 is the result, 1.44 in the 60 foot, but I thought it was going to light itself up a bit higher than that, and he just may have, I'm looking for the time thief, looking for the longest to spool. That was 8.9 seconds. We currently got it at 9.3. So I'm going off longest reaction time on a spool.
Okay,
hang on, Jerry Key. Watch out here, folks. Wheel stand time, maybe.
And Stephen Smith in beside. There we go. Well, we carried the wheel anyway. He wants to race.
Stephen Smith's got the beanie out.
Yeah, he's looking for numbers 654 to 104. And I don't know what the beanie's going to do. An 827 at 63.44 miles per hour.
Jerry's in the B class, the 275 outlaw aspirated, so he's still got to submit that ET near the 50. So you got to go chasing that. Yeah, you've got to go chasing that.
You're talking 400s. You can't measure 400s.
All right, Jason Gemmell back with the Tirana after his cruise this morning, as is Luke Cope. Lukey with the LSVK.
It's a beautiful car. We're both beautiful cars.
Does it nicely, both cars, except the Tirana's gone. 6.97 at 104, 7.05 for Luke, so he's got to find another second somewhere. It's not making as much power as it was yesterday.
He has got to find a full second.
Watch out here, 2J lovers, because we've got a great one. William Yarwood and Naomi Van der Top.
Well, you got Naomi written down?
I haven't. There she goes, another one. Naomi. Of course it's Naomi.
I've got to keep reminding him.
Yeah.
It's all right. I just ask it automatically. I don't know what I'm saying.
Kerry never forgets the ladies.
Circuit car.
5.62 for William, 5.56 for Naomi. What a great lineup. 1.35 for William to the 60, 1.37 for Naomi, 3.69 for William, 3.66 for Naomi over the 3.30. So nearly identical performances there.
Richard Rocket. Well, how would you get a name like that?
I love that name, Richie Rocket.
With 2 T's.
Rich Rocket.
And Brian Ward. Sorry, Brian, that just sounds pretty mundane, mate. No, it's Richie Rocket.
Keep an eye on the Barra
Have a look at that.
Oh, Satterline.
Gee, he was having a look at at everything.
Brian Ward, 5.24 to the centre line. Brian Ward, 5.24, still got it in. 1.32 in the 60. But wow, 5.24, the third quickest run of the day.
I wonder if his crew had a camera on behind him and give himself a fright when he sees the replay.
When you look at the lineup here, Paul Merry, Paul Fuller, Brian Ward, Chris Carsberg, Tanya Thompson, the numbers at the top are crazy.
Ryan Daru and Phil Edwards coming in the battle of the half cars. Oh, three-window coupes, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, look how big the Commie Ute is in comparison to the El Camino. They just get It's working well this time, 600. They've got to be happy. That's nearly into the 5, 7.34 for Phil Edwards beside.
That was good. That was pretty nice. No all business passed. There was no mucking around with that. You had it working. Ella Armstrong, you've got Ella now.
No, I've got Ella in there now. Ella Armstrong.
Okay, she's in this nice red ute. Here beside Dave Challen.
David Challen now, another one here that's got some performance on board. You've got the parachute on the back.
It's pretty car.
It's in that AT class, the Open Outlaw blown, thanks to Heavy Maintenance Australia. Ella's in the C class, the 265 Street Radial blown, brought to us by Ipswich Gearbox Repairs. But keep an eye out on what the G might do here.
Out of there, not a great light. Reaction to go 718 and 97.03, nothing wrong with that. And a 565 at 125 for Challen. I hope that brings a smile to his dial.
That's a great run there from Challen to start off the proceedings today.
It went well.
Here's another pair too, Stephen Stecker and Ben Roberts. It's so neat, isn't it?
Oh, man, goes 640s at 109. Nothing wrong with that. 654 at 105 for Ben Roberts. Here we go, a little bit of hot rod with a couple of 4 barrels. Huge ram tubes and air cleaners. It's Joshua Cronin. Oh, that's a famous name. I wonder if it's the Cronins I know. Could be his son. Haven't seen him for a while. And Jacob Hayeka. Well, he started turn 1, then he turned 2, and then he didn't turn anything.
7.43 for the hot rod, Joshua Cronin, and 10.16 for Jacob with a lot of wheel spin and carry on.
Yeah. I mean, I'll pay to watch the show.
I think that is a showstopper, that hot rod.
Yeah,
I thought I'd just put that in there.
Yeah, I'll go along. I won't argue with you over that. Alan Butler and Shane.
Class. Alan Butler, of course, with his car.
He's already there, 636 at 113. And a 905 at 83.61, if we're going to get all serious. You want me to press buttons?
I'll just go back again. I just want that front page. Front page, here we go.
Who are you looking for?
Oh,
You're just going to shoot it.
Just shooting that and supplying some information for people playing at home.
Fair enough.
People want to know where we...
I can't believe you do all these services. Do you invoice for people like
No,
this?
not for mates, not for mates.
Oh, for mates.
No, so yeah, because just asking about, who our quickest ones down the track are for today.
You just showed them.
Yeah, and we've got a nice little...
Sean Richardson and Terry Cove.
Little message from Paulie Fuller to say, has the Hoff run today? And the answer is no. We have not. We know that we would remember seeing the Hoff.
Yeah, we remember.
It's a KE10 that you can't forget.
Okay, well that's a XY you can't forget. Shake upon it.
Got 17 ladies' names on our lady list.
That's going
17 ladies participating in the Road Trip Drag Challenge. It's got to be a record for
yeah. Oh, mate.
For female adult drag racing participation.
They need a class. They really do need a class.
I know we can go junior drag, so we could give you 30 or 40 in one go, but the ladies, it's good to see.
In big cars? How good is
in
that?
big cars. Sean Richardson, Terry Cole.
I guess it's one spend 100 grand over 4 to 5 years. But it's 100 grand straight up and put them in a race car. 690 over, well, it wasn't over, and a 676.
It's a little cheaper to put them in an altered if you want to.
Yeah, well, that's the best way to start.
The Rob Teskey Drag Racing School, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Rob Wilson and, well, I mean, they'll learn how to drive. They don't do anything else.
Rob Wilson. Oh, here we go. Rob Wilson and Ian Nasmith.
That's one of the very first, the Barracuda. 876 at 83.5, 733 at 94. That was prizes theirs to the Mustang. And then it all got out of control. There was Camaro.
After that,
it just went stupid.
After that.
I mean, if you didn't have something that was over 450 cubes, you weren't in the play. You just didn't play. It was as simple as that.
All right, we'll just hold them up for the moment. Just hold them up. We'll go for a look down the end.
Yeah. So just hang on, Foley and Joe.
We've got plenty of names that we've got to try and get into these awards. I'm still looking for something else to give me an option on the best Chev. Best Mopar, I've got 3 there at the moment. Best Ford, I've got it narrowed down to about 3 as well.
Okay, good.
Time Thief, yeah, we got one out there at
Yeah,
9.37 reaction time.
Yeah, we got that.
The sound's tough, that's tough. That's still
That's
hard.
going to be hard for
that's
us.
hard
We
to
don't
pick.
hear a thing.
Most unique engineering, well, unless we've been under the hoods, we can't
We might
tell.
be able to work this. Guys, if something really, really tough comes to the start line, we all put your hand up in the air if you think it's the toughest thing you've heard all day, because that's the only way we're going to get a result for that. So if something really tough turns up on the start line, just give us a...
I've almost got to give it to one of the 2 blown injected cars, because, you know, that would sound tough down the end.
Yes,
you know? That's the stuff that sounds tough down the
well, they
end.
scream down the bottom end.
Yeah.
One day we're going to get to a drag strip where this tower is at the other end of the track. And if you've ever stood at the other end of the track and watched these things tippy-toe through, they start down here with 14-inch wide slicks, and they're going through on 3 inches of tyre, and it's grown about 1.5 foot. And you see the car stand up, and you know why they put a lot of negative caster in those things. Because the faster they go, the more that slick grows. They keep trying to throw the car into positive, and I can tell you, you try and drive a car with a lot of positive caster in it, and mate, you've got a handful. You really do have a handful.
Well, we might have a little handful of oil, righto. We've got
got a little bit of work
We've
to
got
do.
some. Geez, okay. So down that lane, hey.
Yeah, he's
all
walking
right.
there. He's still walking down
All
there.
right, so we've got a bit of oil to
we might have a bit
to
of a
pick
break,
up there,
maybe.
folks. So we're going to have a little bit of a break.
Yeah, you don't need to hear us.
We've still got to chew this out here, right? So I'm still trying to find that. Yeah, Paulie Fuller's in there going, anyone else gone better than 020 on the light this weekend? So now Paulie's asking me to remember everyone's reaction time for the weekend.
Good friend.
It's hard. I think he's only asking that because I'm sure on his time slip from his 21 or whatever he ran today, what did Paulie run this morning? 21, it was a pretty decent light. It was like an 02 light on the tree or something, so it was pretty outstanding. So folks, right now we've just got this oil that we've got to clean up, so that just means that a little bit of downtime as we get it. Hopefully we might be able to just rub that out a bit down there, and that might be all we need. But it's a great opportunity to get down, check out what's going on in the pits. All of our competitors are here. Remember, we're halfway through, technically nearly halfway through the event, because remember, we've got to get this group through. That they were on the cruise this morning, this afternoon. It's their chance to be out on the track. We combine them all a little bit later on in the day. We then obviously go into a shootout mode and a dial your own challenge. Then we've got an awards ceremony as well as part of a dinner.
We've got a little bit to do tonight.
We've got a little bit to do, but it's a great opportunity now to go and grab that merchandise from the Road Trip Drag Challenge Addictive Events tent, because we've got some there on display. So go, make sure you go and grab it.
So Sue's got something she's writing down
15 minutes. Yeah,
15
there we go.
minutes, thanks.
15 minutes of clean up, folks. It's a great opportunity to just take that breather.
Go and do some shopping.
Go do some shopping. Go and do it all down there now. It's a variety of different colours and sizes.
Yep.
And
if
get
you
that.
see the bucket,
Put it in
throw
the
some
bucket.
money in the bucket for the fence.
Put it in the bucket.
Yeah.
We've got plenty more of what we've just been seeing going down the track with the second group in the lanes. As you can see, the lanes are pretty full.
Yeah, we've got a few there.
With that group. So we're still looking for wheels up. So I've got it down to two wheel stands.
Okay.
I have got it down to 2.
Okay.
I was waiting for a V8. Just put a hint in there. I was waiting for a V8 to come in and see if they can get in between these two Datsuns, right?
Okay.
Endangered species best Rotary. Now that's a hard one to pick.
Yeah, that is hard. One that was least likely to think that it had a Rotary in it.
Well, I mean, that's it. It said Endangered Species Best Rotary. I am thinking that, we might have someone in there that could be there. We've had some great stuff.
I think you might be right with that
Yeah,
one.
it could be.
Yeah.
Best Sleeper, I've already seen something in the first session.
Yep.
This is what they've asked us. Can you fill these forms out? And the answer is yes, we can. The Hard Luck Awards a hard one to find, but I
Well,
think
we
I
don't know.
might have one. Scariest ride, I've already got one from this morning which involved no steering.
Yeah, that was scary.
Best save can almost be the same one.
Yes.
Can almost be the same one.
Oh, I think that's a dual trophy, that one.
Best burnout, I've already seen a pretty wild one. Even though it wasn't big on smoke, it was big on attitude.
It certainly was.
Best sleeper, I've already seen one this morning. I just want to see what's here in the afternoon.
Because we've only had half the cars here each time.
Yeah.
So we've got the second half that have been on the road this morning. They're in here having their runs now. The other ones are on the road.
Yeah.
So we get them all back later on in the day and we throw them all in together.
We've just got to see this second group. Yeah, the wheels up, best wheel stand. So I've got height, hang and haul. So right now, this is kind of where we're at, right? So I did it for Michael Silk. Now, height, hang and haul. Now, if it hangs and hauls, I'm willing to give less height.
Yeah.
So when the wheel stand is 3 inches high, and that's about all it was.
But it was for a long way.
When it carried that left wheel for 300 feet. So literally where that
I'm
first...
not sure it wasn't carrying the both of them.
So that second cube out there, right? So it had the left-hand front wheel off the ground, stationary, for at least 300 foot before it went down.
At least.
So... And then it went a 5, whatever.
Yeah,
like it went a
ridiculous.
really big number.
Yeah, ridiculous.
So, you know, I don't mind height not as high if it hangs and hauls. And when it hung and hauled like it did, that's why I've got him in there on a 3-inch wheel stand. This is how cars with 3-inch wheel stands win wheel stand competitions, in my eyes, right?
Yeah, well, you're
especially
given
when
the
I've
trophy.
been asked to judge these things
Well,
for 20 years.
That's what you want.
Yeah, well, Chris Adams had a bit more height.
Yeah.
He had some hanging at haul.
Yeah.
So they're split decision there at the moment.
Okay.
There could be a V8 in the middle there that might just, or a 6-banger.
Yeah.
That might, or a rotor.
Yeah, who
That
knows?
might just get in the middle of those. So for the moment, wheels up. I've got a couple of people I've already penciled in, thanks to Lockyer Automotive. Biggest bogan. Now, that's a hard one.
Okay.
I mean,
righto.
you narrowed it down to the first 200, right?
Yeah, well, good. Good on that. Good luck with that one.
It's we almost need to stand them all up in the contest and
So
have
how do you have
them
a
there.
bogan car? You can only have a bogan driver.
Well, it's hard for us to judge that as well, purely because we don't get to see these people without their helmets off.
No, we don't get to see them hardly
Mind
at
you,
all.
we see them at the driver's briefing. We
Yeah.
do see them at the dinner
we got- yeah,
afterwards.
can
And
we
yes,
be-
there was a big pack of them there
Yeah,
this morning and a big pack of them there at dinner.
Yeah, but we didn't ask their names.
Well, I saw a few. I sat down next to a bloke down here for lunch there.
Yeah.
He looked like he could have been a big bogan. I mean, he did out mullet me. He out mullet me
Yeah,
by
he did.
about half a
Oh,
foot.
he
Yeah.
well and truly had you out.
But it's not about the mullet. It's
No,
about the bogan.
bogan.
And that's more about the bogan attitude as well. Now, quick shifter, the standout in the manual class. Oh goodness, we've got to see a little bit more.
Oh, mate, I don't know.
We've got to see a little bit more. It could almost be,
I mean, yeah, you probably want to see a 1-2 shift and still carry the wheels.
Yeah, showstopper. I've seen something which I think's got maximum visual impact. Unicorn, someone who's a rare breed, people's choice. So again, it's not up to us to choose that one. One here, thanks to Overtaking Lane, called the Media Hall, which is the cameraman's choice.
Okay.
So again, the cameraman. So people
we've
down
got
there
it,
for drag photos and everyone like that.
Okay,
they,
we need
they
to
need
know.
to know whether or not there's one that you really like to take photos, or they photograph really, really well. Sometimes it is the ones with the nice wheelie and the wheel up that helps.
It's just that shot.
And we do have a few of those that will just do that nice initial dangle. You know, the thing comes up, it's out of the beams for the first 60 foot, then it's down and it's away.
Yep.
So it's hard to get them into the best wheel stand because it'll do a nice wheelie, but it will drop it down straight away. It's the ones that like to do this power wheelie, which I really, really like. The Ideas Man, again, we got no sponsor for that, so maybe the Ideas Man. So what? Someone with an idea on how to. We've got that many ideas out there, though. Honestly, I do wish we had everyone's engine bay open in the lanes, or at least in some
so we could have a look.
capacity.
So we could have a look.
So we could see all the different combos we've got. Unless you go pit to pit, you will not know what these combos are. I know. Look, let's start with the small engines. All right, let's start with Rotaries, 13 Bs, right? So we know we've got plenty of those.
Yes.
4-bangers. Yes, we've got some pretty stout.
4-bangers.
We got CAs, SRs. We've got the little Isuzu G series, G161, G180s in there. So that's kind of where our tough 4-bangers are. SRs, CAs, G180s. 6-bangers.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Let's start with the domestic product, right? Red motor. We might have 1 or 2 red motors out there.
Well,
in this
red
group.
motors used to dominate this.
Red, grey, blue, brown, black, whatever. Whatever they want to identify as, right?
Yep.
Hemi 6s haven't really seen any today.
Not today.
But, you know, let's start putting hair dryers on things like, you know, Intex barras, they're there.
Barras,
the old
there's plenty of barras.
Crossflow, there could be
might
something.
be an old Crossflow.
V6s, the Ecotex, the L67 with the blower on it. That's things that we've seen in combos before. 1J, 2J.
Yep.
You know, I'm sure there'll be a 3J before too long.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Well, I know what a 4J is. That's the Isuzu diesel, right? So let's not go that far up with the Js, right?
Okay.
So 1.5 JZ or 1 JZ, 2 JZ, we've seen them there as well.
Okay.
Pretty bad, nasty barras as well. So there's all our 6
barras.
bangers.
We've seen some
Now
barras.
our V8s, it's the Windsors, the Clevos, the Trios, the LSs. Coyote, maybe not today.
I haven't seen a
Toyota V8. Yes, we've got them.
Yeah, we've got a couple there.
We've got them in there. Big block Chev. Yeah, we've got them.
got one of those.
Blowing Hemis, probably not.
No, I haven't seen a Hemi today.
So
not that sort of Hemi.
So
anyway.
again, this is in every pit that we've got here. 260 pit areas. Someone's got some pretty good engineering. It's going to be very hard to find the most unique engineering.
Yep.
To me, and again, I don't know, people might bag me for my initial choice, is that fastback with the barrel. I love. I look at that and go, that's a beautiful car all the way around. And again, it's the same thing. It's like taking an engine combo that now, yes, slightly, I shouldn't say it's more common. It's happened.
Yeah.
Barras and Mustangs, it's happened.
Barras and
right?
everything.
Barras and everything's just about happened.
Yep, and I mean,
Right.
it used to be red motors and everything.
So how do you pick some unique engineering?
Yeah, and then it was 265s and everything. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's just the way it goes.
So I'm kind of liking I shouldn't say most unique engineering. Barra in a Mustang, Barra in a Cortina. They're all engineering, right?
Yep.
Is it unique? Well, it was initially, wasn't
Not
it?
now.
So, I mean, right at the moment, I'm thinking that I do like stuff that, honestly, if you ever thought it was ever factory, imagine if they started to make fastbacks again with an 800 horsepower barra in it, you'd have people lining up for them.
Of course they would.
So I'm liking that part. Now, there might be some other things that we might be aware of, and again, people can mention it through Overtaking Lane or through Messenger in regards to what they think might be something else worthy of some of that prize.
Can I just do this while we've got this little bit
Sure,
of a break?
sure, mate.
Manual classes must lock in their dial-ins for Sunday by 4:15 today. I'll just go through that again for you manual guys. Manual classes must lock in your dial-in for Sunday by 4:15.
Right.
Yeah, we got that?
Yeah, and
Okay.
it's 1:16.
1:16
So
now.
you've given them
Got
3 hours. 3 hours notice. You
Jeez.
need to lock these guys in.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had 3 hours notice.
What, 3 3 hours notice for anything?
It's for anything.
No, I've normally. Sometimes your body tells you that you've got 3 hours notice.
Yes, yeah.
My body tells me
yes,
that.
Yes, yeah, I can agree with you there.
All right, now
I agree
we've.
with you there.
All right, so there we go. Just listen to Paulie Fuller's come back for a chat there. Did hear the answer on the live stream. Yeah, what would I know, Paulie? How would I know? Best reaction time. But yes, he's having a little hint there that he's going to try and send that Gemini into the 4-second zone tonight in the shootout.
Wow.
So there's going to be a little bit of a...
If this weather stays and we get some really cool air.
Okay. All right, so whoever our leaker was decided to continue leaking around the bottom and then up the return road. So we're just powdering...
It all up now.
So we're just about ready to go again, but we're powdering the return road. So just letting know all competitors as you come through around there, there's going to be a little bit of that on the return road as well. So please exercise care and caution and concern.
And we're ready to rock and roll again. Foley Coots and Joe Lazaro.
I don't mean to be a dobber, but
yeah, mate.
Didn't Silky run in the first session today? He did, didn't he?
He did.
Because he's kind of in the lanes here for this, and I don't think he's allowed to be there because we still want our morning people that went on the cruise to get all the lap time. So I just noticed him in there. He's the only brown Dado 12 wagon.
See, we waited a little while for the wagon. That's the Screaming 6. Goes 6:48 at 108, but an 8:33 at 86 for Joe Lazaro is already done and dusted. He was more in race mode than I want a time mode.
Yes, I saw him there, and it's like, well, he ran just before lunch.
Yes.
So here he is in the afternoon. It's like, we're not quite ready yet. We combine that after 2:30. It's now only 1:30. I know that we're probably back a little bit from that too. So we combine that after 2:30. All right, Jacob Setgarsk, of course, Jacob Friends, and Troy Hewitt. in the VL.
Yeah, a little bit of work going on between these two.
He's in the E-Class, Troy, 235 Street Radial blower.
Bumped that. That was a hard bump, but he got away with it. Got away with it. 156.
That's going to be the next one. First one today, 584 at 126.
That's moving.
Big terminal, 126.
Yes, love that.
There's that 2J action. 701 at 107 beside for Troy.
Yep, that was worth a watch. And you'd think we'd get bored with watching, but I've got to tell you, you never get bored with watching.
Well,
Green Carpenter in the A model, I think it is, and Justin Spicar.
The VN.
The VN. Black
Go the VN.
Oh, doesn't know how to make this thing work.
It is no slouch. 695.
Yeah, if you wouldn't want to meet up with it, I'll tell you what, it'll probably give you a surprise. 950 beside at 72.45.
It did give him a surprise yesterday. Remember, it sort of stepped right out of the hit
and the
yesterday.
first time I've ever seen that car do something like that.
Here's another one of these sleeper wagons, except he's got the war wheels on. Dean Beatty and Tony Hogan.
And he's got a bit of a race on his hands with Hogan. Hogan got up there in the minute, went 7:04 against the 7:10. So you get the reality check every now and then. Justin Gall in the little Commodore and Adriano Rosson. What a great name.
God, I love that
and
too.
a pretty car.
Love that too.
Yeah, no one ever did one like that. It's got everything wheels up. Right, yeah, look at that. Look, I'm excited to try and infinish it.
No, mate. That's
644 and 643. 100th of a second between those two cars in the top end and 2 mile an hour. Give me them. Mate, that was racing.
You're only human. Hang on, someone's trying for the skid here. Someone's trying for the skid. Where was he?
Well, we haven't seen it yet. There's no smoke following.
No, it's not a bad effort,
sorry,
Sam
mate.
Jones. Have another crack at it.
Get some softer tyres.
Dean Wilson just ready to rumble.
Isn't this thing, this EK? I mean, I got a soft spot for EKs, but mate, this one really grabs me. He's probably going to come over and say, well, how much are you going to give me for it? And I'll probably embarrass myself.
All right, Sam Jones with the
wait.
clutch pedal on board.
Hang on. Oh, what do
He's got to turn his
on.
turning his spray on.
Yeah, well, mate, thanks for doing that.
All right, Sam just love the little lope that he puts in there.
Yep, I mean, hang on, get my bell on, mate.
That's the.
I mean, you guys have got all day.
Well, I like that bloke's put on that little.
Oh,
there we go.
there
Now he
it
wants
is.
to have a crack here. Sam Jones.
Now we're right.
All right, now come on, Sam. He's going to try some spray here.
Oh, he's dead stage. We've got a green. Have a look at that utility takeoff.
There's the 7-second time slip for Sam Jones.
7:47. 6:47.
Yeah, Dean Wilson. He's on my radar now. He's on my radar.
Have to be.
Have to be. We've got to try and toss a coin about Bess Holden. We've got a few in there.
That's the quickest he's been all day.
All right, here we go. A little bullet is back. Ryan Feakin, Gary Green in the Wags.
It's hard to understand that they actually put a V8 in those things.
I know, the 13B was almost something they could have done factory, but then they went and got the Toyota V8 after that, and the rest was history.
They threw it in those things and made a real cut. And that hasn't been V8. It's still impressive.
Breathes heavy through the T-pen, doesn't
heavy,
it?
all right, yeah. Went 721.
721.
Give me a break.
That's not a bad little shifter there.
And 648 in beside for Gary Green. Okay, we got one on his own.
Yeah, another stick shift car. Caleb Hall.
Dave Bertham should be in beside. I just don't know what's going on. Maybe he did in front.
Solo.
No, he's going to bring his solo, or is he going to bring him back? What's he doing?
Oh, we're just waiting. No, he's around maybe somewhere. His name's still in here. Dan Birdham.
Yeah, they've turned. No, they've still put him. They've still got him up there. So they're giving him a lot of time. Maybe he's having trouble getting the thing to start. Something's moving. I'm watching the people. I'm just watching where the eyes go. Can't see anything there.
I'm looking at the extra set of eyes, which is the live stream out at the front.
What do you see?
Christmas tree cam. And we've got someone back there trying to start it or something, I think. It is an XR, I think.
Mate, our starter will make a decision in a minute. Go on your own, buddy. Yeah, you can't wait. Can't keep cars waiting forever. Whoa! And I mean, there was 7,000 revs up. Probably
Sounds like it might have an RB in that thing. It sounds all right. 795 at 96, so he's got the gears through.
There's nothing wrong with it.
No, this thing ain't starting. Just for now, we've just got to get him out of there.
Yeah, it just says I've had enough.
There's nothing worse than having it happen at that stage of the run, isn't it?
It's a heartbreaker.
You've either just done the skid and you come out and the thing fuels up, and then you're in all sorts of trouble if it won't start again.
So we've got Matthew Bulkey and Todd Tucker.
Todd back with the clutch on board for the Crusader. And roof bars.
Roof bars and sunroof. Well, we've got a moon roof anyway.
Wow, a lot of clutch slip on that one.
Yeah, it just said I've had enough of this. You can put me on a trailer and take me home. I don't want to play anymore. An 820 this side at 85.67 mile an hour. 1225 at 38.56. A whole bucket of problems.
A lot of it there too. Lots of revs trying to get it off the line, and again, the Crusader's not the lightest thing that you can try and put some power behind.
Yeah, you need a big flywheel and huge clutch plate, pressure plate, and something that nearly breaks your leg, unless you can get a lot of mechanical advantage through the hydraulics. And I know we used to play with clutch pressures big time, and mate, some of them would break your leg. And didn't work any better. So that's the track you go down. James Bezedek, I probably got that half right, and Matt Casey in beside.
It's pretty spot on there. The,
two forwards.
Yeah, check the XD out there.
Just check the
the favourite colour 738 and 729, very, very equal on track as well. Two different classes though, True Street Radial aspirated for the XD. Here's Silky again in here. He's just
back out again.
Yeah, Brendan Cherry beside him. I don't know, where do you put your money, folks? Do you think it's a Dado 1200 wagon, or do you think it's a blown and injected, what are we, HT Monaro just about?
HT, yeah, it's a HT.
HT Monaro or Dado 1200?
Wheels up. Whoa, he had to get out of it. He was starting to look at the wall, and I think he did the right thing.
No, well, I just wonder whether that little wheelie, I mean, I don't know what happened on the shift. He went to hit the gears, and then the thing's made some crazy noises.
Okay.
I then saw the little reverse lights come on, which might be something to do with trying to shift it, maybe to neutralise it or something like that. But that may have been on the shift, might have munched something. Hope he didn't. I think, you know, that he took that Summer Natch this year, made 1,000 to the back tyres to be the first four-cylinder to do it. So he's done a little bit with this car already this year, Silky. So he's making a real campaign of it in 2023.
Shane Lockie and Rob Armstrong. Well, probably just Shane Locke. I'm just putting, because it's got an E on the end, I'm just going Lockie. It's an English thing. Both could be right.
Yeah, Shane, it could be a silent E, Shane Locke. Rob Armstrong, that Tirana back.
Just nice enough. Works so well with the 648 inside, 104 mile an hour. How about a 584 to 120 mile an hour? That's starting. Rob Armstrong should be pretty happy with that.
That's crazy stuff. And again, another car that's just come out of the garage.
Here we go, two heavyweights, different ways of putting weight on wheels, but not bad.
Billy and Brandon.
Yeah.
Big block Billy. Well, the penalty flipped its tailgate up there. Oh,
they're on struts.
Sheer launch.
Yeah, but they're on struts. So, you know, the things that says, you know, you can't do that.
Sheer launch, I don't know, 676 for Brandon.
Who cares? He's done it.
That F truck, 151 in the 60 foot for a truck of that size. 151 in the 60. Here we go. Dangerous Dave Hamilton is back. The nickname sticking by the look of it.
Yeah,
Terry Hall.
In beside.
Terry Hall again, another immaculate VH.
Where do you find one as good as that?
Yeah, they're...
Mate, that has got to be $1 million.
It wasn't too much after that. That, you know, they stopped doing the chrome around the around the window surrounds. Like the chrome stuff's kind of gone away, but it helps with a dark car, doesn't it?
That car.
Six-banger on course for the Barragor. 655 for Dave. There we are, back in it. 655 to a 695. So Dave getting back into the groove after the first hit where it zinged the tyres pretty bad.
Bruce Trinette, I guess that's how you say it. David McLeod, I know how you spell that. I know what that means.
Now don't forget our manual transmission classes must have their dial-ins locked in for Sunday by 4:15 this afternoon.
So you've got 2 and a bit hours.
We've got so many semi-twins here, like 70.5 Camaros. We've got a couple very similar Camaros of similar year. And VRVS's couple there as well. And I like David McLeod's. Yeah, so Tranence is just missing a little bit there.
It went 7:42, which is not slouchy. That's getting there okay. And 8:63 in beside. So he was on a bit of a march towards the end.
Yeah, some big numbers coming out, some healthy stuff. Now this sounds tough, by the way.
I always look at who's standing on the start line.
Yeah, no, well, Bruce Henderson.
Yeah, you always have a bit of a look and say, oh yeah, righto, well, we know who's playing with that car. Bruce Henderson in beside with the Kingswood HK. Tell by the little tar lights, it's a Prem. By the look of it, small back window, and Declan McDonnell in beside. Declan, whoa, just kept turning.
Yeah, no, it's got plenty of slot.
Wow, where'd that all come from? Yeah. 785 at 109 with a big, I'll have a bit of a break here, and a 640 at 107 for young Declan.
Yeah, just sort of threw the power at the tyres, and it just said no thanks.
No, not in this.
No thanks. Spin, spin, spin.
That's the joys of mechanical masterpieces. Sometimes the masterpiece outdoes you. So Toby Howard, Jake Wakefield in the tunnel. And a 678 this side at 106.28 mile an hour. 778 at 88 for Jake. That's a nice looking HR. And I've got a bit of a soft spot for HRs, but anyway. Dennis Whiting, well, HR panel vans and half cars.
Another one of our Camaros, Dennis Whiting, Ross Benjamin.
Yeah, it's a nice car. And he's themed it perfectly with the orange. Seconds. Did you write? Is that not long enough?
No.
686 over 708.
I got it at 9.37 seconds.
Well, 9.3. Gosh, you got nothing.
Yeah, all right. The Bluebird. I think we are V6 in this thing from memory. And Billy Martin, I think we are turbocharged Iron Lion on board.
Oh, who knows? Yeah, I think it is a 308. I think it might be a 304. Billy Martin. I'm thinking Billy might be a 304. Could be anything these days. He could have blown that one up ages ago. I don't see what's on blown. Waiting for a boost. 729 for Martin. He's there. And a 716 at 101 mile an hour this side for Tim Holblown. Don't you like this? I mean, I'm a bit of a sucker for hot rods. Not that anybody would know. Dean Idiki and John Widgery, which is had to have a look at that. Nice. And they had to shake all of themselves. They went so far away from what everybody else looked like. It was the year of the fins. And Chrysler comes out with these things. 845 at 62 mile an hour for Dodge. 809 at 85 for David. So, Chrysler never been one to sort of toe the line design-wise. Everybody else, Ford and Chevrolet, were going with the fins, and Chrysler says, well, we'll jam that, we'll do this. And of course, they're always considered the third of the big three. But when you start looking at some of their performance records, and mechanically, they are very hard to beat. Rick Barnes in beside Rowan Ellum. So 660 this side, 108 mile an hour, and a 680 at 104.8 for Rowan Allen. And I'll probably get the pronunciations wrong all day. So
that's all right, Kerry.
Just come up and give me a smack in the ear. I'll get it right eventually.
What about Timmy Cross? You've got to call him Timmy Cross.
It's Timmy.
And John Oliver.
Johnny
was in the shootout last night for a couple of rounds.
Yeah, well, mate, that's
6:54 with a 7 for Timmy Cross. And again, you've got to be near that 55.0.
Yeah, get out of here.
And again, they'll chuck the points up tonight, and who knows?
So we've got Daniel Henry and
Mark Green.
Gee, that's pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a colour combination. Factory didn't think of that.
No, that's a great one, and that gloss black roof. And that's maybe no bottle or something on that, because it did not like it at all. That one, 852. Here comes. It's got to be the Hoff. It's got to be. When I hear that thing like that, it's got to be the Hoff. Here's the Hoff.
Yeah, I think I might run out of it's run out of gas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Scott Hoffman.
Price of admission time, folks. Price of admission time. World's smallest pocket roller coaster.
And John McSheen inside.
Who do you watch? Yeah, Hoffman, 522 with a 2.
Whoa, on the brakes.
522 with a 2, Scott Hoffman. Price of admission, there it is. Height, hang and haul. I've got to go to Hoffman.
Yeah, you've got to do that one, mate. No one's going to argue with that. No one's going to. If you're going to argue about that, come and talk to me and we'll have an attitude adjustment out the back.
How good is that? That is just, that's the car that
you'd all love to own that.
You just go, you look at that thing and you go, man, that is the smile on the dial stuff there. Spectacular vehicle.
Yep.
Cassidy Curley, Ryan Duran is Cassidy's first crack in the Raptor today.
You got Cassidy written.
Yeah, I've got Cassidy down there. Cassidy Curley.
Ryan Durant.
Yeah, sounds tough too. 596. Ryan Durant.
940 at 74 for Cassidy.
Yeah, well, she's running in the dial her own category, so she can
do whatever she wants.
March to the beat of her own drum here today.
Maddie Loy's out there. I think this is the first time this afternoon. And Pat Shaw. Now, Maddie Loy, if you hang around Warwick, everybody knows
the Junga.
The Junga. Runs Warwick Dragway along with his parents and family. If you go to Warwick, everybody's with anything to do with drag racing's got Loy as their surname. But Junga's been campaigning this thing just about everywhere lately. He's really been getting into it. He's on a big program. I mean, it doesn't look that pretty, but it's not short of performance. This cargo has been 647. The 131 line, so he's not playing. He's out there, and there you got it. Got his 650. I mean, he's been 647, but he's got his 652 at 105.
You've got to try and hit that 50. You've got to hand it a slip as close to 50. I like that concept as well. You can be quick, but you've also got to try and hit the number as well.
Well, he knows he can go fast in that, so he's got to dial power out of that car.
All right, here's Kevy Morton back.
This thing's beautiful, isn't
Yeah,
it?
top Kev Eliminator last night was just fantastic. Kevy Brown. Haven't seen Kevy Brown today.
Paul Gillard in beside.
Yeah.
Looks like a sleeper.
I didn't know Julia had a brother, but I'm glad that he's out there with a VH. Pretty tough.
Oh, it took me a while to get that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I saw Julia. There'd be no 6-second runs under a government that I lead. Yes. All we need now is some guy called Stephen Rudd to turn up, and it's like half the old ALP out here. Are you looking for something here, are you?
No, I don't know what we're looking for.
The lady here has come up to procure the list. So, Kerry, just would you mind if I just had a quick discussion with the lady here, just see if we can't sort of get some sort of clarity here.
I know how to do this.
All right, mate. Okay.
Only 30, only a couple of minutes.
You're right, okay.
I'll go to pieces.
All right, mate.
Shane Jesson.
There you go.
And Anita's out and gone. See ya, mate. Goes 967, 86.86 mile an hour, and that's how you do it. 668 in beside at 102. Shane Jesson had a big, well, they're sleeping on the start line because they're just getting themselves already on the boost and everything. When it comes to racing, you do that, you lose. Luke Cope in beside. RS, oh, I'll never get that right. Contolian, beautiful car. Doesn't matter. It's a beautiful car. I think it's Camaro. Late model, probably as late as you can get in this country anyway. Is that all right? Well, it works. 649, 110 mile an hour. Probably buy 3 of those. 689 in beside at 99.55. for Luke Cope. Okay. And that was Aris's fastest pass. That 6:49 was as quick as he's been today, or over the 2 days. Glenn Parsons and Jason Gemmell in a little Tirana. That 690 and a 597. And they're making a race out of it. Jimmy's going to get there first. Goes 670, Gemmell, I should say, at 104. 680 this side, 100 mile an hour for Parsons. Oh, we just keep bringing them, eh? You gotta love this. Jason Legrand in beside and a little stumble and still stayed in front. Goes 710, 110, and Jason went 680. He must have had a bit of a snooze before he decided to leave. Very fast car though. That's the fastest he's been all day. 636 at 100 mile an hour. So Andrew Rankin in beside Matt Francis in that 1 tonne of whatever it is. Straight top does boogie, doesn't it? Got out of there very nicely, thank you very much. Goes 663 at 107 mile an hour. Leave that alone on the street. 649, 108 for Andrew Rankin. Oh, if you look at hot rods, this is about as hot a hot rod as you can get. Joshua Cronin. And Cronin's a bit of a famous name in hot rodding. There used to be a Cronin now hot rod type one. Mate, just throwing some dust out behind. I'm sure it's not tire smoke. Just shaking the roof. 745 for Bloomfield and 746 over your side. They were starting to boogie. There wasn't much in that. Anybody you like, any way you want that one, that was close. Roger Nelson, I beg your pardon, in beside Shane Bagel. That's a famous name. You all know that name. Shane's waiting on him, wait long. Got that car moving, thank you very much. How about a 523, 137.05 mile an hour. An 814 at just 90.5, just 90 for Roger Nelson. Listen to me. Car's doing 90 mile an hour and 300 feet. Give me a break. Jerry Keane in that little two-door Tirana. How nice is that? Oh, now I just got the wheel off that side out. And sure, inside, the that little Tory gets up and goes, doesn't it? 649, 104.14 mile an hour. And we'll have a cruisy run over the other side, and that's fine. 1246 at 47.10. How you all going over there? Not too hot, not too sunny? You're all pretty relaxed. Is there a bar open over there? No, no one. There must be. No one's reacting at all. Maybe they can't hear. They're always happy this side. Always happy this side. Yeah, thank you. It's good to know somebody's listening. Everybody else has turned their hearing aid off, I think. Ella Armstrong, one for the ladies, come on. And Ben Roberts. Has he got Ella written down? I better have a quick. What's quick? Has he got an Ella? He's got an Emma. But he hasn't got an Ella. Yeah, right down the bottom he has. Got to keep an eye on him, that's all. So Ella's out there in the red ute. Ben Roberts, take off. Cuts a light, well, a little bit of light. Good 60 foot though. Goes 665 at 104, 881 at 55 for Ella. A little bit of smoke for the hard top. And we're always up for that. That was Ella's fastest pass. And Ben Roberts' fastest pass as well. So Nathan Young in that black hard top there. And I'm surprised we couldn't grab hold of those crowns because they've got a full chassis underneath them. One of the few Japanese cars, and I mean it is a chassis, not messing around. 671, 112, a great basis for a good street car. 762, no one cares what you put in there to power it up. It's just they're not a bad start if you can find a good one. So what do we got? Jesse Ferguson and Rod Wilson in the Cuda with the roof, the glass. I would not like to replace that back piece of glass. I know I've been saying it all weekend. That is the biggest piece of automotive glass ever produced. Goes 8.59 with that big piece of glass. And 6.72 this side for Jesse, but sort of waited around a little bit before he took off, like 4 seconds. Nearly 5, actually. Jason Bowers, in beside Richard Rocket. How do you end up with a surname like Rocket? Whoa, pop bang, let's go. On the red limiter. Yeah, try and find another gear. If I can't go fast, I'm going to destroy it before I get it home. 690 this side, 922. Mate, he was trying to break parts. Man, he was really giving that car a hard time. So, Stephen Stecker in beside Greg Barrett. Well, you can't get too prettier. Pretty good examples of both. I mean, this Falcon just blows me away. They were never that pretty. Beautiful. Gets out of there, goes 674, 90.93. 661 over this side. How much do you reckon a Phase 3 was back in the day? Brand new, sprinkling brand new Phase 3 XY. Have a wild guess. $49.50 registered on the road. You couldn't buy the front guards for that these days. But that's how much they were. Sold 2 or 3. Terry Cope, put a little bit of a spray. In beside Sean Richardson. And Richardson getting the better of the tree by long shot by 2 tenths. Goes 689, 100 mile an hour. These guys made a race out of it, 682 at 104. That was worth watching through the top. Near identical, those 2 cars. Okay, Corey Watson, I beg your pardon, and Ian Nasmith in the Kiwi. Try and buy one of those these days. I remember when they used to give them away. When they ran out of HKs, HTs and HGs, that's what was left. Goes 741, nothing wrong with that. 671 over this side. You rocking and rolling. You got to go. Okay. Okay, I needed that. Thanks, mate. Take your time. Well, rush to get there. Take your time what you do. Michael Shannon up against Tony Ferguson. Oh, the stuff I need to know. I tell you what, Ferguson had a real good look at the fence. That car did a huge arc to come back with his 653 at 109, 746 this side. I guess I'm a bit lucky because I can sort of see the track from almost behind. So when a car moves across, not quite as easy as you guys sitting on the sidelines. So I guess I am at some advantage. Matthew Maloney this side, what a car. Have a look at that thing. Who cares if it goes fast? Luke Redmond in beside. Luke's gone. Luke's taken off 542 at 129.63, 669, 109 for that car over the side. Matthew, that is really pretty. Got our hot rods back. And the carpenters only build one kind of hot rod fast. So this is Grant. He's 32 or 28, whatever. I think it's more a 28, 29 replica. Sam Jones in beside. Wheels up, that's a tough hot rod. That's the only way he builds them. Oh, somebody just missed a whole lot of gears in the gearbox in the Falcon. Goes 980. I don't know what happened. Grant got nothing on him. Got nothing. So whether he left 3 hours too early or what, or the tree wasn't set. It must have been set because we got in the other lane. Oh, we got a big red light, like half an hour red. Like, mate, on the first amber, and mate, a light year too early. So Luke Cullen coming out my side, in beside Adriano Rosson Adriana. What a great name. It's not a bad looking car either. Who would have thought of putting those two colours together on a HK, HT, HG? Who would have thought of putting that colour on a Camaro? Wow. Almost looks like it's going to drip on the road, doesn't it? Well, I guess Adrian takes the attitude, mate. Don't care how pretty it looks. It's going to get thrashed. 629, 110.08 mile an hour. 954 this side at 75.7. Hello, somebody's knocked off my ute. Ryan Daru. No, this one's a little faster than mine. And Tanya Thompson out there. Great to see Tanya out there. You're going to get a sunburned head, mate. He's concentrating. Great team, these two. And this lady can drive. Mr. T puts them together, or pays for them to be put together. Don't care. They always turn up with a well-prepared car. And like I said, this lady can drive. So Ryan Daru has got a race on his hands. If Tanya decides it's going to be a race, it's going to be on. You'd think they are racing. Yeah, we're having a bit of a stage war. Oh, there you go. That's way too far. That's Big Red. And, mate, I don't know you're going to get anything recorded on that. Tanya's out of there. She's got to wait for everything. Have a listen to that thing. 526, 136.83 mile an hour. Little bit of tyre smoke in the top end as we shut everything down and got on the brakes. But how about that? I don't know what we're going to do with our mate. We're going to give him another run. So we're having a little bit of a conference there. Just stop, mate. You know. So we're just waiting for the starter, and I mean, he's got control of the whole track. So it's his call. You stuff up, it's his call. And how gracious is that? He says, yeah, mate, you can have a go. So Ryan Daru, he'll be one of the luckiest racers in Australia. Well, there's the green, mate. What are we waiting for? Oh, boost. Yeah, well, we found the rev limit. Going a little better now, 657, 112.2 miles per hour. Wouldn't mind knowing the quarter mile speed on that. That thing was starting to march through the top. But a 6 flat puts him at 20th. Joe Lazaro. Have a look at this thing. How pretty is this? In beside Troy Hewitt. No, mate, no. No back wheel staging, thank you. Come back here. Thank you. Put it in half a race. Get it back. Come on. Yeah, just come a little bit forward from there. As soon as you see those two lights on, stop. No, we've got a gear. Right, one more. Now we're cooking. Clean greens. Stepped it out a little bit and then stood on it. Turned the tyres a fraction. No such problems the other side. Just waited for the boost to come. 853 this side, 84.62. 669, 110.81 over in the Rocket Lane. Okay, William Yarwood in beside Ryan Feakin in a little Mazda. Still have trouble figuring out how they put a V8 in those things. Like it looks like it needs one, doesn't it? Wow, look at this. Big start. Yarwood gets into it, goes 563 at 124, but a 7112 at 96 mile an hour. If we were having a race, it would have been all over. So do you like your early Falcons? This one of Clinton Lear would have to be one of the prettiest ones around. I don't think they ever came out in that green. But I tell you what a nice combination. And Naomi's out on the other side in the yellow Terra. Go on, find another gear, Naomi. She's out. Van der Tok, famous drag racing name. Mate, she didn't mess around. 716, and I think that thing's got a whole lot more going for it. 885, 91. I think that's the first time out. So she's getting used to everything. So not that a 716 is slow. Dean Wilson in the EK Ute. In beside David McLeod. Oh, geez. You can imagine what that felt like inside the car. I don't know if it actually hopped your side, but it certainly did this side. Wilson not messing around. 658 at 106.49. A 911 at 79.96 in the Rocket Lane. Okay, BT13. I have no idea who that is. It's a Commodore, obviously. In beside Jake Wakefield in the Tunner. Well, BT13's not a slouch. A 633 at 107. That'll get everybody's attention. And 794 at 87 over the other side for the Tunner. So I guess we better find out who BT13 is. Qualified at 26. David Challen in the Kingswood. Is it a Kingswood or is it a Prem? I can't see. And Chris Adams in beside in the little Dado Ute. Mate, deep staged and waits. Well, we're not waiting for anybody. Well, it works okay. Stood up on the suspension, planted the back tyres and took off. It was a 557 far side, 128, and a 571, 125.16 this side for Dave Challen. So they're starting to get fairly serious. Chris Adams puts himself in as the 11th fastest car of the day, and David Challen is the 13th fastest car of the day. I don't know if he wants to stay there. Some people are spooked by 13. Matthew Bulkey in beside Mia Armstrong. Come on, Mia, get out and go. We've got Mia's name down, I'm pretty sure. Mia goes 631, 109, 829, 84 miles per hour this side for Matthew Bulkey. Have a little bit of a clean up down there now, just a little bit of a dust on the track. Not that we haven't, no, a little bit. He's picking up bits and pieces. Well, it wasn't hot, that's the main thing. So Daniel Campbell in beside Matt Casey. Well, if you like your Falcons, you like your I'll get there in a minute, XYs, XWs. How cool's that one? Almost wheels up. Reacts to the suspension quick. Waiting for boost. Got there in the end. The other car's already there, 751 at 91 mile an hour. Whoa! I hope that's turning tyres, but I suspect not. 596 to 118 for Daniel Campbell. Breathing pretty heavy. Dennis Whiting, known Dennis for a long time. Rowan Elam in beside in the Black Centura. Hard to find a good one these days. Chrysler's answer to the Cortina and the Tirana. Remember, I was selling Fords at the time, man. We got bashed over those things on how good they were and how we could compete against selling against them. 643 at 110, 718 this side at 97 for Whiting. If you like your hot rods, Dean Heike is as good an example as you're ever going to see. In beside is John Oliver. Whole bunch of Holden Power getting down the track. Goes 652 and 105. An 801 at 85.8 this side. Oh well, we've got a flying roof rack. That's Declan McConnell. Gee, Declan's having a good day today. And they're going out and they want to stop him for a second. We've got a problem down the bottom end, I suspect. They're both running. Oh no, is there something on the track we can't see? They're looking for something. And Chris Carlsberg over the side. Off the downs, no, they're all happy. And Carlsberg is a racer's racer, I've got to tell you. Have a crack at anybody. Already had a match race this afternoon. Young Declan becoming a racer, I've got to say. Got a light. And yeah, Carlsberg just blew the tyres off. He's not happy. He said, no, I did something wrong then. I've done something. Pulled the car up on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side of the track. True racer. 6:49, 105 for Declan. And hopefully nothing too serious for Chris. I mean, he knows that car inside and out. And if he's pulled it off the track, he's got a concern. So we probably should get someone out there to have a bit of a talk about that. I don't think that car's going anywhere just at the moment. So they'll probably bring something in from the top end. He's out of the car. And he's having a quick look underneath, eventually. So whether it's a tail shaft uni or something like that, he's having a real good look under there. So I don't think the car's going to go anywhere without a rope.
Absolute Lifting and Safety have been providing lifting and safety products and services to Australian businesses effectively for over 12 years. With a key focus on quality, meticulous attention to detail and innovation, our company provides a comprehensive range of products and services covering all essential and complex lifting and safety solutions. Absolute Lifting and Safety provides services and products to clients in many industries, including civil construction, utilities, piling and dredging, engineering, transport.
When it comes to lifting and safety, don't leave anything to chance. Talk to us at Absolute Lifting and Safety. I guarantee we'll look after you.
For Simon 01.
102, half track 419. Check this one out. 49, 210.
So that's Daniel Case. Kevin Brown not forcing the issue. He hasn't brought any stage lights on. He has now. He's brought the pre-stage on. Rolls the car in, forces the issue. I think it's 12 seconds or something. I'm not quite sure these days. Used to be 20, but they've shortened that up a bit. Clean greens. 1-7 and a sleep. But car that had the sleep, Daniel Case, it's out and gone. 6 flat, 114 mile an hour. 656 this side at 107. 114 mile an hour through half track, or what is considered half track, is starting to march. So when you run a 6 and you're up in the 30th spot in best times recorded. Mark Green, finally got it the hook. Billy Cumner in the Pano, the old Sandman. 7 flat over this side, 105.27 mile an hour, 1180 at 48.7 mile an hour. So that's a pretty cruisy thing, and that's what panel vans are all about. You got to be cool. Tim Heidenbloem and Gary Green coming your way. And, Gary's been 648, so, and a 659. So, is he going to be happy around there? I think he's shooting for that 650. So theoretically, he might take a little bit out of it this time to see if he can run right on that 650. See how he goes. I haven't got any times for Tim, so I can't say where he wants to be. But the long roof, we know exactly where that car is. Gee, nice light. I'm racing, gets there, goes 662. A little bit away at 102 mile an hour and a 718 at 99. Is he going to have enough time to get it around and have another crack? He's been 648, which is his best time, which is a little bit too quick. You can't put 648 in on a 659, obviously. So Tim Gross and that's Ross Benjamin out in front by goes 694 at 100 mile an hour. And a 657, 113 for Tim Cross. As you see him rock and roll down through the braking area. So Shane Locke in beside Paul Gillard. I've got to tell you, I like this thing of Shane Locke's. That's a good looking little ute, eh? Got it working pretty good. Wait a little while. Has he got a problem, or is he... No. Yeah, he's backing out. I thought he had a problem. I was going to say, geez, it doesn't take you that long to get the boost up, does it? 640 at 106 for Shane Locke. And that's the quickest he's been. Previously a 648 and a 650, so his 640's flying. And he's found 2 mile an hour as well, so whether that puts a smile on his dial or not, I don't know. So, yeah, we've got this Tirana in. It looks like we are going to run him. We are going to put him in there. That's Paul Gillard. Car works pretty nicely. Thank you very much. Talks up. Gets out of there. 639 at 108.9 miles per hour. Gee, isn't this thing pretty? Oh, man. Terry Hall, what a masterpiece. Chrome everywhere on the black. Shiny black too. Up against Caleb Hall. Sorry, Caleb, your car's probably just as good, but the other one's a grabber. Can't believe how pretty that car looks. Goes 807, 100 mile an hour, 941 for Caleb, at 98.75 miles per hour. So we've got something going on. We're looking at something on this left-hand side. Are we talking to the camera person, or what are we doing? Somebody we want back? Starter was pretty specific there, so it's Brendan Cherry in beside Mick Choice. Mick Choice in the white Ford. There, had a little bit of work to do. Make that car go right. So 649 this side for Brendan Cherry at 108 mile an hour. 660 at 113.57 for Mick Choice. So I'm not 100% sure what that was all about, but we got it resolved evidently. So Luke Cope in the red Commodore. Glenn Parsons in the ute. Mate, done that move out nicely through 60 feet. Goes 664, 101, 673 this side for Luke Cope at 102.38 mile per hour. So if you go from 1 to 16, we go from a 516 to a 584. That's pretty tight. So Jacob Setcast and Matt Francis won all the way down the track. Went 663 at 107, 567, 130 mile an hour. That was pretty righteous for Jacob Setgast, if that's how you say it. That's his fastest time for the day, and it was Matt Francis's fastest time also. So that 567, he hadn't been any quicker than that, and 651 for Matt Francis, that was his quickest as well. So what we got, Kevy Morton and Joshua Cronin. So Joshua back in the hot rod. Beautiful black Tirana. How straight is that? And not only does it look pretty, it gets out of there pretty good too. 648 at 106.15 and a 744 at 94.78 for Joshua Cronin. We keep bringing them out here. So Daniel Henry in beside Jerry Keane. Jerry Keane in that white Tirana. Sort of a GTR style. Hasn't got the GTR stripe, it just looks like a two-door Tirana. Very nicely done too. In beside Daniel Henry in his late model. And you get so much bang for your buck these days in the performance cars. Unfortunately, they don't make them anymore. I don't know what you got. What would be the cheapest V8 powered car you buy in Australia today? One of the Mercs, BMW, 663 over a 733. Be interesting to know if anybody's been looking for a V8 brand new and see what the choice is. Not as big as it used to be. So Tory Howard in beside Robert Nelson in the white Ute. Both in the pre-stage. Yeah, well, they're not trying to sandbag each other. That was good. The 684 reaction to 2.7. So that's a bit snoozy if you're not turbocharged or supercharged. Shouldn't need to do it with a supercharged car. 678 this side, 107.4. 813 at 90.45 over there in the Rocket Lane. The only reason I'm not telling you what's in this lane, I can't read it. Sorry. Maybe a little later on in the day when the sun's not on it, I'll be good. Jesse Ferguson and Foley Coots, beg your pardon. Long roofs. One little long roof, Ferguson. Goes 664, thank you very much, at 105.36 mile an hour. 720 to 107.70 for Foley Coots. We keep bringing them through. They're just rocking it. And that was the best time for both of those guys. So something's happening. The air's good. The track's right. Ben Roberts is out and flying. Anita, I'll get that wrong, Asuna is out there doing a thing and doing it nicely. Goes 982 at 85.35. Was a 652 at 105 this side. As you can see on the board, it is still there. That was Ben Roberts' fastest time, that 652. That's the quickest he's been today. So we've got Rick Barnes in the hatch and that beautiful Falcon of Shane Jessen. Mate, they never made them that pretty, I got to tell you. The XP. Got it working very nicely too. Might be an XM with an XP front on it, just thinking about it. I might be right, might be wrong. 655 over 699, 108 over 101. So there you go. While I'm reminiscing and trying to remember what cars looked like when they were new. Andrew Rankin in beside Joseph Haker. I guess that's how you'd say it. Beautiful Monaro. Little four-cylinder, it says, yeah, right, I don't care what you're carrying, mate. I'm here to teach you a lesson. 6:51, 106. I am not messing around. And a 7:64 at 85.79. I'm suspecting that Jason just a naturally aspirated car. Them here's me saying just naturally aspirated. Mate, he's out there racing, and that's the fastest he's been for Andrew Rankin. Stephen Stecker in beside Bruce Henderson. Have a look at this thing. Mate, is this too pretty to race or what? This has got to be one of the nicest Fords I think I've ever seen. I can't remember one that straight, and I know that, well, they did come out black, but they were that pretty. Bruce Henderson, I think it was nearly a 6-month wait to get a black XB, or, sorry, even one of those. 6:22 and a 6:53. I can remember I was selling Fords at the time, and the XBs were coming through in black. You wait 6 months for them, and they weren't worth waiting for. The paint was terrible. That'll get all the Ford people upset, but I'm telling you the truth. Tony Ferguson over Adriano Rosson. Two nice looking cars. Oh, it works well too. Rosson Harbour. And he's playing for keeps. 6:28, 110. Hey, you're back, boss. 6:49, 109 for Tony Ferguson. How good was that? We've been having some fun while you've been away. What have you been up to?
I've been having fun listening to you, Kerry.
Oh, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
It is good, mate. It is good. You are a machine.
Oh, we try. Terry Cope in beside Brian Ward. Little bit of blackness. Gee, that thing is black, isn't it?
It's just real black on black, isn't it? The black TC Cortina Barra on board. Terry Cope, some gas small block Chevy on board for the HZ in the Tower Lane. So yeah, they've been sanding good going past the grandstands here, Kerry. I had to take a drive down to the amenities.
Yep.
To the ablutions.
Yes, and he said that's. Oh, come back from there, man! Another good look at the centre line.
He's walking around. He goes 6:72, Terry. But no such luck for Brian on that run.
No,
An earlier
not
5:24 was right on the money, but
it's not happy.
Not that time anyway. The opportunities to come back are nearly endless, time permitting. The staging lanes are still healthily populated. We are scheduled to go through to another break at around 4 o'clock. As we said, 4:15 is the latest time to hand in the fastest slip. So you got to, and they should be in the habit of that by now. Keep an eye on your clocks, guys. You know how we like to keep a pretty tight schedule on things.
Yeah, the manual classes must lock in their dial-in for Sunday by 4:15 today. So you've got, 2 hours just about?
It's
two.
It's a hell of a lot. As much as we call it the Road Trip Drag Challenge, it is a lot of mini challenges within. So it's not just the challenge of trying to go 3 days and finish it, and some challenges make you travel a couple hundred Ks, take everything and set up again. That's a challenge. This is a multiple set of challenges within 3 days of racing. You've still got to go out and do the road course. You've still got to come back and run in session. Then you race and fight in a shootout if you want.
And the little Tory does move nicely. I just can't get over how well sorted some of these cars are. You can pick them out. That was a 676 this side, 856 for Joe Lazaro. And I mean, our hot rod guys are always tough.
Yeah, I don't know what
Carpenter. The Carpenter boys always throw it in. They've got a bunch of hot rods. Grant's the only one here today. Generally got 2 or 3 of them. And it's Ian Nasmith in beside. Gee, that's a nice Kiwi. Gee, that's a nice thing. He's even got the right wheels on it. So he's kept it as good as he can. Maybe the tyres he bought the race on didn't make any difference. 7:34 this side, 7 flat. Mate, they're starting to boogie, aren't they?
Oh, they are, and they haven't worn them out yet.
No.
It's 3 days, remember?
Yeah, we've got another day to go.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yep, and we've got plenty happening tonight too, so don't go anywhere.
Quite a few people actually sort of turning up now this end of the day. Word's got out about the crazy prices at the gate.
It's a big price, isn't it?
Yeah, just nothing. Just come in, grab some merch and enjoy the evening.
Yep.
Matthew Maloney and Corey Watson, they're enjoying the track time, and that's what all of our entrants are here for, to get that track time. They want to hit those numbers in between.
Well, some of us, I don't do it anymore, but a lot of people back when I did work had to work Saturdays, had to work Saturday mornings by the bare minimum, particularly in retail. If you people can remember back that far, Saturday morning was a big day for shopping.
It was. Thursday night was a little bit, but yeah, Saturdays were a lot of the big business would have to happen.
I can remember when they brought Thursday night shopping in. Nobody could believe it that somebody was going to stay open until 9 o'clock. My God.
Yeah, heaven forbid, society was crumbling.
Yeah, yes.
Bruce Tranett, he gets a good run. It took him a while to get himself sorted, but there we go, 7:36 at 98 mile an hour.
He'd be happy with that.
And I did hear the other day that they used to open the shops in the morning from 8:15 to 12.
That's right.
And that was to stop having to pay your workers for a break.
Yes.
Because instead of a 4-hour stint, you got a 3-hour 45, so you didn't have a break.
Yep.
So it sent you home without lunch. 8:80 for David McLeod and 8:08 there for Stephen Smith.
They were cruel days. They were cruel days.
No, they were. So we've got a few more people coming up, texting me saying, heading up, is there still any more action on? I said, I tell you.
Any more action?
We did say that, we would open the track to both groups after 2:30. Well, that's still about 20 minutes away.
Silky
so we
back
still
for
should be in that first session.
Yeah, Silky's back for race 3.
Copy that.
Guys, can we, we're going to extend the time to hand in your dial in to 3:30.
Copy that.
So did I hear that right?
Yes.
So 3:30 to hand in your dial in, guys. 3:30, which
Yep.
is an extension of time. So being extra generous.
Yeah, that's 3:30 for the submitted for the QCL Group DYO Challenge. So that's it. So the DYO Challenge, there's a couple of people that still want another run, and they're just in that process of trying to get that run. So that's why we're extending that to 3:30. I'm sure I heard that right.
Yes, I think you got it better than me because the radio is with you. Gee, that EK goes well. The old General never meant those things to go that fast. 684 at 107, over an 832 at 84 mile an hour in the rocket lane.
Jason Tonkins goes, Diggles has entered the tower.
Oh, so who's keeping an eye on us that close?
Oh, no, well, they're watching the stream. All right, Hoffman's back. Hoffman wants another go at it here.
Oh, yeah, he's not finished. Not finished at all. Doesn't that car work?
He's really wringing its neck this time. 5:12 with a 9. 5:12 with a 9 for Hoffman. 129 in the 60-foot. 337. He did have the wheelie under control. 5:12 with a 9 puts him up top on day 2.
Yep, he's there, number 1.
Wow, what a number.
Take a photo of that, mate.
What a number. Hoffman.
Wow.
Hoffman.
Just flew. You could tell he was on a mission. What do we got? Jason Bowers and Carla Barrett. Have you got Carla written there?
Carla, I think I did have Carla down there. No, I didn't.
Yeah, I thought she'd raced twice. So Carla Barrett. So put her down. She just went 771, no slouch, and 665 for Bowers.
Carla Barrett.
You got that? Yeah, we're going well. How many ladies we got?
18.
18 ladies. Let's see if we get 20. We'll see how we go.
18 ladies entered. There we are.
So far.
There could be some more.
Yeah, Matt Casey and Dennis Whiting. Casey, the ex-wife, it is, yes.
No, that was crazy. Crazy stuff that we just saw out there from Scott Hoffman. Crazy.
Mate, they just keep bringing us stuff, don't they? They just keep bringing it to us.
Yeah, they're not done yet. They're not done yet. Jake Wakefield and Mia Armstrong.
So there's something going on. They're holding these guys up. So we've got an issue in the bottom. So just stay with us. Yeah, there's a little bit of something down there I can see. Maybe just locked up a wheel or something going through the bottom.
I don't know. Sometimes you always see with the Hoffy, always sometimes
They've got them
has
sorted.
the odd little thing happening.
Well, we've got them all back together. These guys, that's a nice tonner, isn't it? White's hard to beat. If you get the right white on the right car, mate, it is just so tough.
Mia Armstrong, our 19th lady, 6:46 with an 8, 109 mile an hour. Hello, Mia. 7:76 there for Jake Wakefield. So, yeah, another one snuck in. We had Ella Armstrong before. There's Mia Armstrong.
Yeah,
so we've got
a couple.
a whole bunch of gals in here. They're loving it. I'm very enthused by seeing that. You know what I mean? I really am.
I tell you what, young Declan's turned into a real racer.
He's got plenty of sedan action.
Yeah, and John Oliver in beside. And I'm not sort of blowing wind up his backside or anything, but, mate, I've just watched that kid, and he's just getting better and better.
Yeah, 6. He's trying to find the 50, the magic 50 number. That's what they're all trying to find. That's what they're racing for at the moment.
He needs to take about 15 horsepower out of the car.
All right,
and he'll run right on.
Here's our cranky little wankle, the cranky wankle. Actually, there's quite a lot of cranky wankle here this weekend. Crankle, call it crankle. Cranky wankle. Quankle, just call it a quankle.
And what's the guy's name? Ryan Feakin.
Ryan Feakin, Dean Heidke out there. Very unique cars, Queensland street cars. ¡Ay, caramba! Instalato, le broke estelatos.
I think that's a tail shaft just gone.
That's a take the seatbelt off and admit defeat.
Yeah, push it back,
You get the white flag. Oh, there's melotas.
Well, mate, if the tail shaft's gone, you can leave it in any gear you like.
Manual gearbox. Now, is there a 24-hour roadside assistance number for Bullet cars? Like, hello, Bullet. Yeah, mate, I got a 13B, one of the first Bullets. Yeah, mate, what have I done? I don't know. It could be anything from an input shaft to a diff centre. We're not picking anything up off the ground, so that could be another one in the input shaft club.
Yep, let's hope.
That's about the only breakage somewhere in the gearbox is sometimes the only time it will not leak anything.
It stays in there.
If you blow a diff out, well, we're picking up crumbs somewhere near the back of the car.
We certainly are. And you can see where it stops. Yeah, okay. We can only hope. We always feel for people that hurt them when they try so hard. So Bill Martland, Bill's been out a couple of times, and Brendan Sherry's had more than his, I won't say more than his fair go. He's been having every go he's entitled to, but he's out every session.
Isn't it good that that thing's getting used a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Instead of just driven once and put it away, it's like, I'm going to go and get a few more laps in this thing.
Mate, it's a beautiful car. Well, Martins is a pretty fashionable car too. Well, we say an old SS. Oh, that didn't look good, Bill. That didn't look good at all.
He could be all right. He could be all right.
Could be just a big puff.
Could be all right.
As.
I don't know where he's got the turbos in, I think, because I know sometimes if they're a rear mount thing or something like that, you can get a little bit of an oil thing, and it might just maybe look like that. We could be, be dodging oil here, or
we might have. A plan.
You know when it's bad when the bloke comes over to look for it and he slips over
and
it.
He just
No, he hasn't done that. No, I haven't. I'm just saying that's the extreme case.
Yeah, we've seen it happen.
Is there oil out there? Way, you know.
No, I just slipped on a bit of spittle.
Well, it comes in all shapes and forms. If it's a complete lunch, well, you know, sometimes the guy can't even straddle it. It's that wide.
Well, they're all out having a look. There's at least 2 of them on track.
But it's just
Maybe
one of those
3.
things. Sometimes you get the light wisp, which is even harder to find, and then you might have the big whoop. The old Hilux has been the Hilux has been assigned here, so all is in watching just to see what's happening in that lane.
Crowd read it much better than us.
What?
They're moving.
They're off already.
They're moving.
The blokes are off already. They just go.
Bugger this.
If there's not a car running in the next 90 seconds, I'm out of here. Yeah, those guys.
Where do you get a beer?
Yeah, getting out of the sun. That's the way. Go down and grab that road trip. Oh, actually, already got some. It's already got the merch.
Guys.
The road trip drag challenge merch. Go down and get some more.
Yeah, go and spend some more money.
All right. No,
they've got to pay us somehow.
Oh, I don't think it's just all that, but please give generously.
Yeah, give generously.
Please give generously to the Chris and Kerry Foundation. Without your help, we cannot continue to spin this for the next day and a half. So please give generously.
Yes.
I've got 19 ladies here. I think I've got looking for the lady list. All right, so Megan Anderson, yes.
Yeah, we know Meg.
Janine Marshall.
Yes.
Beth Mansfield French.
Yes.
Time to make the ladies famous one more time.
Yeah.
Sky Wallace.
Yes.
Emma Johnson.
Yes.
Shara Hoskin.
Don't know Shara.
Yeah, Danielle in the little in the little Corolla.
Yes.
Treen Bangay.
Yes. No.
Chelsea Ware.
Yes.
Sharon Horn.
Yes.
Amity Smith.
Yes.
Cassidy Curley.
Don't know Cassidy.
Sally, she was in the Ranger.
Okay. Yep.
Sally Hamilton.
Yeah, I think so.
Tanya Thompson.
Yeah, well, we know Tanya.
Anita Asonma.
I don't know.
Naomi Vandertop,
Yes, no.
Ella Armstrong,
Yes.
Carla Barrett, and Mia Armstrong. There's their 19 ladies.
How crazy is that?
Never called out a list that long.
We need an eliminator. We do.
And
We've
I
got
know
to
that
talk-
people say, well, that's not a lot. You know, when you see the junior dragster ranks that we've got, that we do have 20, 30, 40 girls
20
in
to
a...
30 minutes we're down, people. 20 to 30. So if you need to go to the other place, or you need something to eat or drink, or like I said, go to the other place, we're down for 20 to 30 minutes. So we've got a fair bunch of oil up there. We've got to clean
Wow.
up.
So what went down that we've just got to maybe cross-examine and see exactly what was that. But look, folks, it is something that does happen. We will...
It's not drag racing if we don't have an oil down.
We've got to go down and clean that stuff up, whatever it was. We're staying on just for the moment. I'm just going back through our couple of minutes of the stream here just to see what we were. That was down there last. It was Billy. It was Billy's car. Yes, it was. So, yeah, you know, when you're talking about the smoke carry down there saying, Billy, I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
Well, the answer might be no.
No, that might be a brand new engine for that car after that effort.
Well, I mean, it happened a long way down again.
Yes.
So I'm just watching a little replay. You know, he's running the blown and injected, Monaro.
If you're running short gears and you're up around 6,500, 7,000 revs, I mean, if something's going to let go, it's going to be a catastrophe. It's not as though, like you're idling off the line and it breaks something.
And so right down past the 660, it started to breathe heavily. Now, attention in the pits. If you own a white Holden Colorado and the license plate is 651TXX, 651TXX, can you please move your Colorado, please? It is blocking a competitor. Competitor's car is blocked by a white Holden Colorado 651 TXX. So anyone that owns the Colorado, can you please move it?
Please
Copy.
move it.
That's my Colorado, and he can
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed. Oh, that was what just came through the headphones was classic. That was classic.
There we go. So will the owner of the white Colorado stop radioing me about it?
Oh dear, the things
All right.
we hear that we can't tell you about.
I'll let Aris know.
Yes, let Aris know.
Now, there we go. So he's even given it to Aris down there. So will the owner of the white Colorado just disregard everything we've said?
Yes.
But now I know he's Rego now anyway.
Pardon me.
So there it is.
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah, that is funny.
Sorry we can't share it all with you.
No, that's all right. It's all right.
No, I mean, it wasn't X-rated or anything like that. It was just who was involved.
It's just funny that the car that we needed moved was the promoter's car.
Yeah.
So he's told the person that wanted it removed. Again, it was a different person. It was a racer asking to have it removed. And then now we've been all set straight.
Yes, very straight.
Yeah, Aris is admitting that it's funny. Yeah, okay. So, look, so far we have not yet, according to our schedule, combined the groups.
No, we haven't.
We've had our morning group that we can say were the first ones to hit the track. And then now this is the afternoon group, the people that did go out and do the drive first. So
they're going to lose a bit of time.
By now, everyone's pretty much done.
Should have had at least
done the course as well. So they've had a go at both. But we're going to combine those a little bit later on. And if we've still got a few of them left by the pointy end of the afternoon, there is, and I know this might, well, I don't know whether this will push back our dial your owns for the shootout. I guess it will, because considering it was 3:30, we still don't know whether we had people that they're going to have to hand something in. But that 3
p.m.
that dial your own shootout, keep your ears peeled. We would prefer if you got your slips in sooner rather than later. We did give you a little bit more time to do it because we had a few people in the lanes wanting to have another go, except this has just happened.
Yes.
So that kind of stops those people from maybe having another run before the time cut off.
We'll do our best to convince the boss that we need to give you a little bit extra time.
So just right at this moment, we're
not
just
saying we'll be successful. We're just saying we'll try.
We will sort it all out, no doubt about it. And look, we've already done a lot of our other awards. We've gone through and discussed, what we rate as this, that, and the other for our dinner tonight.
Yes.
After 6:30, I think we are scheduled to go to Drinks from 5 on for those not in the Dial Your Own challenge. So drivers and crew only. And I think we're having them up in on our spectator mound area. I think that's where the esky. So you literally have to follow the esky. So all competitors.
Yep.
When you're done and not in the Dial Your Own challenge, is that we're asking you to assemble on the mound side. That's where the esky will be located. So that's where the honey pot will be for all you little bees to come over and get into the nectar. Get into the nectar on the other side.
You will need that right armband. If your armband.
Yes. There's the armband thing too, by the way. So no fraudsters. All right. So no scammers. Don't try and scam your way over to the mound expecting to get into the honey pot after 5, because that'll only be for competitors that are done for the day. You can't go back in your car after that. So that judging by some of the footage we were looking at lunchtime there on Overtaking Lane, is you get a nice little bundle up there in the crowd.
Yes,
so let's just hope that does exactly what they're planning to do again there tonight. And then just off the staging lanes tonight, we go to dinner about 7:30 for drivers, crew, and a presentation and points update in the staging lanes.
That's when we start.
Apparently, we've got to MC tonight. He reckons he's not even grabbing the mic tonight.
No, it's us.
Yeah, well, we'll just get through as quick as we can. We'll get through as quick as we can.
Yeah,
we won't muck around too much.
We've done stuff like that before.
We won't muck around too much. No, we're not going there. We've got the dinner. We're staying here, thanks. So that's a good idea for maybe some people that have got 1,500 horsepower street cars that just decide to drive up here out of the middle of nowhere, claim to have done a bit of drag and drive in the past. Here to mention the All 4 Day is on the 16th of July.
Did he pay you for that?
Yeah.
You said, as long as you got the invoice in. As long as you got the invoice in.
I think we're up to 429 cubes now. I can't remember what cubes we're up to now. I think we're going a Kazi this year. We're going Bob Glidden this year, mate. Is
Bob making big engines now?
Oh, no. Well, Bob used to make the 500.
Yes, he did.
That's not Tomo out there, is it? Is that you, Tomo?
It is.
Hey, mate, you're in shock. Look at him. What's been happening to you? You look pretty good, Tomo.
Look at that reflection.
Absolutely. Looking in both lanes there, looking very svelte.
Can you just turn your head a little bit to the left? Yeah, we don't mind that, but can you turn your head to the left? The reflection is killing us. Thank you.
Tomo's trying to start the whippersnipper down there, so he's just checking it all out. Yes, there is a dead set little bit of intention from a few of our competitors in the Outlaw Open Blown class. Someone wants to run a 4-second time because there's a bunch of them that want to do it. And we won't mention any names. Thompson, all right, so that was the first name that slipped out. Hoffman, Mary, Fuller, Ward, Carsberg, Thompson, Redmond.
There's plenty close.
There's a few. Silky maybe, honestly, be wringing its neck. But, God, Hoffman came out in that run and went 5.12. Paul Merrier 16 with a 2. Paulie Fuller. Paulie's going to swing for the fences tonight in the little Gemini. Brian Ward 5.24. Chris Carsberg 5.24. Tanya 5.25. Luke Redmond. Again, the Corona come out of nowhere 5.34. Nathan Young 5.45 in the hard top. I think that's the hard top.
Yeah, there's some quick cars there.
Then Silky, and then Naomi, and then Chris Adams, William. Yarwood was still all on the 560s, still 560s. Jacob Set,
well, it's hard to find
cars. Joel Wicks 570, Zach Curley 579, Rob Armstrong 584, Jacob again 584, Ryan Durant 596, Daniel Campbell. That's right, Mark. They are literally like 8-second cars. They're over the quarter. They're effectively all 8-second Queensland street cars. How many have we got? We've got 20, 30, 40. Yeah. What have we got in that list just quickly? Again, as we said, 16 cars, 23 cars, and then a few more in there right on the limb. They're nearly 30. So we're at that, 5150 onwards. So we've got 7. We know we have. We've got Hoffman. Hoffman's gone 7. Hoffman's gone 780s in that thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think PSI Prem's done that as well. There's a certain little grey Celica with a Honda in it that's gone 7s as well, which is renowned this year. Went 838. Remember, it drove the week down there in Victoria.
Yes, we watched that.
And it went through and did the whole week. Went 838. Then it's come and run 7s. So this is the times we're in. And you know what? We're lucky in Queensland. We've got promoters like Mick that want to do events like this. Get the local contingent all very interested because once in a while, yes, Street Machine's going to try and come and do something. They haven't seen any merit to try and do it at the one track. That's why they didn't have a crack.
Yeah.
And also because, when Warwick was closing. But good to see Mick's come up with a new way to keep it going, and that's just stay here, send you out
a different direction every day.
send you out for a run, come back, and still be able to have a variety of different challenges again, which makes it very interesting. It's always something that's going to be happening on each end of the day.
Somebody wants you, mate.
I need a new battery for the old two-way here.
Is that what it's saying?
Got some automated voice now telling me that the two-way battery.
Say you give it to me.
Just hand the crying baby.
I'll fix it.
Can you notice the battery? You notice that her voice is changing every time it says recharge battery. It sounds a little bit more sort of demonic then.
Is there somebody that owns this two-way? Get us a battery, please.
Yeah, we might swap out.
It's called addictive.
So it'll be one of those.
Mate, if
recharge battery, feed me.
It needs a feed. And, mate, it hasn't sworn at us yet, but I believe that's part of its dictionary.
Oh, I'm sure it's there.
Yeah, I'm sure it's got there. So
what's this button? Language on the back. Here we go. Xing chong chang.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. La Golden Galactica bin casa. Okay, what's that one? Charge.
Yeah, any.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
We need a battery.
Back to the right language. So this concept, the drag and drive concept, we've seen how it works right around the country. Now, look, New South Wales, they're probably the most disadvantaged state in this country, and WA to a lesser extent, because they've got like the one track. And yes, they've tried. I think they've tried a little bit where it's like
big drive,
go out and come back, go out and come back. And I know that they've had a go at that, but it is, it doesn't seem to engage the Sydney crowd as it has here in Queensland or in Victoria.
Sydney is the hardest crowd to engage in anything.
Yeah, just the short attention span.
Yeah. Mate, I come from there.
I know.
I'm a Parramatta boy, so you can't tell me a thing about Sydney.
It's hard to get them to have the car to do.
I mean, if there's not a fight at the end of the night, we're not interested.
Yeah, maybe we can bring that in with there, mate. Yeah. Maybe we can have a little bit of an MMA shootout at the end or something. We might just.
Well, that's what Saturday night was like. I'm not telling lies.
But Victoria, they're lucky. They've got Victoria's almost made full drag and drive with the tracks that they have in that state,
and they're all good. We've been to all of them.
Yeah, when the bend comes on, I'm sure that there'll be some crazy itineraries for what happens with those.
Yes.
As Mick said this morning, with his, he'll be having another one here, but he's having one up at Mackay, which is great as well.
Great.
Because you know what, there's a lot up in North Queensland that we don't know about. I know there's a lot of southeast Queenslanders will head up there to do that.
Yeah, it's not a big drive. Mackay's not a big drive. Yeah, it's nice up there. Warwick too. Yeah, Warwick will be a full quarter mile. So we've got whether they choose to run a full quarter or not, I don't know. But the council said if you want the money, you build a quarter mile track. It was as simple as that. Yeah, well, that's their choice, and I know their ambition is to be the best 8th mile track in the world.
Just an announcement, please. Just an announcement. There shouldn't be any free. There shouldn't be anyone consuming or walking around with alcohol, please. If apparently there is a little bit of that visually around, can we make sure that it's all disposed of, please, and handled as discreetly as possible, please? So for all those,
can we turn that off, or what are we going to do?
Well, I care, but then I suppose it'll keep reminding us about the battery. But just a reminder, please, that there shouldn't be anyone sitting around.
Drinking
alcohol. Yes, you can have a can of Coca-Cola, or you can have a lemonade or a lemon lime bitters, non-alcoholic lemon lime bitters, by the way.
Yes.
But anyone should be seen around drinking alcohol. I'm afraid that's not until we're all done here. Okay. And remember, the rule is you should have it in your pit area, and that's about it. Or of course after 5 when we have our allocated area over here.
Yeah.
Can't just be walking around doing it now. This ain't no Street Outlaws, no Prep Kings, for heaven's sake. Thank you, Jesse Ferguson, for the feedback. Jesse's saying that we rock.
We rock?
Rocking him to sleep.
If there's someone in the management team can get us a new battery for our two-way, we would really appreciate that. If that can be managed.
We'll get that sorted right now. But, our Victorian guys, they'll have plenty on them when the bend's on. That one in Mackay, that'll be a great round up there as well.
That's a nice place.
And again, you've got to engage the racer base that's around you that wants to come. I know you'll pull a lot of South Queenslanders up to that one as well. And you know what? Knowing Mick, they'll have they'll have some other activities in there that's really going to entice as well. Imagine if he had a little charity fishing tournament. He went down through a line in or something up there. Not that fishing's a big thing for me. I know a few guys out there sort of dabble in both.
Yeah, mine's, go up the shop and buy it.
Yeah,
Cook.
yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
I think the guys are always looking for other activities that are something that they also like to do as well. I know running their pride and joys down the track and getting some time slips is always a great reward. But
5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes.
A bit of socialising as well goes in a long way, and just some of the feedback that just speaking to a few of the races, it's amazing who you run into in the toilets. Not in the toilets, more out the front.
Good. I'm glad you clarified.
And we're just talking about that. The whole pack up everything and take it with you sort of thing is something that everyone embraces as part of the true drag and drive. But they also like that you can set your camp up here, run your car, go and do the drives, and come back and have a base for 3 days. I said a lot of them said that's the clincher for us. It's the be able to bring our own stuff, camp, set the thing up, go out and run it, go and do the course, come back, reset and go again. A lot of people are loving that whole idea. They can set up a little bit of a base camp for 3 days, and off they go and do a ton of activities, do a ton of socialising, which has happened, and a ton of fun. The FUN, the F word, the one that we all love, that we all wake up every morning to just try and get a bit more fun in our lives.
Yep, works
and,
fine.
if you can't go find some fun, you better go and go and do something else with yourself. But
now you're getting technical.
Oh, too deep. Look, it's the nagging two-way radio that's asking me to give it attention and a few other things. It just
loves you.
And we've just got 5 minutes. So you know what? Let's take 5 minutes of breath of fresh air, and we'll be back here shortly. The Road Trip Drag Challenge. 5 minutes, folks.
Absolute Lifting and Safety have been providing lifting and safety products and services to Australian businesses effectively for over 12 years. With a key focus on quality, meticulous attention to detail and innovation, our company provides a comprehensive range of products and services covering all essential and complex lifting and safety solutions. Absolute Lifting and Safety provides services and products to clients in many industries, including civil construction, utilities, piling and dredging, engineering, transport.
When it comes to lifting and safety, don't leave anything to chance. Talk to us at Absolute Lifting and Safety. I guarantee we'll look after you.
For Simon Iwanu.
102, half track 419. Check this one out. 49, 210.
Absolute Lifting and
Okay, we're back. We had a little bit of work to do, and I apologise for that, but we are on top of, we're on top of it now, evidently. Okay, Rowan Allen and Richard Rocket. How would you like to get christened Richard Rocket? You'd pay money for that. So Richard's been a 664, so this thing's no slouch. Little Centurion beside of Rowan Allen. And they're a pretty tidy package back in the day, and they still are. Okay, nothing to write about in the reactions, and it looks like we've got a bunch of problems for the Ute. A 654 this side, 93.07 mile an hour. A lazy 1178 at just 43 mile an hour. It's starting to go faster now. So he had some issues. Maybe he's sorted them. We'll see what happens. That's the quickest Richard Rocket's been, that 664 at 109. So he's just recorded his best time. So that track must be pretty good. Not a lot of wind. I'm looking at the trees, a little bit in the flags down low, but I'm looking at the trees and they're not bad at all. So almost perfect conditions. The track is deadly. So we've got Mick Choice coming in beside Mark Green. The battle of the big ones, classic Holden Ford confrontation. We've got HG, HT, XE. Did I see a little purge of nitrous then? I mean, I do have a vivid imagination too, but I'm pretty sure I saw a little purge. And oh, just too much power. He's just about got it straight now and he's battened out. So he said, no, I'm giving it away. Mick Choice. And Mark Green goes 678 at 104. So I'm thinking Mick must have left before the... Yeah, he did. He left on... He red lit on the first amber. So we get nothing. We just get 0. And it's a shame. So Mick, if you get a chance, come back around again. He's already been 601. So we know we've got something for him. We've got something.